Welcome back to the Mediterranean Poker Party here at the glorious Merit Complex. Yesterday on stream, of course, we saw Day 1C coverage of our main event, but that didn't tell the whole story because, Andrew, after we finished streaming, of course, Day 1D, the turbo flight, was going on, and I gather things got rather large.
Yeah, a sensational turnout here at Merit. 1,260 entries, James, generating a massive first place prize of $1 million.
Well, with that prize 2 days away from being awarded, we will turn our attention now to our 10K high roller. That is the coverage today.
Yeah, the 10K high roller, James, has a $1 million guaranteed on it. We know there are a plethora of elite names battling in that 5K Day 2 field. Remains to be seen just how many of them bust out and hop into that 10K.
Well, speculation here at Merit is that this could even encroach on 200 entries. Yet to be seen. So for now, let's get down to the action. And it is that time, the aforementioned 10K high roller, Day 1 here at the Merit Royal Diamond. It is, of course, the Mediterranean Poker Party. It is, well, winding down this weekend, the end of what has been a great 10 days plus of action here. And I want to start things off, Andrew. How do you spell plethora?
P-L-E-T-H-O-R-A, James.
Okay. And you've used it in a sentence, so the spelling bee is complete. Here we are. The man, the myth, the legend, the winner of the EAPT Grand Final, headlining this one, Boris Kolev, with 800,000 chips as we look to play a 5K big blind ever. But a lot of opponent, I guess, in the man behind him. And a man, Andrew, who's on a little bit of form.
I know, Mr. Dominic Nietzsche. Well, people who follow online poker will know that he just won $1.8 million, Demps, in an online venomous tournament.
There we go.
Yeah, he's sitting there. Chunks in this one also, Demps, 700K. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with.
And interesting there, towards the bottom of the counts, you see Lars Camphaus. Now, those of you who were with us at the end of last night would have seen his brother Timo run it up from 60K, 3 big blinds, on the last frame and bag the table chip lead.
No way.
The Camphaus run good.
The mythical run good.
Yeah, it was incredible. Sergei Rayach as well, propping this one up with 44 bigs. This one, of course, being very early in the tournament. We are just coming back at level 4, the first break, 40-minute levels. Starting stack 400K, so not a lot's moved at this point, Andrew, but those... Yeah, you've got 800K, you're loving life, you've got 20K's worth of chips.
Yeah, and then we were referencing also on the intro, you know, it remains to be seen how many people are going to hop into this one. Already has 60 runners, Demps, in the early going. Wow, very positive signs. Of course, Day 2 of the main event going on in the background of the room. And I'm sure as people bust that, they're going to look at this, see already 60 in there. I want to get in the mix.
Yeah, incredible. I hadn't clocked that. You looking at our clock here. Pardon the clocky puns, but yeah, 60 entries from 55 uniques, just the 5 entries thus far. But as I mentioned, we've only played the first 2 hours. And yeah, I mean, there are going to be loads of players who have got an eye on this. If they bust the main, they're going to jump on over here, especially, hey, cash the main, parlay it.
Not out with the realms to find a little 2 milli pool here in my eyes.
I think it's on now. Seeing that number
I think it's on too.
That's huge. Here we go then.
Looking forward to this. You know, Boris, who won that EAPT Grand Final, really impressed us, Demps. Of course, Dom Nietzsche, fearsome player. There he is there at the right-hand side of your screen. Also have Sergei Rayach in the mixer. Very accomplished, strong player.
Yeah, high-stakes crusher himself.
Yeah, and here he is. Working with around about 45 blinds. Feels that pocket 3s is enough to open the action from +2. Makes it 10K to go. This should be a fun one. Round 2, what's the pronunciation on this one, Demps?
Camphaus, as far as I know.
Yeah.
If I'm wrong, then please do let us know in the chat. And speaking of the chat, myself and Andrew will be keeping an eye on the chat here on the DTD Player YouTube channel. I know some of you are watching on a few other channels, including Merit's very own channel, but...
And look at this, Camphaus getting after it.
We only have eyes for one YouTube chat. There's a lot going on here. I've got a stat screen, I've got a clock, I've got Andrew to look at. We've got an ever-ripening banana back here in the booth. It's really looking like it's ready to go today, Andrew. For now, we have Kemp House.
It's ready to go somewhere. I was going to eat it. It looks a little questionable.
Oh, this is looking pure. Again, I know we're doing this on an audio format, but trust me, ladies and gents, we have a very girthy, adequately bendy, lengthy, not too firm banana. I was inspect the skin. The skin has a little scarring, Andrew, but the flesh underneath is going to be absolutely delightful.
It's a poker stream, or have we gone off the track?
A food stream, yeah.
Very nice, James.
All right, what's Kolev in here? Looks like some sort of snazzy hoodie. Hasn't had a chance to go shopping yet. He brought that one already.
Yeah, Boris absolutely loves it. Not content with just winning that 450k or so score the other day. Right back into action.
Plus, obviously, not did he just get to win. I think it was 438 after the chop. I can't remember exactly what it was.
Like that.
Monstrous payout, of course, and what was just a 2k buy-in. Andrew, he got the chance to meet yours truly. He said it was the best part of the day.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I can't imagine why he would think anything else, Demps. As we see Bitar +2, ace-5 of diamonds, round 2 Gusev with the pocket 8 Demps, and he's decided to go aggressive.
Oh.
And here we go.
Lars, ace-king in the, pardon me, on the button. Kind of spicy that we've got hands like 8-3 betting, right? These are the hands we'd usually expect.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, it's going to be one that certainly should 3-bet some of the time. I think people default to call. Intrigued here. Wouldn't be shocked to see jam here, Demps. It seems like a lot. 60 blinds, ace-king off. It's one of these. We don't really want to 4-bet fold. I guess it depends how he perceives Gusev. I wouldn't be shocked to see shove. It's definitely going to be 4-bet at least.
Yeah, 60 blind.
I think 50 he would send for sure. There we go, yeah. Not surprised to see it, James. You can just get hands like this to just fold out, right? Which, you know, is a big win.
And not just that, right? If Bitar has actually got a pretty strong hand here, like 10s, jacks, even queens, like what are they supposed to do here?
10s and jacks are going to fold.
I guess queen's cool because it looks like kind of this hand rather than
Queens will click the call button.
aces or kings, but for sure, Gusev going to get the count, and one finds it unlikely that he'll wish to continue.
I like shove here. I think it's the best play.
I say you find it unlikely, but you never know. Maybe Gusev's like, hey, this just looks like ace-king and decides to gamble. We are in the re-entry stage.
Is ace-king a lot? Yeah, very well done by Lars.
I'm just going to put something out here. Okay, looking at Kolev there in our frame on the right-hand side.
Like ace-king.
I'm trying to read that hoodie. I think it says, more money, more problems.
Right.
Is he brought a hoodie in case he wins a big tournament so that the next day he can wear it in a tournament? People bring final table shirts, right? And jackets, and they got their outfits. But has he brought one for the day after the final table? Is he that confident?
Yeah. I've played with Boris. Boris, when you sit with him, is a man who's very aware of his abilities. And that, I mean that as a complete compliment also. Very assured of himself. But that is kind of next level bossiness, Demps.
Ballsy.
To buy the hoodie in advance. To flex. Having just won the APT Grand Final. I like how you mentioned there that when Lars jams, it's going to make the original Razor have to fold some better hands too.
Fun.
So really multifunctional when we rip that one in.
We saw a crazy hand last night on stream where we had an open from queens, a 3-bet from jacks, a cold 4-bet from ace-king, a cold 5-bet jam from queens, and obviously pushed the other queens and the jacks
Was there
out.
another set of queens behind somehow?
Two pairs of queens, a pair of jacks, and ace-king, and just the whole thing of being the first in these spots.
Yeah. Did the ace-king call off? Like priced in?
The ace-king was priced in, called off, and lost the race. It was to Lars's brother.
And that's how he got the spin.
Part of his run-up.
Okay. Well then, Tamel, 8-9 of spades, +2. Round 2, Mr. Domnich. Pretty easy defend this one. Demps, deuce 4 of clubs. Look to make something happen. Comes up completely empty.
He does, and Tamel with more reason than ever to bet this ace-queen clean board. Not just that perceived range advantage that we often reference, but having picked up a spade draw. Now, there'll be no spoilers from me.
Okay.
But we had a lot of fun on this table, though, didn't we?
We did have a great time.
We have played our commentators' merit Olympics Grand Final.
Did.
For those of you who've been streaming throughout the week, you would have seen that we've
Need one stream.
been filming a bundle of challenges, and we've been accruing points in the process. We had tied it up at 2 apiece, the 3 of us.
Yeah.
And we played out a little sit and go earlier, which is being edited away. But I enjoyed it. Like, it's been a very long time since I played on a string table.
It was a lot of fun, actually. We had a great time. Tune in for that, guys, later in the week. It's going to be fun viewing, I would suggest. No spoilers from us.
No spoilers at all. But I'll tell you one spoiler.
Okay.
It went a long time because
It did.
we were grinding. Like,
We're on the grind. Tamel, fresh off that 8-9 of spades victory, finds the pocket 8s, +1, in he comes. 12k to go. Shade under 2.5 blinds. In fact, exactly 2.5 blinds. No 500s in play. Gusev, here he comes. Ace, deuce of clubs.
yeah, and he is just gonna
Okay.
call in, albeit with a multitude of chips, but those are the 1k chips. Slid out in front. Action then. Round to the blinds. Dominic gonna have minimal interest in this one from the small blind.
Yeah,
But
one of
Sergey,
these.
yeah, with the ace-5 suit in the big. Andrew, one assumes this just plays as a call.
That would be the standard play. It would never rule out with Sergey here, finding the occasional squeeze, but does decide just to land on call. I think makes sense, Demps, especially against early and early.
Well, we will go 3-way to a flop. 2 of those wheel-suited aces and a pair of 8s. See Jack 7-6, and nothing great for anyone here, but Tamil will still feel pretty comfortable, will he not, with those 2 8s?
Yeah, as flops go, pretty good for the 8s. You know, we have backdoor straight draw capabilities. It's a rainbow board. You can go 1 of 2 ways. Kind of can check call, or sometimes this sort of just small c-bet sort of define where you're at, Demps, against the 2 ranges. And he's decided to go this way instead. Sergey does have the old, this is the classic 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush. He's always going to be looking for ways to attack, but this a little too light.
When the c-bet maybe as well has been made 3-way understandable.
Yeah.
I am back quickly, and then we'll leave it alone to our sit and go.
Yep.
Whilst we're in here, Andrew, obviously we have the wonderful production team backstage who will be listening to every word.
Oh.
I just want to apologise to all of them for the fact that we took that long, because I'm sure they're all looking forward to a little break, maybe a lunch before picking up the stream, but we worked them to the bone. So sorry about that, boys, but we wanted a win.
Sorry, guys. It was quite funny. I looked at one stage, Demps. No spoilers, of course, but it was going on for quite a long time. And a pot was lost, we will say. And I looked at one of the cameramen, you know, and I was like, I don't know, looking for a bit of encouragement or whatever. And, you know, I was like, don't worry, we got him. And then he just looked at me with just like pure blank face, as if to say, would you shut up and get on with it? Much like I'm sure the viewers at home do about me sometimes when I'm talking.
There we go.
It was a great time, though.
It was a lot of fun. Gusev, back at it again, this time from +1, King, Queen, O. He's popped it up. And then Andrew, round to Kolev in the hijack.
Yeah, it's the full 3x from Gusev. Definitely one of these things when you play that just sort of makes things a little more uncomfy in terms of if you were going to 3-bet. But I think Kolev here, for the most part, going to land on call and does agree.
Yeah. Seems to be the way. Bitar going to give up that big. So we will go heads up to a flop. And once more, Gusev seems to be the man in the most action here. And again, just like the last hand when we had the 2-8-ing a Jack 7-6, 2-9-C Jack 8-5. And a pretty good board for that hand. But Gusev with the overs and a diamond, Andrew.
Yeah, and you know, I quite like this sizing. If we're out of position, we are going to use big bet, I think, a lot on a board like this. Pretty coordinated. You know, when we're c-betting, we're representing a pretty strong hand. And this is pretty uncomfy for Boris. You know, 2/3 pot, Demps. In fact, 3/4 pot. Spicy sizing. We don't have a diamond in hand. It's a pretty uncomfortable situation. I really don't hate fold, and credit to Gusev.
Wow.
I really don't mind it.
Yeah.
If you think he's always going to follow up a lot of the time, there aren't many great turn cards. Very uncomfy facing 30k. Bravo. Gets a good hand to fold.
Yeah, a great example there, as you mentioned, how like differing bet sizes can obviously have differing results. Obvious comment to make, but sometimes we don't get to see it so clearly as that. So
Yeah,
then,
very nice from Gusev. does make a huge difference, Demps, right? Like if he comes with 20k there, even 25k, Boris probably then okay. I'm getting more of an attractive price to continue. Very nice. Well, he's back into the action again.
Maybe he'll sit this one
Maybe
out.
not.
Queen 3-0. But he certainly was dealt 2 cards. Here he is, the EAPT Grand Final champ. It is Rech on the button. Ace, deuce of hearts, going to pop that one up to 10k, and then Bitar in the small, Jack 10 of clubs.
Yeah, fun one, Demps. Both options seem pretty reasonable to me. Certainly call. 3-bet certainly good too. And he's coming aggressively.
Here we go. Making it 30k.
Yeah, sizing a little on the small side. We are 40 effective or so, you know, out of position. You do tend to see people bump it up a little. More in the sort of 8 big blind realm, I think. Button versus small. Has only gone 6 blinds, so Sergey, pretty attractive.
Right. Obviously, the ace deuce never a hand we want to be playing 3-bet pots with, but on the button, for the price, with a suited combo, does elect to flick it in. The 2 will take to the flop. And a 7-7-5 2-spade board.
Yeah, intriguing to see how Bitar proceeds. Of course, has whiffed this board, but still has the advantage. Quite nice to block. Well, it's maybe doesn't matter. Hands like jacks and 10s, because Sergey probably shows aggression with them pre-flop at 40 deep. But, you know, it's a relatively dry board. We can dislodge some better hands. Going to start with a small bet.
But I like that, Andrew. Obviously, always thinking about the combination we have for removal.
Sure.
Jacks and 10s, possibly.
Yeah, this is pretty tough for Sergey. Really depends how he perceives Bitar, I think. You know, took that attractive price pre, and now decides has enough. Ace high can very occasionally be good, as we can see it is. And here we go, James. King of Hearts turn.
The spice is right. As you mentioned, things getting that much more attractive for the man on the button, who's been checked to and has a little over pot behind.
Yeah, these spots are really quite interesting. You know, it's a bit of a disaster, Demps, if we start betting now and get shoved on, for example. I'm not surprised to see this. Take our equity, and we do improve here. And it's a great card in that we beat every ace now that isn't exactly ace-king. Sorry, we chop.
Yeah.
My apologies. But this is a pretty great run-out for Sergey.
And is this the sort of card that may see another bluff from Bitar? Because, I mean, hey,
I think he'll go for it.
We've told the story that perhaps we've got a big ace. An ace rolls off. We can maybe put hands like 8s and 9s in pressure, and there we go. No need for a showdown. Snap call and a snap muck. Well done.
Yeah, very nice for Sergey. Yeah, one of those. We can try and target some of those one-pair hands that don't want to bet on the king. Maybe even potentially fold out like a queen, jack of spades type holding and just take the whole pot for ourselves.
I call with queen high. Oh. No, I'm kidding. I had ace.
King high?
I had
King
an
was
ace.
on the board.
I said queen. I said
Queen high.
No, I'm kidding. I had ace.
Makes sense. I want to. Ace makes sense.
I had an ace.
So that's please. Okay.
I did have a fun
sorry.
sorry, James.
Oh,
I did have a fun little convo with Dom's very close friend, Michelle. I was telling him, oh, Dom's on the feature table, and we're about to go into the booth, and I can't wait to blunder every analysis that I do on Dom.
Dom is one of those players that I first met so long ago, and he's always been right there at the sort of the crest of the elite, and it's testament, because sometimes we wax lyrical about these players that go on incredible runs and we think, oh, this guy's the best, but then sometimes they fade into nothingness. Dom has been here for such a long time that there's clearly no fortune involved.
Yeah, fabulous player.
Someone I love watching play as well, because he's very creative.
Well, speaking of creativity, Demps, Tamil here with the decision point. We've got a raise from Boris Kolev with the 10s. Sergey calls with ace-8. Tamil Certainly an option to squeeze this one. Demps decides to land on call. More than reasonable. Round 2, Gusev going to complete with the king 9. So we're going 4 ways.
Yeah, delicious little multi-way spot. 3 of these hands certainly warrant it. The king 9-0 will see the weakest, but having people from the big blind, price makes sense. 7 high board. Good news for Kolev. See how he wants to approach this one, given the fact he's been called in 3 spots.
Yeah, these spots are really tricky. Like, we're going to want to check with a lot of our range here. You know, multi-way, 7-6-3, there is a flop straight. You've got both blinds in there who can have, you know, a decent amount of the piece, especially the big, but decides that 10s specifically can just benefit from immediate protection, sort of define where we're at. I can see what he's thinking, James. Small bet.
Button is in position number 1.
That one, Sergey. Ace-8 of hearts. One of these hands, I'm sure, that would like to continue. Backdoor nut flush draw.
We have to give so much respect, though, to this C-bet, being that it's
Sure.
4-way.
For sure.
Blinds are 1K, 1K, 1K.
Now, you're going to see a lot of checks on the flop from +1 there. Pretty scary to fire into 3 opponents.
And is it a case that he's just kind of happy to
Absolutely.
bet and see 3 folds?
Thrilled to just take that one down.
No stress. 9 blinds in the pot. Thank you very much.
100%.
Let's go on to the next one.
Yeah, if you face any aggression there on the flop, it's going to be really, really difficult to continue. Well done, Boris. That's a great hoodie.
It
Weren't
really
wrong.
is. Is that I don't know. It strikes me as like a Philip Line number, which would mean it is on the more expensive side.
Been
But
speaking about the expensive apparel all week, haven't we, Demps?
yeah, given that he must have known he was going to come down here and ship 200 plus buy-ins in that 2K EAPT Grand Final.
So seeing as this is our last stint together, James, for this edition of the MPP, I believe you're off on your travels tomorrow.
Adventuring I go.
Adventuring. Is it time to reveal the price of that expensive jacket
No.
that we've been referencing? Still not time?
No.
One day you'll tell me.
One day. Well, I don't feel quite so foolish over the matter.
Likely to have a blind-on-blind confrontation here.
Yeah, Gusev has been very much involved. Certainly will continue to be with this Queen Jack and Timo Camphouse folding the 8-3. It's a game that in some games you get bonuses for winning with 8-3, 7 deuce. Those kind of silly games that sometimes people play.
Yeah, one of the rules during our commentators sit and go, you win a pot with 7 deuce or 8-3. What was it? You received a joker card, James. So you could reveal one of your opponent's whole cards at any time during the matchup. It made for an interesting little wrinkle to your normal sit and go.
Look at this. Look at this shot. Look at that trophy.
Ooh.
Obviously, that one awaits the champion of the main event. The main event that, as mentioned at the top of the show, we will be bringing coverage of on the final day. That's 2 days from now. We have 2 days of high roller, then the main event final day. And bonus coverage yesterday, of course, of day 1C. Just to get a little snippet of how things played out. And there were some crazy tables, Andrew. I mean, I may have missed the most fun table that you and Jay had, but you and I had a really lively one before that.
We had one that was a big challenge to cover. But by the time you started talking about the flop, it was literally on the river.
It was a showdown.
He just had no time, right? It was like, well, I think Ludo's going to, and he's all in. And I think Tom Padell might, oh, wait a minute. Now he's check raised and the pot is over. It was a fun one.
Yeah. Really was lightning pace, which is refreshing to see because quite often we watch poker and it can get a little dry just because of the balancing that players do in terms of their tanks, which we understand. You're playing for massive money, kind of what has to be done.
Yeah, I'm with you. 3-way confrontation here. Loveris, Bitar, and Boris Kolev in the big.
King 4-4 does check over to Bitar. It looks like he's just going to play this one straight up.
Yeah, kind of intriguing. You could certainly mix a check in here occasionally. You know, it's not really a board that we should bet that often, Demps, right? You're probably not going to bet a hand like 7s or 8s here, for example, in position. It does decide with that king. Going to go ahead and stab. And intriguing here because they've just been in a big pot. And Vitar was bluffing, right, on the river when Sergey rivered that ace. So he's probably compelled to take one off. Not surprised to see it.
And just for the value of the hand as well, right? The 6s just are very good. You've got to keep your man honest for at least one.
Yeah.
Obviously, we want to have some hands that are going to call a flop and check fold a turn. And this may be one of them. Let's see. Finds the 9. Checks it on over. And Vitar just another bet here. Bet turn and then check back river maybe?
Yeah, it seems pretty reasonable to me. I think you could go either way. Like check turn for a little deception and pot control. Also an option. It's one of these that probably not a 3-street hand, Demps. I'm with you. You know, you don't want to value town yourself against like a king-queen.
Is it a case that the 9 of diamonds is kind of a bad card in that we don't pick up backdoor draws too often here? There would be some jack 10s, some queen jack stuff. Yep. But if this was like the 9 of hearts, I don't know, maybe it feels like we can realistically have more bluffs.
Yes.
And thus would maybe lean towards betting turn rather than checking back river.
I'm with you. Yeah, Sergey, very nice. Doesn't get too stubborn. Nice little recovery from Vitar after losing a medium-sized one a few moments ago. Nice hand. Always find these lineups quite fascinating, Demps. You know, we've got some, dare I say, theoretical minds in the likes of Sergey and Domnich and Boris Kolev, for example. And then there's a few unknown quantities, you know, Gusev and Vitar, that we don't really exactly know how they're going to approach the game, so it can be fascinating watching the dynamics between the two sort of approaches.
As we always say, the clash between GTO and MPO.
Oh.
That's what we love to watch. That's what we get to watch here so often when we're at Merit.
Yeah, it's great. Action on Dom, out of the way.
Man of Straw asking in the chat, did the comms mention Dom's recent win for $1.8 million? We certainly did, right at the top of the show. The man is on form. Coming in hot.
Is that where I'm allowed to mention that I went very deep in that tournament and got hoodwinked out the door, James?
You did, didn't you? In fact,
Yeah, I did.
you got so deep you had to delay your arrival here by a day.
My flight here, that's right. For all the good it did me. I literally missed my flight, Demps. And I'm lasted for 20 minutes of the day 3 and had to book another one.
It's always the way, isn't it?
Trolls from the poker gods.
Kind of reminds me of the old days when people were getting flights regardless. I remember, like, in the early days of online Wi-Fi on flights, the stories of, like, Tom Dwan winning 200K on a flight, and he had to rent someone's laptop on the plane because he didn't realize there was Wi-Fi.
Is that right?
There was some guy sitting there in the cabin, and he's sort of gone, look, let me rent your laptop. He was so desperate to play. And yeah, I believe the story was he won something like 200K on Rail Heaven back in the Full Tilt days. And I think, I don't remember, but I think he sort of flipped the guy a K or something.
I hope he
Thanks for the
rewarded him
laptop.
appropriately.
I don't know. I might be making all that up. No, he definitely played online. I remember having a big winning session in those early days. I think from then he probably just invested in a laptop to take on flights with him.
You probably should. If you're going to win 200K every time you cross the Atlantic.
I get scared when...
What if it disconnects, man?
Like, it's not the most reliable internet, let's be honest.
Camp House there. Takes one down with the old ace-8 off 3-bit from the button.
Is this for someone? I'd like to have a tea, please.
Oh,
The old Turkish tea.
A man of taste.
A Turkish tea, a popular drink, obviously in these parts. See it served in a very distinctive shaped glass.
It is, right? I've never seen them anywhere else in the world, actually.
Yeah. Again, if you're just joining us, this is the MPP High Roller 10K buy-in. Very early on day 1, just level 4 here. Playing 40-minute levels. And we will be playing quite a long time this evening. 12 levels in total for the day. Players will then bag up, come back tomorrow, and finish this out on stream. So we will see this one to completion from here, which is nice. Kind of get the storyline building. All right, then. Kemphouse from the cutoff, popping it up with ace-jack offsuit. And Koloff deciding to 3-bet with a hand that I assume can go either way, but
Yeah. This is going to be a classic mix. Can really go either way. Kolev decides to take the aggressive route on this occasion. Like the sizing, you know, we're pretty deep stacked, so sort of 7.5 blinds. Bumping it up a little. Camp House has one demps that I don't think will ever fold. It's just really a straight decision here between call and 4-bet. Lands on call. I like it. You know, you're against a button 3-bet that can be wider. We can have some hands in pretty bad shape.
yeah. I think for both of these hands, they could be thinking,
Yes.
could have my opponent dominated.
Ooh.
As it is, we see an ace-10-5 flop, which means Koloff has that gut shot to Broadway. Camp House with top pair and the Jack of Hearts kicker working both as a flush draw and some backdoor straight. But more importantly, perhaps, there is a card out there, Andrew, that when we see a turn, and one assumes we will see a turn,
Yeah.
some big stuff can happen.
Yeah, any of the remaining jacks in the deck is, of course, going to be the Carnage card. Pretty normal here for Kolev to continue. Just go ahead and bet. You can get some pocket pairs to fold demps, all that good stuff. Camp House, very easy continue. You'd imagine basically always plays call.
Yeah, you'd have to have some real reason that we can't see to ever want to raise this one.
Yeah, these spots always fascinate me. You know, Kolev has one of these hands. Okay, things change a little. To the King of Hearts.
They do indeed, because Koloff now finds a piece, but it's a piece that Camp House really likes as well, given that he now has a gut shot to a royal flush. Gonna check it, and
He's going to check this one, I think.
it just makes sense, right? We can still beat some of the 10x that peel. We still have equity against an ace-x type holding. And also, if we've got like an ace-king hand here, we're not really going to bet this, are we?
Yeah, even if we have a set here, you know, we wouldn't always bet the turn, I don't think. Very likely to check. Yeah, it does take the free river. Well, 6 of hearts, demps, Camp House, second nuts.
Yeah, that's a pretty good run out.
Yeah, very good run out.
Didn't need too much help. And is this a spot, again, that maybe we just use this as a bluff catcher? Because Kolev's going to have a lot of hands that...
Yeah, it's kind of intriguing, though, because as you referenced, like, let's give Kolev, I don't know, ace-10 suited or ace-king without a heart.
I love this.
Ace-checked.
Just in my mind, Andrew, and I may be wrong on this, but it's just hard for Camp House to really have flushes here, right? A lot of the cards he peels with are going to be the suited combos, and he obviously can't really have them when the ace-queen 10's at bar.
Yes.
King, jack of hearts, maybe, jack 9 of hearts.
Yep.
So you're looking at now, hands like this, the ace-jack with the jack of hearts. Yeah, with that, look at this.
Very nice.
Kolev going to try and bluff out an ace. Try and bluff out maybe even some 2 pairs.
Yeah, really nicely worked out from Camp House. I was going to say there, Demps, also, I guess it works in a couple of ways. You get to bluff catch. And also, if Boris has a hand, like pocket 9s or pocket 8s that did mix in a 3-bet, right, that contain a heart, they're probably going to value bet.
Right.
Because, as you said, Camp House, really tough to have a flush.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah. Even more reason to get sneaky.
I was wondering if you were asking for it the other day, you know, whether we do that little 10% river bet, right? Like, which is essentially a check.
You know I love that one.
I know. Well, you know, there it might have been a pretty cool spot for it. As it stands, check works perfectly anyway. Well done, Lars. Credit to Boris too, right? Seemed actually pretty reasonable one.
Yeah,
reasonable
I
one
think
to bluff with.
Once we get there with that hand, we've got no heart. Our opponent has a lot of ace, x, and possibly 2 pairs that really
Block
don't
straight
like it.
as well with the king in hand and the queen in hand, 2 pairs.
Yeah, the king and the queen blocking some of those 2 pairs as well. Yeah, so leaning maybe back towards more that 1 pair X. I like it. I like the line. I like the line from both.
Really interesting one.
High level stuff here at Merit. For this high roller. It's only right we get high level action in a high roller, Andrew. I pay my money. I want to see high level stuff.
As soon as I saw the lineup for this table, I was excited. You know, some real big names in the mixer. Love always to watch and see what some of the best in the business are getting up to. Well, Streltsu.
Yeah, I'm about to say, we haven't seen anything of this man yet, and that's because he's been waiting for the premiums, Andrew. 8 deuce on the button. Let's go. And timing, spot on. Stretch loop. Just maybe a little sniper.
I've not got that one in me.
The 8 deuce?
Well, we've got Domnich and we've got Sergei Reitzak in the blinds. I might look for something a little stronger than 8 deuce of spades. But maybe I just don't have the heart and commitment to the game, as Tony G once said.
Yeah. I'm here with you. I'm probably folding everything but like ace jack plus with those guys behind.
No, you would open wider than that.
A little only downs the
Ooh.
Turkish tea.
Ooh.
Wow, there we go. That's a man who's got some spice about him.
This guy's rogue.
He is rogue. Keep an eye on Sretslu.
I've actually never seen that.
Well,
it's normally the type of drink that you sip on it and you enjoy the myriad of flavors.
Couple it with the button open with the 8 deuce into that gallery behind, and we're dealing with some stuff.
Yeah, faintly terrifying sequence of events. As it stands, round 2 Dom Nietzsche. 10-7-0 decides good enough from the button. 17k to go, and it's the patented style that he has cultivated, James. The old Limpor 3.5x comes with the large open size. I can tell you from experience, very difficult to play against. Bitar,
Yeah.
Jack 9, is reaching for calling chips. I've tried to ask Dom so many times, why do you do it? Come on, give me some insight. He keeps his cards close to his chest. Off to the Queen Jack 10 board we go, Demps. Bitar does flop best. Intriguing one. Dom with the 10-7. You know, this is the classic spot we see in Hold'em, where for the most part, the button gets to go really crazy here. Like, the big blind never has queens, jacks, or 10s, never has a hand like ace, king, aces, kings. So you can bluff a lot down the streets, but Dom deciding that a 10, one of the hands that he doesn't need to start to bluff with, at least yet. Let's check it back.
As it is. Checks indeed. Safe-looking turn rolls off, completing nothing. And now, Bitar.
Yeah.
Gonna bet here with that jack. Figuring maybe he's just got the best hand. Maybe Dom has a hand like this. Maybe he wants to protect against some king X that maybe checks.
Yeah. I mean, it is going to get value, at least on the turn, so credit to him. I think I would check this one quite often. You know, we're not going to want to have too many leads on this board where, you know, we don't really have too many nutted hands.
Well,
It does get value.
as we go to the river, a pretty good-looking card for him, right? Because the most likely hand we're losing to on the flop is the occasional check-back queen. That has been reduced considerably.
Yeah, this is a really nice river for Bitar to see and for Dom to see. So this is going to be interesting. Will Bitar find another value bet? Unfortunately, doesn't. Tough to blame him, of course. You can value time yourself against some better Jack X.
Yeah.
You know, and you also get to induce some bluffs.
That's it. You know, we just saw a minute ago.
reasonable.
Sometimes checking the river,
Yeah.
even you know you've probably got the best of it, results in picking off some bets.
Yeah, well played, Bitar. Always fascinates me, this strategy from Dom. You know, this large opens. You really don't see many other poker players in the world apply it, and it always intrigues me. It just puts people on the back foot immediately.
Yeah, like I said, definitely creative.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm guilty in the commentary booth of saying creative, and that's code for not necessarily optimal. But here, I mean it. It's creative. It's different. It's well thought out. It's well reasoned. And like you say, hey, look, most of these players he's playing against have sitting in the lab with studying the min-raise ranges
That's
and
it.
how I react to them. And he goes, well, I know you haven't studied this too much because I'm the only one really doing it regularly in the high roller circuit. And so he then maybe gets people outside of their comfort zone, which is a big thing in poker.
Absolutely is. Couldn't agree more, Demps.
Gusev popping this one up, ace, king, around to Tamil in the big blind with king 10 of diamonds. One assumes this should just play as a call, although we are up against that 3x again, Andrew. Interesting.
Yeah, you're never thrilled about this, you know, versus exactly under the gun. But, you know, our hand is more than strong enough to come along. Flick and call. Well, completely whiffs on the ace-8-5. All black. Gusev. Very likely hand done. We did speak, Demps, about, you know, of course, day 2 of the main event underway. And that we thought that this 10k is going to attract people to hop in as they're busting out. You can see already now up to 74 unique, sorry, 67 entries, 7 re-entries.
Yeah.
And that's like 14 more than we started, and it's only 40 minutes or so ago.
Yeah, yeah. This field is going to fly up exactly as you mentioned. That'll be the people, unfortunately, busting out in the main event. And of course, again, main event day 2 going on. Players now in the money. If you guys are interested in that event, then please do head on over to Poker News, where there are updates, of course, on that event. Myself and Andrew will periodically look in on that as well, and anything we see of note, we will, of course, pass on. But it's still fairly early in that tournament in the sense that it's halfway through day 2. Certainly, as the evening goes on, there'll be some big storylines for me.
Absolutely, my friend. And it's just always, you know, 1 million for the win. Like, how good is that? It's just exciting. I don't know, anything with, you know, into the 7 figures.
$1
exciting stuff.
million.
15.
We're so childish.
I reckon you could do a good Dr. Evil impression. I know I had you doing
I don't need the ball cap.
KGB.
Do I?
You're very good at it. Not gonna lie.
Stretslu. He's raised it up this time, and again, a 3xer. King 9 of clubs from +2. Bitar wants a peek from the button. Ace 5 of diamonds. Tamil will relinquish his Queen 10 off in the small. Then Andrew Gusev with Ace 10 off in the big is going to flick it in, but a hand that sometimes we see some real friskiness with.
Yeah, I think versus 3x and call.
Yeah.
One of these hands is just so tricky. I've spoken all week about my fear of this hand, because you can just be dominated a lot. Difficult to play out of position, decides just to call. Everybody essentially whiffing, although Bitar does have middle pair. Not going to love it, though, on the heart board. Is Gusev going to lead? Okay, thought he was going to for a moment. Streltsu comes up completely empty here. Going to give it up.
Well, who knows? He might be doing something real funky. This is a man who's in with the 8 deuce. No, I'm just teasing.
Yeah.
Bitar, well, betting that 5 when check 2 on this monotone board.
Yeah, don't mind it. We're going to have a bunch of sort of very small stabs here in position. He's gone a little larger. The old B40, James.
Your favorite.
And it succeeds.
I'm learning.
As it always does. Telling you, look out for that next couple of years. B40 is back, baby. Nice hand, Bitar. Nice to see him. You know, he lost that big one early doors and has recovered very nicely since, winning every pot he's played. Go on, Demps. Google how much that hoodie is. I know you enjoy finding out details, and we get to play.
Pretty sure.
Get to play. Andrew thinks. How much is that?
Well, I'm pretty sure it's Philip Blanks. I reckon it's the little cord holders there. Oh yeah, and the logo. There we go.
Fill me in, Demps. Who is?
Let's have a look. I'll find it. See if I can find it.
All right.
A hoodie. I have in my younger stupid days been shopping there.
Is he? Is it a fashion brand? Is it a designer? Like you know me, I'm not very educated in said matters. Oh well, hang on a moment, Demps.
You carry this out whilst I'm googling.
Very interesting. We have a 3x from Streltsu +1. Dom decides to flat queens +2. Little trappy, bit of deception. Perhaps entice some action from behind. Oh my word, James. Put down your laptop. Trouble ahead for Dom Nietzsche. Tamil has found aces and he's on the button.
Yeah, this is so grim when we flat the queens, kind of, you know, somewhat playing for deception, somewhat trapping.
Yes.
That we've created a situation that if we do run into it like this, then it's very hard to do anything but go bust. Let's see that. We are so deep here, 100 blinds.
Very deep.
If you ever come out with a back raise here as Dom, kind of over-rep your hand and almost you're better off still playing it trappy?
It's hard to tell with Dom because he's, you know, as we've referenced, he takes some funky lines, very intelligent. I think he might just call this one, Demps.
He took his bet.
As you said, if we do repop it here, like, do we ever get it in great shape?
Yeah, but he still has to...
Maybe against Ace-King, right? But 120 blinds deep.
He didn't do anything yet.
15.
I think a lot is going to depend on what Streltsu does here now. He does get out of the way.
It's okay.
That makes it easy for Dom just to call, right?
I think so.
Up.
I think
Now
so.
you can take it.
You can take.
Now take it.
Now you can take. Take.
Like if we have kings here, for example, I think he will always start to get more money in the pot. Jacks, I don't think he would re-raise here ever at this stack depth. Queens is this one that's kind of like, you could argue either way. So I wouldn't be shocked to see either.
575.
But he wants to see how deep Tamil is, because that really is important here. You know, 115 blinds is a lot to try and get queens in.
Yeah.
And you may just fold out bluff stamps, right? I think he will probably just call. And he has. Okay. Now then. Huge pot brewing. 145k in the middle. And there's an ace and a queen.
My word. As if it wasn't going to be hard enough for Dominic not to go bust in this hand as it was. He has flopped an incredibly deceptive set. And look at this. By the way, Stretslu, he raised folded the threes.
Oh my god, he did!
He's sitting here going, why didn't I call?
Oh my god, we could have had the mythical set over set over set. I mean,
Look at Stretslu thinking that he's going to watch all these chips fly in here and feel sick. As Dom, yeah, I can say, Dom's just under-repped his hand so nicely here that he's never supposed to have 3 queens, right? He just flat the open, flat the squeeze. You just don't put him on a hand like that. Maybe he could have ace-queen suited. That's like kind of the best hand he could have here.
I'm with you. This is just GG. Unless we get some insane run out, I just don't see us ever getting away from it.
Oh, and Dom does just come in for a raise on the flop. Again, makes sense. He gets to have more of the bluffy kind of hands, right? The king, jack of diamonds, jack 10 of diamonds, maybe that hang in there. Those kind of hands. Doesn't really rate to have a strong hand, so it's kind of fun to have a strong hand, and therefore check raise, especially, Andrew, when we unblock that ace, right?
100% Demps, and you've just called it there. Dom's not going to have ace-3 suited and stuff here from these positions, not going to have a set of threes.
Right.
Wouldn't have called the open, so he basically has ace-queen, and the rest are bluffs and combo draws.
It just looks nonsense, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
I mean, Tamel is just absolutely dreaming. Ace of diamonds in hand. It's just...
He's sitting there going, I'm playing against Dominic, who's taking some nonsense line here when you can't have a hand. I must have him. 6 of spades on the turn. The pot has already swelled to 385,000. Surely the rest goes in, but one assumes it's going to go in over 2 more streets because
It should.
Dom wants to bet here. Tamel doesn't want to scare his man off.
Yeah, Dom will probably just go sort of B33, leaving B33 back. The old geometric route is likely.
I'm just looking at Stretslu. He looks sick.
Yeah, Streltsu's still fuming. That's what makes this so great.
And a huge bet.
Yeah, he's gone for... I mean, it is a wet board, right? Makes sense. Charge ace-king to max now before the scare card comes.
I mean, yeah, a huge bet in terms of the stack size. Obviously, you put 200 of his 460 rather than necessarily that big to the pot. But I thought he might go like really small there. And
The interesting thing, Demps...
yeah, that's... Does Tamar now just say, hey, look, I think you've got a combo draw.
Yeah, right.
I don't want to... I don't want you to check fold the river.
Yeah.
But you have to call now.
I think I'm with you. It's a really weird spot to fast play top set with the ace of diamonds, but if you think Dom has ace queen, right, the last combo of it, or has like, you know, king jack of spades here that is going to be priced, then maybe you do just put it in. Is that a call? Yeah, it's just a call.
That looks like a raise, yeah.
Yellow, it's more... He's put in 325, I believe,
That's a raise too.
which is a raise, but it's not enough for a raise. But he's gone over half the amount. Is it?
Pretty basic.
No,
pretty simple raise.
It's a raise.
It should be raised
It certainly has to go as a raise. It's more than half.
To 400.
And like Dom,
What is going on here?
All in.
Like,
Call.
you think
I'm sure it's a mistake, but it looks kind of like it could be an angle. But it doesn't seem necessary in this spot. That people don't angle this spot. Anyway, forget that. It's obviously all gone all in. It's top set, be top set.
Yeah.
Look, Stretslu now the happiest person in the room.
look at him! I think he was actually genuinely a bit nervous there, Demps.
Yeah,
He looks
I
like he's
have
sweating this
ace
big.
Somehow.
I put you in 6-6.
6-6. Sick.
I put him on 6-6 as well. 6s with a diamond.
Yeah, I was thinking, I swear I was thinking 6-6 would be sick.
Anyone fold a queen?
I had 4 or 5 of diamonds.
See, they all couldn't work out what Dom had there.
2 of that.
Just goes to
Right.
show.
Yeah.
I wish I had 6s. I'm not sure if I cover.
Yeah, I'm 100% confident that wasn't an angle. Exactly, you say, just a bit nervous almost in the situation. Like, oh my God, this guy's just blasting off to me. Dom Nietzsche is just trying to give me all his chips. And also just being the local angle pro, you know, I'm going to put myself in that thing. But that's just not a spot you do at angle. You don't have to angle. All the chips are going in. Like, there's so much of the chips. It's something to be aware of, though. We do see angly spots appear, but that's not one of them. Dom does have a few chips back.
Yeah. He has 65 back. What a cooler, though, Demps. Wow.
To live so bad, eh?
Yeah, fuck this place.
Insane stuff. Somehow we get a set over set situation. And yeah, you just can't believe your luck, right? Top set. This guy's piling money in. Probably got him dead. Or versus a big drop. What a result.
Huge pickup for Tamal. And dare I say it, no disrespect to him, but the rest of the table are going to be very happy to see Dominic all but out of this table. I mean, I don't know who would take that seat on a re-entry when someone buys back in and draws that seat. But I'm going to go on a limb and say they are not as strong as Dominic Nietzsche.
We did not get any aces yet.
Tarmo Tamel,
First aces of the week.
the man from Estonia with a whopping 1.2 million chip stack or thereabouts. Boris Kolev, he's nestled behind with 600k. Remember, this one started with a 400k stack, so still very early stages. But it is Dominic with just 10 bigs as we go up to 3k, 6k. And in fact, that hand took so long that we're about to play our first hand of 3k, 6k, and me and Andrew are looking at the clock here. We're over 8 minutes into the level.
Incredible stuff. What a spot for Tamel. Very unfortunate for Dom, but very experienced pro. Yeah, and as we referenced Dempsey, we won 1.8 million the other day. He's all right.
He'll be fine.
He can buy back in.
Tamel.
May not need to.
Tamel had a final table finish here back in January when you and I were on the calls during the high roller of the Western Series, 7th place finish that day. Back end of last year, he had a 3rd place finish in an EPT high roller for over 200k. That was his sort of breakout score, if you will.
Yeah, very nice. Has the pedigree. Another man with pedigree. Camp House limps the small. Jack 10 off. Boris with one of those ones, Debs, I think you can go either way here. Yeah, don't mind check, don't mind raise. King 8 of hearts.
And obviously before that hand kicked off, I was busily on Google looking for that hoodie, and I've sort of found a discount price for it, but it showed the recommended retail price. So would you like to have a guess at the hoodie?
I feel like I want the chat to get involved too.
Okay.
One of these ones, I'll have a few minutes to think about it. And closest guess wins.
Well, this pot, not exactly developing into a blockbuster. So if you do want to get involved, DTD player, YouTube chat, we just want estimates on Boris Kolev's hoodie. I have found it online. Like I say, I found it for half price. So I might just snap one up.
Oh.
You know, little discount site.
Camp House here. Deciding Demps. Little one big blinder here. Flop went check, check. Start to try and get value from one club hands. Hand like a 3 or a 5 that check flop. And Boris. This is a little spicy. You know, we can have the best hand with King High. It's going to be awkward to navigate a lot of rivers. Actually, a little surprised he didn't let this one go. Demps, no club in hand.
Yeah. But when you're feeling it, when you're on the, you're running hot, you're riding good, you suddenly see all these extra little avenues you can take.
I tell you something, I've been so impressed with Boris. Like, the way he always is looking at them, right? We had that really amazing hand deep in the 2K where we talked about neck pulse, and he was transfixed on his opponent. And he seems to be really big on live reads to me.
Yeah.
Invariably seems to get them right. It's Camp House here. Goes for a roundabout full pot. River in 2 pair. Trying to get called by a queen. Trying to get called, you know, hero called by a 1 pair holding. Like a 5 or a 3. First time bank deployed. The problem here, Demps, is that this 8 of hearts, for example, not a great card to hold, I don't think, or the king in many ways, right? When we want to bluff catch here. I think we just can't do anything with this one.
Is he thinking about doing something else?
Well, that is the other route to take, and it would be Spice personified. We only really beat like a hand like 6-7. It calls.
Ooh, just non-believer. Okay, 2-pair will get it done. You know, chat kind of taken aback by that big pot. Set of aces v set of queens. Wow. It was a biggie. And we've seen some setups over the last week here. There have been, that's the second set of a set we've had. We had one yesterday. I can't remember if you in the booth.
It was you and Jay, because he was telling me when I came back. 9s over 3s, was it?
That's correct.
Here we go.
Now today we see aces over queens in a spot where your opponent doesn't really rate to have queens too often.
Such a brutal spot. Like, Dom's just absolutely loving life as well. He's like, right, ace king's going to give me a whole load of money here. Some random bluffs will do the same. Super unfortunate.
All right, Andrew, come on, come at me.
Is it
the
time?
The Kolev hoodie.
The problem with this is, right, if I looked at that and didn't have your knowledge, I don't even know how you knew about this designer fella who makes these. I would have just looked at that and thought, with the utmost respect, Boris, I don't really look at that and think, well, that's mega pricey. So you've kind of given me a clue. So, like, I would have said low, but I'll go with, I mean, how much can a hoodie be? Is it going to be something absurd? Right, I'll go with...
It's not absurd.
I'm landing on 300 euros. There we go. I'm going with that. Something like that. I'm a million miles away.
A little bit. You need to treble up in a little bit.
Is it, oh, come on. Really?
You need to spend a little over €1,000 to
For
get
a
hands on
hoodie?
that. But I found a link. I've got a discount site.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, right.
I can get it for
Send it to me, please, so I can get one.
€540 we can get that for.
My word.
The man just won 438k the other day. All they did by the hoodie before that.
More money, more problems, eh? Well, can't have that many.
Yeah.
All right. Enough of my nonsense about hoodies.
Ah, no, we love to bet nonsense. Come on now. It's day one.
Okay, well, anyway, it's fine. Sergey folded. We're back to it. Really, though?
Yeah.
€1,000 for a hoodie.
Yeah.
I'm a man of simple, means. I was brought up to respect money.
Yeah.
And, just take one step at a time. I actually think I would have an anxiety attack if I was to spend €1,000 on a hoodie.
You get a bit sweaty if your luggage got lost, wouldn't you, when you're traveling? It doesn't take too much to replace my my Zara and H&M collection. But
could you imagine being on the phone to the insurance guy and they're like, "Sir, what were the contents of the bag?" And you're like, "Well, about £6 worth or whatever." And they're like, "Well, what was the most expensive item?" "Well, in fact, it was a mouse hoodie where it's got a speech bubble saying more money, more problems. Pay me.
Yeah.
I want my insurance."
What is the max insurance you get on lost luggage, I wonder? What do they cover up to? It's got to be a number.
$5,000? I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like it would be more, but yeah, who knows? Oh, I'm just looking at our tournament clock, and it shows the names of other people in this tournament we've not seen it. And I see two I'm excited to see. One, Tom Bedell, and then just under him in the alphabet order was, of course, Aquino, the man who came second to Boris.
Let's go, Aquino.
The other day, and was by far and away the most exciting player at that final table. Right, let's come back to things, because Gusev has raised with ace-king. Boris Kolev on the button, looks down at 2 6s. He has enough to pique his interest. Wants to see 3, and he's going to see 3, but he's going to go 3-way. Dominic from the big blind with that really small stack after the brutal cold deck of aces of queens v aces, pardon me, on a ace-queen flop. 10-4-4. Flop doesn't look so bad for Kolev, but Gusev, who has basically been relentless in the pots he's been in, right?
He basically 100% c-bet demps. And once again, Boris going to be put in this really annoying spot with a hand that figures to be good a decent amount of the time. But when you're facing these large size-ins from Gusev, just an inherently uncomfortable situation. Of course, has Dom behind him. But he is, this time, going to say to Gusev, all right, let's see a turn. Turn is a 7 of clubs. Pretty good one for Kolev. Look at this from Gusev. Just fires again.
Yeah, and last time, of course, we saw Kolev, what was it, peer with 9s and fold on a Jack 8-5 ball to a C-bet. This time he sticks around, but again, faces the second barrel. And I mean, Kolev won't be aware of the hands yet, but maybe he's just sort of picked up, like we have, on Gusev's willingness to sort of just barrel and says, hey, I want to see 2 cards.
Yeah.
I'm fed up with... Wow, 100K.
Oh, and who bluffs here? This is a wild one. One thing I will say, Demps, about the turn is that Boris did another one of those pretty large C-bets and then followed it up with a very small bet on the turn. Now, like most...
Oh,
Let you listen away.
sorry. He's asked for how much is behind. Is he going to try and like go and try and make him fold an overpair? Is he thinking about repping a 10 here? Plausible. Called the flop, called the turn.
It is plausible, but it's a kind of strange situation where Gusev should check this river a lot, right? Like if Gusev has jacks through aces, you're not happy with this river. So when he does bet 100K, now he sort of becomes, in my eyes, a bit more polarized to like a 10 or a bluff. So do we really want to turn 6s into a bluff when we either jam into a 10 ourselves or we can beat ace high or some random 8-9 that's just going ballistic here? I mean, ace high should never bluff, right, either, so it's very confusing spot.
We've left the tree.
We have left the game tree, that's a good way to say it.
And so, Kolev right into the sort of the exploit mindset here.
I think he might flick it in.
He does make the call, just wants to see it. He's folded too many times.
Yeah.
Gusev knows he is no good. Kolev, here we go. The EAPT Grand Final champion is thriving here on the feature table at Merit.
Really nice. I think just a very confusing sort of line. You know, he didn't have much time to delve there. It happened relatively quickly. But Gusev, he goes big bet flop, small bet turn, then sort of back to big bet river. It doesn't make too much sense for value, especially on that river pair in the board with the 10. Well done, Boris. Picked it off nicely. Interesting one. You're right. We certainly did leave the tree. I like that, Demps.
I'd say we left the forest. I didn't see the trees. It's often the case here.
Credit to Gusev for being in there fighting. Tough to bet that river.
I like
of all rivers to bet.
Kind of fun. My best to flop. You may well have the best hand still, gets called. Could still have the best hand on the turn, but wants to start applying some pressure. And obviously can get paid off. We can get called perhaps by some draws, some of those turn club combos. And then on the river says, hey, there's just too many of these sort of like 6s type hands. I want to go after them.
Yeah. Yeah, very interesting spot.
Tar with a little mic help. He's settled. Oh, he was. There we go.
We can hear you, Bitar. I'm still reeling from the 1K hoodie, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. One day, Andrew. One day.
Honestly, even if I was like stupidly rich.
No day?
I don't know.
Not on a hoodie?
That's it for
like
me.
On a nice suit
or something.
Jacket or...
Kilt, a suit.
Right.
Just a nice, even a
Formal
nice
wear.
pair of shoes maybe.
Right.
I just think a hoodie is a bit much for me.
Too much?
There you go.
Okay. I said jacket there to make myself feel better. You left it out there, but it's fine.
Now, Gusev continues to be a bit of an unknown quantity. He's in there mixing it up. Limps ace 7+1. Streltsu going to try and pound stamps. ISO in 8-9 suited in the cutoff.
Goal.
Gusev, not to be denied, wants to see 3. Quite like this from Streltsu, sort of recognizing Gusev's in there a bit too often. Let's try and get him heads up. And they do go heads up to the Queen 8-5. Streltsu flopping best. Gusev comes up basically empty. Does decide on c-bet, as you would expect with the betting lead, and that's handover. What were some of the other guesses? Did we have some guesses in the chat about that?
Not too many. I think everyone was just too flabbergasted about set of a set.
Yeah, what a hand that was.
I can say, like, set of a set's one thing, I always think. The set when it's aces and queens is just like, come on. No one needs that much help. Just let the man do his money in on a 10-4-3 flop, you know?
Yeah. And it was also so different because Dom didn't 3-bet the original opener, and people normally 3-bet there, I think.
Yeah. Again, just goes to show the creativity that is synonymous with Domnich.
Yeah.
Not saying he's the only person in the world who wouldn't 3-bet there. I mean, lots of players will have some frequency of flat, but it just always seems to be he's the one kind of treading a different path.
Yeah, agreed. Now then, Boris getting a little spicy. 10-7 suited from this position. Typically a little wide, but he's in there. Round 2, Sergey. Gonna flat on the button with the pocket 5s. Just a shade over 40 blinds deep. Makes sense. Has enough chips to speculate. Round to Tamel. One of these kind of unappetizing complete stamps. I'd quite like to see fold, actually. You know, Kolev's very deep. There are, like, reverse implied here. I don't think it plays amazingly well. He does decide to flick it in.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying there. I like the idea of fold with the occasional aggression in there, maybe even. As it is, defends. And on this occasion, is live with that ace. I mean, even more so on an ace-queen for board.
Yeah. Boris has the decision point immediately. You know, arguably this is our board more than anyone else, and we can do some c-betting, but into 2. And with one of those combos, Demps, you know, kind of blocking the immediate folds, like 9-10 of hearts, type hands, 7-8 of hearts. So he's going to check for now. And we get to have some fun now, because Sergey has one of these ones that starts to bluff.
Ooh.
You know, we have a backdoor wheel. We can fold out some better pairs, right? We're not going to fold out an ace, of course.
Right.
But if Kolev's sitting there with pocket jacks, for example, we just get him to lay it down occasionally on the flop.
Yeah, and even for Tamil as well, he's going to have, I guess, some of those hands, like a bad queen in the big blind that's called, like a queen 7 of hearts or something that's not going to love facing a bet here. Certainly won't love it over 2 streets. And as you mentioned, it kind of always seems that these pairs like to barrel off multiple streets. And they're very rarely one, are they?
Yeah. Kind of want to see a blank here so that we get to see what happens. A deuce or a 3 would be interest also for Sergey. And of course, Demps, the benefit of if you do hit a 5, it's the most disguised set in the world. Kind of hits the crossbar. 6 of hearts turn.
Just case in point that the guys at the table were half expecting Dominic to turn over a set of 6s in that big pot because he check raised ace queen 3 and then wanted to get him on a 6. They were like, well, the only hand that makes sense here is a 6.
Now then, Sergey, is it time to pull the trigger? These spots I find really fascinating in general. You know, Tamel, typically quite capped here, Demps. You know, he can slow play some 2-pair combos like an ace-4, right, on the flop. Top and bottom can be the ones that like to slow play. But for the most part, he has 1 pair here, right? Or maybe a king-jack, king-10 that we can definitely get to fold. You referenced the Queen X occasionally is going to be in there. And normally his strongest hand is like a medium-strength ace. And you really can put pressure on, right? It's not like Sergey can't have ace-queen here himself. He would definitely flat the button with very high frequency, actually, against the open. He's going to have a bunch of ace-jack suited, ace-10. Might get it through, and look at that.
There we go.
Very nice work from the Spaniard.
Incredible stuff, and exactly what you suggested could happen
On one
pot when we're looking at the decision point of that ace-7. So
it's so hard to play multi-way, even when you hit it.
No.
Yeah.
You know, against these killers.
2 hearts?
And it's hard to blame him, right?
No.
Hard to blame him for
2
folding.
hearts is a good hand, right?
No, I didn't have 2 hearts. I think I had 1 heart.
I had 2 hearts.
You had 2 hearts. Yeah.
Why, there was a flush?
I made a pretty big lay down. There was no flush, no. Not yet.
Really interesting, Demps, that, you know, Tramel there suspects he was bluffed.
yeah,
No,
It's so hard, right, to click call, and then you know it's probably coming on the river.
You can see it later.
You asked me
Great
to
hand.
see it later, so I don't mind saying the truth. I had 5-5.
5-5? Nice.
There was a 5 at the flop.
No. Ace queen 4.
I fold the best hand.
One of the 3.
Dominic's so funny.
So funny, isn't he?
So dry.
He's got the most underrated sense of humor going,
really
I'm telling
does.
you. People just don't get it.
Fantastic. Kolev from +1, getting a little fruity, as you mentioned before, perhaps just feeling the rush, playing the run.
Yeah.
And Bitar with ace-5 of diamonds, going to get sticky once more. This is a very playable one on the button with the ace-5 of diamonds. And Tamil, here we go. Ace-Queen O in the small, seeing an open from early and a flat on the button. Attractive to perhaps squeeze against that button range, but he probably isn't as aware as we are that Kolev's opening this wide, right?
I think this is kind of mandatory in my eyes. That just let's
65?
just get, yeah, I really like it. Very nice size and choice too. Sort of 11 big blinds. We're very deep. I like this a lot, Demps. Just sort of thin the field. You can just pick up this pot. Boris is in there. Like, he knows that Boris is capable. And Bitar has a pretty, I don't want to say fully capped range, but he's not going to have any really strong hands when he flats button at this depth, you wouldn't think. And we can get him to continue with some hands we crush.
Yeah, and here we go. He flicks it in with that suited wheel ace on the button. And a Jack-10 deuce board, well, would have been the one for Kolev. But as it is, these two, neither of them enjoying seeing that too much.
Yeah, these are really quite interesting spots. You know, we are going to have quite a lot of sort of ace-king, ace-queen types to go with our really strong hands, like the aces, kings, queens, and the like. I wouldn't have hated to see check here. I don't think it's out of the realms, but typically you just see people go ahead and c-bet. And it is just going to dislodge lots of holdings. You're going to put 8s, 7s, 9s in an uncomfortable spot right off the bat. Well done, Tamil.
Yeah, nicely done.
Fantastic for feature table for him so far. Everything going his way. Interesting, I always enjoy watching these. Like, we've seen Boris deep in tournaments a lot, where we've picked up the coverage when he's deep. And obviously then, if you don't have the big stack, you have to be a little cagier. And he was so aware at that 2K final table of the ICM and of, you know, whereas here we see him with the big stack day one, he's probably just thinking, right, you know what, I'm going to get after it here and try and bag a big stack.
Freewheeling.
Yeah, changing gears, like, it's a lot of fun for us to watch.
Yeah, and I mean, you're understating, I think, how much of a short stack he had the other day.
Yeah, he was, yeah, absolutely.
Came in with a micro stack.
Shortest, right?
Oh, by far. He had just 2% of the chips in play to start that final table. Had to 50x to get the victory, but that's what he did.
This level and another one.
Yeah, then break. Oh, what do you mean?
Yeah, for the break.
Yeah.
Kolev, therefore, from under the gun, is going 2.5x like he did the previous hand. The two opponents from that one are out.
And dinner break at level 9, I guess.
I think that makes sense, yeah.
For the day, you mean?
Dinner break.
Dinner.
Now, level 6 is, after the level 6 is the normal break, I guess. And then...
It's not just me, but it's the players who want to know when they get fed here, Andrew.
I don't know what time.
Queen Jack Deuce.
I don't blame them. The food is something else. Very nice board for Kolev to attack. Backdoor nut flush draw. Immediate outs to Broadway. Overcard. Facing a big blind defend. Seems like an absolute fist pump c-bet. Here it comes.
8:30. No, 50-minute break.
Oh, 60k c-bet? No. Was it?
6 hours.
What are the yellow chip stamps?
I'm going to VAR.
Yeah.
Yellows are 25s.
Yeah, it was just 25k. Okay.
Okay.
That would have been a pretty wild spot to... I mean, it wouldn't be unreasonable, but it would seem non-standard. Thought he was coming in with the old over 2 pots. As it stands, easy pickup for Boris. I had the pleasure of playing with Camp House on day 1 of the 2K.
Okay.
Really impressed with him. Although he was, in his own words, rampantly hungover.
Oh.
Yeah, rampantly. I might have added the rampantly, actually. You know, I like.
What was your
to turn
perception?
phrase.
He made it hungover.
He looked rough.
Okay.
I told him to get a Bloody Mary.
Oh, that's actually some pretty sound advice.
That's good advice, right? You know, I look out for the welfare of the players here.
Obviously, we have made a lot of reference to the wonderful...
Thumbs all in.
Okay.
Sorry, Demps, to cut you off.
Oh, rightly so. The poker must come first, then I'll come back to my discussion of food and drink.
Oh, he's got it in good.
He has. Doesn't mean anything, though.
You got fives?
It's all about who has it
No, it's a
best on the
fair fight.
end.
Pair of fives.
Fair fight, it's a flip.
Ah, fair fight.
Premium
Yeah.
holding for my spot. And it's kind of. It's like, ooh, an ace.
Yeah, fair fight, fair fight.
Nine, eight, deuce. Pretty good one for Dom. He won't be complaining at that board. And, well, there you go.
Wow.
Secures the double. Breathe. Yeah, what I was going to say,
Must stay.
obviously we've made a lot of reference to the fantastic hospitality here in the form of the outrageously good food. But as mentioned, everything here is free, including the alcohol. If you wish to get fired up, he just looked at me and went, oh, is it? Like, come on now. I know you're dry this trip, but I've been here before when you've been indulging.
It is just amazing. Like, I just love... Like, it never ceases to sort of blow me away. You just go up to the bar, you know, you can say, oh, can I have 2 mojitos, please? And just... The service is so insane that, you know, they just bring it over to your table and you never put your hand in your pocket. Like, just one of the... It genuinely is the best place in the world, in my opinion, to play poker.
Yeah.
And we've been to lots of places, you and I, over the years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. In fact, I'm already salivating at the thought of... Obviously, by the time I finish my stint today with my last day here,
Yeah.
I'm already thinking about celebrating with a little glass of wine with my dinner.
Oh,
It's going to be lovely.
what is it you like to call it? A little splash.
A little splash.
Yeah.
Just a splash.
Well, Sergey, a little splash of his own. Pocket sevens +1. Tamel,
Splash is the sort of thing you have when you're having your dinner and then going back into commentary. That little taster.
oh, it's going to be more than
I'm
a
having a
splash.
glass. You know,
Alright.
you know, I've been known to have a splash at dinner, just a taste to accompany the food.
Yeah.
And let's get that glass full.
You've earned it, my friend.
Thank you.
A good stint this week. Tamel decides to flat Queen Jack of Clubs hijack. Certainly one he could have considered the more aggressive option, but lands on call.
And Kolev then with some sort of options here. Let's have a look.
Interesting. This would be my least preferred.
Yeah.
I just think at this stack depth, these hands perform pretty badly.
Obviously, in this particular instance, not to be results oriented, fantastic, because we do actually dominate Tamil. But I hear what you're saying. You just quite often you can be dominated, and there's not much.
Yeah.
Unless you get like a really solid flop, it's very hard to sort of call off multiple streets. But let's see here, because he's actually got a pretty good one in King 8-8, but may face heat because Tamil has clubs.
Yeah, I mean, Sergey here with a pretty unappetizing continue. One thing he does have going for him, he's in early, probably covers this board better than the rest. So he's going to start with a small one.
He is relentless, isn't he?
Yeah.
The Spaniard fires off 10K.
Yeah, this is going to be intriguing because it's very likely to go call, call. I don't think Tamil will raise this. You know, his hand just has a lot of equity. We can bluff later. And now, this is the problem. You know, I know Boris has the best hand and he may well win this pot. But immediately, Demps, this is uncomfortable. Like, you know, we can just be up against King, Queen, Ace, King, Aces.
Yeah.
8-9 suited in the hijack, right? Even Sergey's going to open some 8-9 suited of his own.
And this is
He's
a good
going
flop
to
for us.
raise. Here we go.
Ooh, hello, okay.
Okay.
Wow, differing path. Piques my interest. Not what I was expecting to see.
No, me either.
It's not a raise to find out where we are going to bet, but it's not far off that, is
I mean,
it?
it kind of is.
Yeah.
In many ways. Now, Sergey deciding what sort of hands out of the small blind will bluff raise. I don't think it really... Wow, really? Okay. We are in the streets.
Andrew, I'm clocking off.
Yeah.
I'm lost.
I mean, Sergey's just planning to represent
Right.
stronger hand by river, or he thinks that this is just flush draw heavy, and he may go into station mode. Pretty wild one. And now what do you do?
Well, Sergey's got to be just trying to rep, like, kings full, ace, king, aces, right?
Or he thinks he's against the nut flush draw and is going to hero down. 'Cause that's the only other thing.
And Tamil behind with the queen high flush draw. Non-nut flush draw on this pair board. I like the fold because I'm actually thinking, like, Sergey can have kings full here and can have like ace queen, ace jack of clubs. Kolev can have a nut flush draw as well. Kolev could have an 8 that makes its way into a boat as well.
Definitely.
On a club that gets me the flush. So I like that fold. And now, suddenly, what goes on here? I mean, strap in. Andy, we have a little piece of paper here where we're supposed to write down very intriguing hands.
Yeah.
Hand numbers. I'm not going to see the action on the turn. I'm writing this one down.
Write it down.
It's already going in.
68.
See now,
68.
credit to Boris. I mean, I wonder if he knows his hand's good. Because you can't really know, right? So, like, Sergey's not going to re-raise flop with any better king. He's not going to raise the flop with aces.
I mean, I'm assuming I'm dead here when I've been called by the pre-flop raiser.
If he calls
three-way
again,
and called
please-
the check raise.
Please call again, Sergey. Let us see this go to the river.
Is there any part of this that he's just thinking, hey, look, I got the 7 of hearts and the 7 of diamonds, the 8 of clubs and the 8 of spades on board. They're pretty decent blockers against
is.
the 8x.
It absolutely is.
And he can have 7-8 himself, right? Still opening from +1.
Here we go.
No way. No way.
I mean,
What is going on?
I think the part of it, Demps, is that Boris should never raise a king, in my eyes, on the
Right.
flop. So all of a sudden, now he's either bluffing with a find a check.
Oh, he's got to find a check, hasn't he?
I don't know, though. The problem is you don't want aces checking back. You don't want the nut flush draw that Sergey has to check back and take showdown.
Right, but
I know.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Is this a time for one of our tiny bets?
This is it. 25k.
Just a blocky 25k.
And 8 might do this,
Right.
which makes this really fun.
Oh,
Did it!
He's done
All right, we're the best in the world.
We've got it for the first
Oh,
time.
and he's gonna go for it for sure.
We've finally got our 10% block. It's come in. This is the most intriguing hand we have seen up to now.
He's 100% going for it. It's whether he goes all in. Like, Sergey's an animal. There's no way he doesn't go for it.
He's just up against an 8 a lot. He's played this like he's got a king. He has to go for it. How can we get this far with 7s and not go for it?
So 200k. Incoming. Leave yourself 3 blinds. What a fabulous hand of poker. We've got a little giddy. It's hard to imagine he doesn't bluff this one.
This is amazing. What an incredible hand here.
Sensational. Here we go. Oh, Boris is just dreaming.
Everything but one chip. Boris with the snap.
Oh,
Sergey's got a table 7.
Look at Dom.
What?
He has to show.
No, he doesn't.
No, I
He
fold.
has 5
I
behind.
fold.
Oh, I see.
He left 5 behind.
Oh, it was a jam and a fold? Oh, okay, so he jammed it in for the additional 5k, so he just had to fold.
What do you mean?
I fold.
He fold.
He fold. You fold?
Yeah, I fold.
Yeah, all good.
But we want to see the hand.
That's all his hand. We wanted to see.
That's all his hand.
That's all right. Nice hand.
My word. Dare I say it, the most fun hand of the week.
I love this place. Unbelievable. What a great hand. Sergey, though, like, I almost just want to say take a bow anyway. Like, what an absolute animal. Kind of deciding Demps, I guess. We're against the nut flush draw a fair bit, right, before we get to river. And then once the king picks... Sorry, go on.
It would still be fun if you just shot 1-7 out, 7 high. Did you block the king 7 suited?
Block both 7-8 suited, Dom.
He folded and showed the 7s. That's what happened there.
Right.
And he's saying, wait, I didn't fold a chop, did I? Like, the heroic.
Gotta block king 7 suited.
What an amazing hand of poker. That was
That
great.
was something else.
Really great.
And my favorite part is we just got to see the 10% bet we've been crying out for all week.
No. And well done, Boris, to find that, by the way. Easy to get too excited and just bet too large on this
Right.
river.
Jam. Bet half.
Yeah. Awesome. One of the most fun hands
just run it for
I've
TV.
ever had the privilege to cover. Fantastic.
Yeah.
What a couple of beasts, just in different ways in that hand.
Look at this. Kemphouse from the cutoff, raising it up. Kolev wasting no time.
Oh.
Going after him. And Dom with 10s in the big blind. More than enough, especially against these two opponents. He's going to run it. And Kemphouse will make way whilst Kolev forced to call. But got a suited ace. You've always got a chance. 1 in 3 times. You will win. That's why we love the suited aces.
Sure is. And Dom with a chance, Demps, to get back to 2/3 starting stack.
half. We are 400k in this high roller.
Sorry, thought it
I
was.
was just only because I was going to say half myself before you chimed in, but yeah, a chance to certainly begin the spin with the blinds about to go to 4k, 8k. Certainly have some playability. An 8-6-3 flop. Kolev with some extra hope. Kolev, amazing how he just got fully paid off in that last hand. Now needs a little help to make himself get paid. And that's what he's going to do.
Wow.
The ugly way. Dom with just a smile. What else could he do? This man has run horribly here. Of course, the damage done with his pair of queens. Flopping a set against Tamel's set of aces. And then as the spin was just about to get underway, dealt another blow. Andrew, I see there are currently 79 entries. Within 1 minute, there will be 80. Because that man is hopping straight back in.
He's definitely coming back in. And Boris Kolev, what a few minutes for him. One of the most sensational hands of the week a few moments ago, and then runs down the pocket tens of Domnich. Catapults himself, Demps, up that leaderboard.
Yeah, there we go. 1.2 milli. 3x the starting stack. He and Tamo at that mark. Well, see, still very early stages here in the needle for Sergey. Just less than one big blind. And he's got 5k, and I believe is all in this hand, right? And yeah, I think we do big blind first here, so he will at least be able to spin that up rather than just be fighting for his own ante.
Like that hand just... Like I could try and analyze that hand for days and still enjoy every moment of looking through it. You know, most players wouldn't c-bet, I think, or find the heart to c-bet. Almost all players fold to the re-raise on the flop.
Oh, forget it. Look,
everybody folds turn.
Even Kolev raising. It's not something we expected to see at all.
No.
Neither of us thought Kolev was going to check raise.
Just a fascinating
In fact,
hand.
the only person we played long there with was Tamo Tamel, where we call the flush draw, get check raise, overcalled, we'll just let that one go.
We got the river right.
We did.
10%.
We did get.
Other than that, we were kind of lost, but just high level poker from both players. Fantastic.
And yeah, I think just even the fact that it was the red sevens on the two back eights and the flop just blocking all the 7-8 suited, just...
I think that's why he's in there. Incredible hand. I'm definitely watching it back.
Good friends, eh?
Bitar has laced it here, Demps.
Ah, yeah. With
5x open.
Yeah, just going after the all-in from the big blind for 5k, very peculiar.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this.
And that's what they were joking. Oh, you're good friends? You're trying to keep your man in? So we will play a very large side pot here.
Yeah.
As Gusev wants to play his ace-jack, and understandably so. The Queen 7-8 board is the one that sees Sergey take the lead with that pair of sevens. But as mentioned, the side pot's certainly more significant than the, what, 19k in the main by my reckoning.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued to see how Bitar handles this. We've sort of made a rod for our own back, so to speak, with this massive open pre. Compelled to c-bet. Do improve to an open-ender, Demps, after betting 1/3 on this flop and being looked up.
Sergey with 2 pair now.
Yeah, this gets real murky, because this is not a card that we want to see from under the gun when we've 5x'd very often. But all of a sudden we kind of feel, well, I might just have to run this one.
Here we go.
Super tricky.
55k is the wager.
Well done.
We'll get a fold, and Sergey's going to see, hey, look.
That's a good start.
Oh, he hasn't looked yet.
Oh,
Well, he sees 2 pair.
far ahead.
10,000 I can win.
Okay,
Five, five from each.
good.
Past the small blind.
You happy?
I hope you really
You're
will.
happy and I'm happy, right?
This should have 90. Oh, there's no small blind, of course, because Dom just busted. There we go.
Oh, I know. I mean, I thought he had
The queen.
Well, there we go. So I get up
Good
to
protection.
15k. Yeah, apologies. Domnich busted the last hand. There was no small blind, just a solitary big blind, no ante, that led to the monstrous pre-flop raise.
It's not bad after all.
And yeah, not bad after all at all, because he got to pick up the side pot, did Mr. Bitar.
Yeah, got the job done, James.
was a nice mistake.
For you, doesn't make any.
For me, it doesn't matter, but for you, it's good.
Yeah,
For
okay.
him, but
Makes more sense that he'd obviously misclicked.
Oh, he
open.
misclicked P.
I
There
thought
we
that must be the
what's the
case.
comeback
Okay.
I'm gonna do.
Yes.
Can feel it. You're not enjoying much your first time in TV table, right? You're not playing any hand.
I open raise one time.
Fair.
Yeah, but before TV you was raising a lot. What happened?
Before TV, and now chill.
Now people watching, huh?
Yeah.
Building tight image.
8 deuce suited on the button.
He did open the 8 deuce.
3's under the gun.
He isolated 8-9 suited. I mean, these guys giving him a hard time.
He's happy for the image.
Yeah. Tamel, our big winner so far. Pocket jack stamps from under the gun. Sergey commits the last of his chips.
And why not? Let's continue the spin. 6-5 suit seems like a pretty good hand to do it with. Bitar, an option to close.
Now will be a good time.
That's less than.
Yeah, the fact that you get to realize equity down the street's a good
Right.
amount here kind of compels you to flick it in.
Yeah,
I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all.
Side pot will only be 4K.
Yeah.
So not much reason.
Protection post flop. He's going to bluff you.
I mean,
Sergey's having a great time for a guy that just got stacked.
having a bit of fun, hey. High rollers, you do tend to see this early on. A lot of players that are very comfortable saddler poker tables.
Right.
Laughing and joking. Something that moves away quite a lot on day 2s, but day 1s, they're nice to take a glimpse at. Well, a 6 in the window with a 5 behind. So I guess just... It's fantastic. 8-6-4 though. Macy, Tamil generate some sort of side pot.
Yeah, I wonder how he looks to approach it. You will see some donk lead in here.
Here we go. Bitar does bet 10K into that dry pot, saying, hey, look, I've got something here.
Yeah.
But if he says he's got something, and if you're Tamil spot here with just 2 big cards, kind of hard to fold just yet anyway for that sizing. So comes along with his 2 jacks.
I like
Play
just call.
Yeah.
I like just call. Your opponent should play quite honest down the streets here on like a card like this, for example.
Right.
He has a really big hand like a straight and stuff. People typically just keep putting money in the pot. And now we can be pretty confident that jacks are good. Decision on whether to still just check back, pot control, or go ahead and just define the big blind range now. Decides on that route, James. And gets an extra 25K.
Yep. So far, obviously,
So
plenty
far.
of outs for Bitar.
So far, of course.
Run down those 2 jacks. That not one of them. And Sergey doesn't mind even seeing this action, especially on that run out, because, hey, there's certainly plenty of 1-pair hands that want to bet for value.
Yeah. Wonder now, Tamel does have that decision point demps. We can still get value.
I think we go for a little bit, don't we?
Yeah, probably do go for value from like an 8x. Hand like a 6-7 type. Try and get them to flicking chips.
Also, the way the kind of bantery nature of this table makes it feel like there could be some bluffs in here, because it's quite funny almost.
It feels like quite a weak line from Bitar, not to be unkind. You know, it doesn't feel like our jacks are no good.
Right. And nicely done.
Nice lay down.
A7. No. Yeah. Well, it's a good start.
Let's start. Boom.
Boom chakalaka.
All in blind
What a
twice,
show.
2-pair
You're
twice.
25.
Okay, up to, what, 53K. He has some decisions to make now.
Yeah. All of a sudden, he's got 7 blinds.
In profit,
Spin up in progress.
somehow.
Very bad protection already.
And what a great little spell.
Would have been nice though, A7, and I just win like with a 5. Would have been more nice for the show.
On we go. If you are just joining us, guys, this is the 10K Mediterranean Poker Party High Roller. 1 million guaranteed on this one. We look all set to smash that. Numbers going up all the time. People hopping into the 10K after busting that main event day 2. That is still in progress. Out in the main room, we're going to be bringing you coverage of the final day of that event on Sunday. As it stands, we've got day one of this high roller today, and then
I'm doubling again. I might
covering
win.
it to a conclusion tomorrow, Demps.
But I can bust you, they're not lucky like me.
Now then,
That's a voice of confidence, isn't it? I can bust you.
My brother yesterday came to the TV table in the main event with 3 big blinds for the last 3 levels and backed over 90 big blinds. So it might be you as well. Might actually be your seat.
I think this table works this way usually.
Fair.
I started 2K with 6 blinds, the final.
Yeah, the final table? Nice.
So I think it's because of the table, you know.
Okay.
It's coming to you.
Yeah, it's just the energy.
I should end it.
Tamil defends. King 4. Yeah, very true. As I mentioned at the top of the show, Timo, Lars' brother, did indeed yesterday come to the feature table with 3 blinds. It was, the only correction there was it was 2 levels, because 50-minute levels in that main event on day 1. So just in just 2 levels, went from 3 big blinds to the table chip leader bagging up at the end of the night.
that's an otherworldly spin.
If you think about it, that's he had 90 big blinds coming back for the next day. So at the previous blind level, as it were, considerably more would be like 150 blinds at the level he come from. You know, 50x his stack, kind of thing.
Was it just a series of all-ins, or
He obviously just had to win a couple of all-ins to start with.
yeah?
Then, when he had maybe enough chips to have folded queens pre-flop in a big spot, he did decide to go with it. We were positing that it could go either way with it. Fortunately, he was up against ace-king and won a huge double up, and then just continued to run good, and then picked off a huge bluff, like right towards the end of the night. And hey presto, all the chips.
Brilliant stuff.
And as Boris points out there, he came to farm table of the EAPT Grand Final with just 6 blinds of the 312 blinds in play at that point. Ended up winning it.
Just shows you, James, no limit hold'em, anything can happen. You're never out the door. As things just settle, we can take a breath, as we like to say.
Anything can happen,
Yeah,
and it usually does.
brilliant. Thoroughly enjoying bringing you guys the coverage. Myself, Andrew Headley, and James Dempsey on comms. We're losing James tomorrow, which is, I'm actually very sad about. You know, I like to josh you. Myself and Jay Harwood will be covering the final 2 days of this year's MPP. We see Kolev.
I'm going to be out there in the
Will you be having a watch?
in the YouTube comments.
Beautiful. Now then, Bitar, very playable, Jack-9 suited. I like this, Stamps. Kolev's been very active. We have a hand that can flop big, got position. Going to try and take a look at 3.
And Gusev, he would have had the option there with Jack-10 off, but deciding not wanting to play 3-way with an offsuit combo.
Actually, don't mind it.
Yeah.
Kind of 23 blinds, a little awkward. Might be feeling a little snake bit.
Ace Trey with spades. Kolev, the betting lead, and reason to continue.
Yeah, lots of good things happen here with a small bet. You know, you just fold out all these Broadway hands that don't connect. You can fold out some pocket pairs. Very nice. Boris is feeling it. Just has that momentum. He's got that big win under his belt. All going his way at the moment. 1.2 million and change. 3x his starting stack. He's going to be a big threat in this field. Action back on Boris. Ace-7 out of the way. Streltso. Not much to work with thus far at the feature. The other players were teasing him a little.
This is a good-natured table, I'd say.
Yeah.
I'd say.
Well, Tamel, King-8. Certainly enough to open from the button. Round 2 Camp House, likely compelled to defend, is dominated with Jack 8. Certainly a strong enough holding. Flicks in call. Queen, 7 queen. 2 spades, 1 club. Intriguing one. Tamel basically comes up empty. Camp House with one of these hands that wraps around the board pretty well. Won't be shocked to see him take this Demps. Queen, Queen, 7. Do you have backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw? Also Jack of clubs in hand, which is going to block hands that continue versus check raise. You know, if Tamel has a hand like Ace Jack of clubs, Jack 10 of clubs that could float, I think he's going to raise here. Good to see that we're on point in the booth. Well, these guys, they just never miss these spots anymore. So tough to play against.
You say we, which is rather kind, because I didn't see it. But
I saw it. Now, just because I know you should do it doesn't mean that I'm capable. But when I'm in the booth, it's easy to say that they're capable. Very nice, Camp House. Part of the game these days, right? Everyone just quite savage with these 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush bluffs.
Yep, certainly are.
Thoroughly enjoyable feature. Really loved it.
The MPP main event trophy that will be handed out in 2 days' time. Someone will walk away with $1 million. What would you do with $1 million, Andy?
Ooh, that's a good question. You know what?
Could I buy some hoodies? Maybe 1,000 of them?
I would buy you $1,000.
$1,000 hoodie?
I will send you that exact hoodie, signed by the designer for an extra 500. I'll tip him. I'll be out there just handing them out. If I had $1 million, I'd be a very happy man. No, I'm kind of, you know me these days, I'm a little more shy and retiring. I would do something probably boring and just invest in a nice little property for me and my beloved. Yeah, as you know, we are expecting. So we're very excited about that. And
you know, set up the Litlands future.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's a very boring answer, but
it is a boring answer.
Lovely though.
Your first time you pass on me.
First thing I would do,
go on.
I go to the bar here and buy everyone a drink.
Very nice. Honestly, you're all heart. You really are.
Free bar for those that weren't tuned in 30 minutes ago.
Imagine you just roll in. Free drinks for everybody. Way. People don't need to know. Like you could get them to break out the fancy stuff and claim that you are still footing the bill. Is absolutely everything free? Like there must be some,
anything
badass
premium.
champagnes or
there's premium drinks you can have. There's sort of the house spirit in cocktails you want. If you want to up that game, then obviously other things are available. I don't know what the house vodka or gin or whatever is, but I was in the whiskey lounge yesterday evening during my break and saw a rather well-known player who I'm not going to name because you know I don't want to blast his reputation.
Okay.
Although he's known to enjoy a drink or two whilst playing poker, but he decided to buy himself a little $50 whiskey just to enjoy in the whiskey lounge. And it's the right place to do it.
Why not? Now then.
His name rhymes with Rowdo.
He did seem a bit tilted earlier. A little whiskey might do the job.
He left the bar without paying. I don't mind blasting him for that. The waitress came over after you can see him and said, "Where's who's paying for this?" We're like, "Well, he's gone." And left us with the bill.
Classic. Now then, Streltsu. This is an interesting one. You know, 9-7 is these kind of mid-range ones. You spoke to me the other day on stream about unpolarizing oneself. And this seems to be one of these situations. Going to raise 9-7. You typically will see check. Kolev in there with a very nice king 10.
So be careful when you call someone a nit. They were joking that he hasn't raised too many hands.
Maybe he's tilted.
Here you go. Have that up, yeah. Kolev's more than happy. The king 10. And like you mentioned, look at this again. Just eagle-eyed. Eyeballs moving from the head to the neck.
Streltsu decides to check back. I'm actually quite a fan of this. You know, Kolev's limp call range connects with this board very hard. You know, he's going to have a bunch of these like Jack 9, 10x, Queen X, King 9s. Like, we're not going to dislodge any of them on the flop. So Streltsu deciding he's going to try and delay and potentially have the opportunity to bluff later. And if Boris leads, which it looks like he's going to do, you know, there's not too much harm done. I would imagine we just give up on this one. Meaty sizing.
Yeah, very meaty sizing.
Boris just knows where he's at. I don't mind this, Streltsu. Pretty interesting combo to use pre. Not one I'd use myself, but hey-ho.
Unpolarized.
Yeah. The game just moves in circles and cycles all the time.
It's just a fun word to say.
I like it, though. I like what you were saying with that.
Давай, братан.
Привет.
Fresh meat to the grinder in the form of Nathan Chalskin, I believe, who... Kevin has, Andrew, just finished 10th in the EPT Monte Carlo last week, so super deep run there.
Ah, yeah, that's a tough one to final table bubble. I'm sure he'll reflect positively in
It's a great run.
in time.
Yeah, 70k the payout for that.
I'm having a great time now just having a look at the player list. I saw you pointing at a few of the names. I'm going to have to reference one. He may not thank me for it, but Andrei Petichuk's in there. He, of course, the recipient of an all-time bad beat.
Yeah.
On that 2K final
Ooh,
table.
my word. Not his shots. Hey, look at this chip stack. Is that right? No.
No.
Decimal points been moved around here. That is 438,000.
4.4 million, is it? I don't think so.
Apologies for the old misclick there.
Yeah, gets to defend here with the Ducks. Camp House flops the best of it, bottom pair. Tricky spots, these Demps, for Camp House. Yeah, not surprised to see him check back the 3. Pretty nice turn when you hold that ace-3. In the long term, at least. Now, Chowskin, a couple of options available, Demps. You know, this board connects with him a lot. The 6 pairing, gonna have the best hand with deuces against a lot of different overcard combos. I don't mind this. Decides on small bet. You know, you can get just some quick folds from some kind of king 10s, king jacks that don't have a spade or diamond in that have decided just to give up. Camp House won't go anywhere here. Likely just call, see what happens.
That's the case as we head to the river. The newbie on his way to winning his first pot at the table. If, pardon me.
He actually might value bet here. It seems on the surface like really thin. But you know, there's not too many hands likely to beat us here on the river. Yeah, I'm really not shocked to see it. These elite players, they look for the thin value. I quite like it. 31k. Try and get called by ace high Demps. Basically what he's targeting. Camp House. I think he'll just take a bit of time and call Demps.
Look at Kolev just staring at Chowskin.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to call this one off, I think, with a little bit of thought. Really nice. Some really fun technical hands to watch at this table, you know. There's, on the surface, not much happening there, but Chowskin showing his chops, recognizing, all right, I've got deuces, but these guys are elite, right? He's like, I want to get an extra 30k here from the ace highs, of which there'll be a lot.
Yep. And even, perhaps, some 3x that's dominated, potentially, having peeled from the big. But yeah, nicely called there, Andrew, from you. Ken, you're on point today. We should get you in this tournament. Registration's still open, of course, for 10 levels.
I know a few, you know, I know a thing or two about the game. I can't wait to watch that Sergey versus Boris hand back.
Yeah.
Because that was one spot where we were really, you know, I don't want to say outmatched, but it was just a wild one. I just didn't know. It was so difficult to call.
We were all good right up until the flop. Actually, even pre-flop. You had some criticism, but perhaps of the call from the small blinds. So even there, we weren't on with every street. But that's what makes this game so great.
Yeah, really enjoying it.
Already, as we look at the top right-hand corner of our picture, we see we're at 99 entries. Remember this one with a 100-player guarantee, $1 million.
It's already getting up there.
So I suggested at the top of the show that speculation perhaps could get up to 200 entries in this, and it's very possible, of course. We have 80 players currently in. Obviously, you think re-entry is more likely as time goes by. There we go. Sergey, he's been on the run. Can he continue the spin? This one seems a little less likely. Dominated.
Like Queen Jack, something like this, more fair.
I mean, you're still going to win.
I feel good about you too.
Yeah?
Should have opened for it.
Keep the story alive, right?
Well, the sixes are winning. You know.
Sixes are running, that's true.
It's bad for you that you feel the same way.
Sixes are running.
It's too much hope on this table for the A6 in my mind.
Oh,
well, here we go.
Horrible odds.
An equity
On
flip.
GG, I would win. Here, not sure.
Is it too many outs, Andrew?
is it, Demps? Well, it is through the turn. 10 of spades, no help. Still a ton of outs, but we can see some are dead. Can he get there? 8 of clubs on the river. It was indeed too many outs, Demps.
There we go.
Sergey, right
King
back.
Jack suited?
King Jack off.
King Jack off.
There we go. Discussing the previous hand, because obviously Boris never tabled his hand. There we go. Sergey out to the floor, and he may be the one that takes us up to 100 players, because
8,000.
I'm pretty sure he's coming back in.
He's back in.
It
was like a really lovely moment there where Bitar just like slid over and was like literally like
Actually,
providing the support, you know. He was like right side by side. Come on, mate, you're gonna get there.
Just fives or you need one?
Fives and ones.
Almost.
Almost, yeah.
Almost.
So then, play continues here on day one of this MPP high roller. Plenty of time in late reg left to go as we are on the cusp of that guarantee. Huge credit to all those involved in this series. Obviously the brains behind the EAPT, and then the DTD live crew who operate this MPP festival have smashed the guarantees. I think the PLO fell short by 4 players. Other than that, everything else has done fantastically well. And knowing them as I do, Andrew, this event next year, the guarantees are going to be bigger, aren't they?
Let's go.
This is no privileged information. I just know the people involved. They're not messing around.
Nah, we love seeing it. The people behind the scenes, they're just, for the well-being of poker, we want to see it grow and flourish year on year. I'm with you. Chauskin deciding, 9-3 suited on the button, opens Bitar, very wide defend. Both players with a whole load of nothing, likely to be first bet wins. And we're going to see C-bet a lot here on this board. Going to be hand done unless Bitar wants to do something well outside the box. Half pot from Chauskin. Does the job. Actually great fun reading the names on the left.
Yeah.
It's like really good for us in the booth. We can see exactly who's involved. You can see Mustafa Kanat in there, Ankit Ahuja, Jessica Tussel, whose boyfriend busted her on the stone bubble of the 10K. One of our stories of the week.
Yep, that PLO, that was a funny one. It was all laugh and joking when they got it in because she had the aces and she flopped great, and then all of a sudden he turned some outs and the faces got a bit more stoic. And the river, well, he didn't know where to look.
Oh dear.
Finished second though as well. So I mean, if you are going to knock the misses out, you go on and get a big payday at least, and that's what he did.
He did.
Second to Ludo, of course. You're a very good pal.
Yeah, I believe.
I say that when I say you're a very good pal, as if we don't get on. I have a good relationship with Ludo.
Yeah, Ludo, legend. We love him.
Ah, Gusev with a limp from under the gun. Here we go. What's going on?
Very spicy.
How is Kolev going to respond to this? They've been battling quite a few times when Gusev's opened.
I think he's just going to ISO for sure. Boris is aggressive at the best of times. Gets the green light.
Yeah.
3.5 blinds. Streltsu has had a couple of these spots. It's just...
Oh.
Yeah.
Any cold?
Okay.
Raise.
Very nice. I mean, to say very nice, it's likely to work, I think.
Yeah.
I think just recognizing here that Boris is going to attack this limp.
Right. Boris has actually got one of the best hands that he could attack this limp with and then still fold. Wasn't his plan to fold it, but when Streltsu's just sniped this from the next seat, feels like he kind of just has to begrudgingly fold. But then we've basically got every single one of these spots wrong today so far, Andrew, so nothing would be surprising.
These spots are always fun. It's very much a case of Boris knows that Streltsu knows that he's attacking the limp with a wide range. Now, Ace-Jack's quite high up that range, and if your opponent knows that you are in there with lots of different stuff, might feel compelled to stay there with Ace-Jack, but it's just one of those. Performs so badly, Demps, you don't want to jam for...
Wait, wants to show.
I had one as well.
The old classic.
I was about to say, you got to be careful what you do, because again, it's another time they poked him earlier. This guy was playing all the hands earlier, now he's playing tight, and since then, he's kind of gone after Boris.
So
Yeah.
Ace Jack, something happened.
Oh, there we go.
Streltsu gets a little grin across his face like, yes, I made better fold.
I'm with you, Demp, so very nice point. You know, one of the best hands that he will fold. Like Ace-Queen probably doesn't fold. Ace-Jack off, one of those, just really plays poorly out of position. Well done, Streltsu.
Mr. Batai, he's enjoyed himself on this feature table. We are, of course, fast approaching our first break of the day. Still got a few hands to play, of course, but we'll be sad to see this little ragtag bunch go back to the floor because they've really warmed up on this table.
I've really enjoyed it. Compelling viewing, some super interesting hands. As Boris gets back after it. Ace-9 off from EP. Boris really has been pressing the action with some kind of substandard holdings. Credit to him. Timing has been great. No more so than that King-Jack hand versus our recently departed Spaniard. Round to Gusev. Really hasn't gone his way, Demps. His stack has gone all the way straight down since arrival. Tricky spots for him. We ever had a two-time champ, Demps, at the same MPP? If you just randomly cast your mind back?
MPP, we only had one MPP before, and I don't remember anyone going back-to-back, but I think they've... I'm trying to remember if there's been any merit.
Even at merit, yeah, you had any double champions.
We've certainly had, you know, plenty of people make multiple finals, and especially even winners returning later on to final table. I can't recall someone winning two. I do remember, of course, Edward Bosagian, a man I christened. I'm not sure. I think maybe he was on the stream a lot before you joined us at Merit, but I christened him Edward IV.
Okay.
Because he finished fourth in like every tournament during a series. He came to the stream every time, finished fourth. And the next series, he came back and he went deep in the main event and finished fourth again. He just always finishes fourth.
Desperately trying to stop myself from making a Star Wars pun. I'm sure you know what it is. Tamel, another player who's had a very fruitful couple of hours on the feature.
18.
King Queen. Very strong hand from the button. Now Gusev has gone into his shell a little bit, Demps. That's a reasonable fold in any case. Camp House, one of these guys, just not going to let you get away with much.
No.
This one, more than defendable. Suited 6-3, these guys very deep. 80 bigs plus. Close to 90, in fact. Flicks in a call. Queen in the window, followed by a 9 and an ace. Very likely hand done. Of course, going to see a ton of c-bet here from the button. And Tamel with more than a good enough holding to do so.
15.
It's going to be hand done, I'd say. I think we need to keep our eye on Camp House. Really like how he's been approaching the game. That Jack 8, Jack raise, you know.
Yeah.
Like, You know, he's very aware, finds the ace-3 check back on 8-6-3 and calls 2 streets. Just very tidy overall game.
Yeah, the Kemphouse brothers, certainly a force.
Do we know if he's still in the main, his brother?
I don't know.
Okay. We'll have an investigate.
Well, let me load up Poker News.
Go on, Demps, give us some
I'll
updates.
have a little look. You talk us through this hand.
Okay.
Whilst I have a little gander on Poker. In fact, I'm going to have a little gander and try and give you a little update on who the big stacks are in the MPP main event, because...
Yeah, I like it.
Oh, Farajatin is the chip leader. Leon Sturm, also with a big stack.
Oh, Leon Sturm, another crusher.
Damir Gabdulin, we've seen him quite a bit this series already. He has a 6 million stack. Right up there.
We see Bitar here. Ace-10 of spades in the hijack.
Raymond Kassam, 3.5 million chips. Steven
One
Song.
Raymond.
Steven Song in there. Matas Chimbolas also in there.
Matas is in the mix.
He's great fun on the feature table, isn't he?
He is.
Chat.
What a spin up for Raymond, by the way. He was down to 300k yesterday on stream. Bitar makes it 18k here.
Amana De Nicola, he's in the mix. Mitch Johnson.
Attaboy, Mitch.
Agged a big stack, we know. Still in there.
Now then, Camp House. No, he is going to be the type of man to get involved. Ooh. Lands on call on this occasion. Very reasonable. Going to mix this one between call and 3-bet. And Boris, pocket 9s.
Yeah.
We saw Ludo.
Yeah, I was just thinking.
With 9s. Different to this one.
It's different, but it's not entirely dissimilar.
Yeah.
80.
Here we
He's
go.
going to squeeze it up. And I don't want to guess what's going to happen, but it seems like it's displaying enough strength that these two holdings probably don't want to continue.
Yeah, this is one of these, this ace-10 of spades is like right on the line. It's right on the line. I think ace-9, ace-8 suited go into the muck. But this one has enough playability. I wouldn't be shocked to see call. But rightly so, deploys a time bank, Demps. Tricky situation to be in.
And whilst he thinks, I'm going to answer your question by saying that Timo Kemphouse is still in the main event, showing at 2.5 million chips according to Poker News. So, Kemphouse brothers doing just fine. Here we go then. Bitar is going to stick around, have a look at 3. And instantly, I mean, Boris is clearly a fan of the live reads, but that was something of a tell. But I guess maybe he'd be really interested with the primary hands as well. Not that he is bluffing here with the 2 9s, but he's certainly looking for folds.
Sure. Yeah, Camp House kind of dead money when we squeeze, like most of the time. So seems like a pretty good one to bump up. Bitar, though, deciding, has position, has a very, very playable suited ace-10, even against squeeze. And as flops go, Kolev is loving this one, James. 8-6-6, overpair to the board. Very likely have the best hand. We just go ahead and put more money in.
Seems like that'll be the line that gets taken, but...
90,000.
I mean, you can see some bigger sizings, and it looks like he's landed on half pot. Gonna play this one over 2 streets.
Yeah.
It looks like. Makes a ton of sense with a hand like 9s. Pretty vulnerable. Don't really want to bet like a quarter pot here and incentivize hands like this to continue. Well done, Boris.
Here we go. Boris Kolev ends this frame with yet another victory. The man who won the EAPT Grand Final for over 400,000, over 200 buy-ins, is back at it here in the MPP High Roller.
Is dinner break now?
Oh, dinner break.
It looks like these players are going on a prolonged break. We will, of course, I believe, via the magic of TV, slice that delay down a bit, but confirmation will be coming up. For now, though, Andrew, Boris Kolev taking the chip lead back to the tournament floor. Tarmo Tamel with the second biggest stack, and I'd say our beak is just getting wet in this one.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Really enjoyed that feature. Fabulous performance from Boris. Himself and Tamel, the biggest beneficiaries. Brilliant stuff. We saw some insane hands. The King-Jack one of Boris will live long in the memory. And with that, Demps, we're going on to a break.
On top of the morning, on top of the wave, on top of the team, on top of the days, on top of my purpose. I create. Y'all wanna copy, but we're not the same. Sometimes when it can be dark, sometimes when it can be scary, sometimes you still gotta push on and just do what is necessary. You need that mindset, dog. You're just like a mercenary. You just gotta go push on. You just gotta go and get it.
All right, guys, welcome back here to the Merit. It is, of course, Mediterranean Poker Party, but once more, poker on the back burner. It is time, Jay, for another challenge. And just a refresher of the scores up until now. It is 2 points for myself, 2 points for Andrew, and you have...
0, unfortunately.
Oh, 0?
Yeah, I've only played 2. I'm a bit behind on the played. We have got
excuses.
some air hockey behind us, which I'm pretty confident about and feel like this is what is going to get me off the board.
Well, pride cometh before a fall, perhaps. But Andrew very graciously stepping aside for this one. He thinks he's got enough points already, going to rely on his poker prowess. So me and Jay will battle out for this one. And remember, if I lose, I dump it off to him. Well, guys, we're about to start the game. Air hockey. I was that bad that Jay tried to throw me the puck, and I conceded a goal. And already he's got the ball back. So here we go. Not going well. But remember, I'm dumping this one off to him.
I'm sure.
Oh, look at that, so much power. I took it out of the board.
No, OG.
The only way I'm going to score, but they all count. No reaction from Harwood.
It's not over till it's over. I'm not celebrating too early on this one.
Well, what's that over there?
Hey, what is it? What is it?
Oh, 4, away, 1.
I think that's my first shot on target.
Oh, 5, away.
I preferred it when Jay wasn't here, if I'm being honest. Can we cut that? Please, can we edit that bit out?
Do not edit that out. 6-1, that's it. GG. We're off the mark.
Oh, is that it?
We're off the mark.
Oh. I was
There's
just getting
going
ready
to
to
be
make
a
my
lot
comeback.
more where that come from.
Can't even cheat. Whew, I feel like Andrew Headley after a game of chess.
I thought it was game over.
We can keep that victory and just edit this in.
I found my calling. Found it. Found it.
Well played, Jay.
Well played, sir.
Well played.
Thanks for the point. Thanks for the 3 point.
He's a much tougher opponent than Andrew is, and he is now off the mark. 2-2-1 the scores. But Jay, perhaps it's time to get to what we're here to do, maybe call the action in some poker.
I like your idea, James. I think we should get in the booth and start with some poker.
Oh, pardon me. I got excited.
So did I.
I saw a player on their feet.
It's the man from Belarus again.
Yeah, that was nervy, Jay. I was scared for them, but Nothing happened there. Okay, so the deuces do find the muck from under the gun.
Yeah, it's a good fold. Very easy to get attached to a pair, but these small pocket pairs, ones that do want to be folded at this stage, better to open hands with good removal.
Petr here with ace-queen in the cutoff. Obviously, kind of a nice scenario. Obviously, plenty of hands to be raised, kind of getting it in with, but you're never that wild on FT bubbles, but deciding chip accumulation is worth a lot here. I was wondering where the line is in stack size that he might just elect to open jam that hand from cutoff rather than...
Yeah, probably at this stage like 13, 14. I don't think we want any jams off of 18 here with 2 tables of 5. Like, so much better to just open here, give the big blind a chance to shove like an ace-jack, an ace-10, get them to defend a hand that we dominate.
Ooh.
And even here, king-jack suited, these suited broadways are very nice candidates to choose here, and it wouldn't actually surprise me if Puts went for this here. Just because he'll recognise that Patrick has to call very tight here.
Right.
And even when called, these suited broadways do very well in terms of equity pre-flop. Like, even if we're up against an ace-king, still going to have that 1 in 3 shot to get there.
Let's see, he's certainly mulling it over. And he does! Well done, Jay. Well called. Puts, putting Petr to the test. And... Oh.
What happened if 2 players was in one hand in different tables? Yeah, okay.
Well, we aren't currently playing hand for hand. We can be 99% sure he's going nowhere with his hand. Right, Jay, but he just wanted to know if it's worth burning time banks, was checking the other table. They're not playing a hand currently. I guess cards that are being shuffled there. So he does make the call. No need to burn those time chips. And here we go. A monstrous pot. Petr just doubled up a moment ago and a chance to basically tie the table chip lead if his ace-queen can hold on here. But as you mentioned, these suited broadways, they do all right when called.
Yes, they do.
36%. Not the hand he wanted to see, like you mentioned. Like, he wants to see an ace-jack, an ace-10, an ace-5 suited kind of holding. 9-4 deuce. Clean for Petr. But needs lightning. No real backdoor equity. Well, the outs change. Loses the jacks, but picks up the 10s, all of which are live.
Finally.
Yeah, improved.
Give me 10.
There it is. Clean run out. Petr continues his ascendancy.
Yeah, and a great example there as well as why we just want to open these hands there.
Lisowski is going to have nightmares tonight about this man. Hard to believe he only has 2 recorded caches on his Henemob database, Aquino. The first of which, coming back in March, was 3rd place in a high roller in his native Brazil in Sao Paulo for $41,000. And then he found his way onto that WPT voyage, the cruise that, you know, a lot of people seem to have a good time on. He final tabled a turbo there, and then, hey, his next appearance on the live felt here as one of the 8 qualifiers to make this final table. So newish, it would appear, to the live arena, but certainly not new to poker the way we've seen him play. This is a man who's done some stuff. He's got some scarring.
Honestly, he has just been getting after it and finding pots that others wouldn't find. And very interesting one here for Strobel, James. Like, in theory, I think the computers like to do some jamming with these sort of suited broadways facing the button open. Like the Queen Jack suited, the Queen 10 suited, the Jack 10 suited, this type of stuff. Whether he'll taking it, he's gone for it, Strobel.
Oh, here we go. And well, with the folded cards, we see this one's actually a lot closer than the players will realize. The two compatriots all in. I know the chat, or a corner of the chat, will root for both these men. Unfortunately, they are all in against each other.
Yeah, I know we've run into ace-king here, James, but it's actually a high-level jam here from Strobel that not many people would find, in my opinion, on a final table. And unfortunately, just ending up running into that top end of range here, but still with a heap of equity.
And a chance now for a ladder once more for the players watching on. 8 deuce deuce makes that ever more likely. Strobel need a lot of help with just 2 cards to come. 43 million chip pot, and here we go. He turns a lot more equity.
And every out bar one in the deck.
Look at them live as you like. It's a cruel one, a trio of ducks.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una horas más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una horas más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una horas más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una horas más.
For those who like what they see, get after it. And I believe, as is usual in these tours, you know, if you were to be fortuitous at one of these EAPT stops, it would mean that, hey, next year this could be you at the grand final.
And Brechalov opens to 2.4, and wow, puts...
How's your timing?
With the ace-king here. And these two, just a quick point to note, sitting second and third in chips, wouldn't be surprised if puts did find a flat here from time to time, James. Like, on first glance, looks like ace-king, we need to 3-bet, but with these ICM intricacies, maybe we do play some flats facing EP against a stack size that can do a lot of damage to us, but does just go with the general approach.
I was going to ask as well, with Strobel, like, so short behind, if we flat and he decides to jam, does reopen the action. You have another short stack in here as well that would reopen the action where they couldn't to a 3-bet. So another reason perhaps to throw into the camp you suggest. Yeah, he takes the more obvious route.
Yeah, and probably just going to proceed with call here as Brechalov. It's close, ace-queen off, but I think as covering stack, we do get to come along. If stacks were reversed, probably lean more towards fold.
On that decision point for Christopher pre-flop as well, do we ever see perhaps just a 3-bet pile for this many chips as well with the ace-king, or is that too much given there are 9 left?
I think it's too much, just for the time that we do run into. Has he gone for 4-bet?
Ah, clicky 4-bet. Let's have a look. He put in a heap of chips. Looked to be around... I mean, a stack of those greens is, what, 10 million? Yeah, here we go, 4-bet to 15 million. Dreamy scenario for Puets, in that he set up his stall to 3-bet and then have to 5-bet jam. Obviously, right now, right, he could be moving into the nuttiest of ranges, but understandable, Brechalov, with this ace-queen, you advocate flat, but it does lend itself quite nicely, doesn't it, to a 4-bet fold potentially? Yeah,
it's what are we trying to fold out though? Do we think that we get some jacks 10s to fold some of the time? Maybe 10s does go into the muck, but is ace-king ever going to let it go?
Right. You feel like it's wasting a strong hand perhaps, but the counter argument is, hey, I don't want to play out of position against this extremely competent opponent. And here we go with 5-bet jam. This final table continues to deliver fast-paced action.
Yeah, and huge pot going to go puts his way here. Brechalov just has to fold now, and that's a big, big pickup for the German, uncontested.
Another 18 million chips to go with the sort of, well, about 18 million chips he won in the last pot. Now up to 61 million, clear second stack.
Rank number 7.
Yeah.
You mean pre-flop?
Oh man, okay.
The hand ranks 7th, so it'll be king.
That's a tricky question, I know.
Kings, queens.
Maybe it's second, another ace, ace.
Around 10th.
Ace, ace, third, king, king.
Jacks, 10s,
Kings, queens, ace, king.
Ace, queen suited?
Ace, queen suited? I would say 10s.
9s?
It's same class.
I'm a smart guy.
Ooh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Jacks.
You lose.
The ones we've just made up.
I don't think that one's well known.
Wait 1 second, let me just figure out.
The 8s are called snowmans
Snowman, alright.
because it looks like a snowman.
Most exotic.
Sure, yeah, no, we have some Serbian bullshit.
It's Queen Tray.
I expected some strategy questions. I'm just kidding.
They call it the gay waiter.
Okay.
Like Queen 3, but Queen Tray.
Pakistani virgin.
My brain stopped working about this.
I don't know why, don't ask me why. It's Queen Deuce offsuit.
The deuces are like ducks.
Kings are like King Kong.
We have a name of how we call the straight.
I just heard it somewhere.
Kenta Mallorca, but...
Well, in French, 10s are called Zinedine Zidane, Zizou, like the football player.
Straight 10 to the ace, 10 jack, queen, king, ace. But it's like Mallorca because it's major, straight, whatever, so...
Aces in French, you call them like les flèches.
8-4 of hearts. Scottish aces. I think someone just played this hand one day and decided to go a bit crazy with it, and I believe it was just known as Scottish aces afterwards. So whenever if you see a Scottish person, they can always have this hand. They've raised under the gun, they can't have, on board at 8-4-5, they can't have 8-4, they can't.
A.
Nutty hand or something like that, so then the nuts.
Blades.
So it's like bullets.
American Airlines.
Yeah,
American Airlines.
Oh, and Austrian Airlines is the same like American Airlines.
The bullets, yeah.
The blades.
Assos.
Barry, like Barry Greenstein.
Number 1s.
Because you know Barry Greenstein, the player?
The rockets.
Pocket rockets, okay.
The nuts, I guess.
There's a lot of aces crackers.
King 9 of diamonds.
Every small pairs.
By percentage is Jack 10 suited.
8-7 suited, I guess.
I'm not sure, but it gotta be like something like 7-8 or 6-7 or something like that.
10 Jack suited.
Always these suit connectors are very good to crack the aces.
6-5 and you make the lowest strip. That makes sense. Okay, yeah.
But I like, Scottish aces could be aces.
I think ace queen.
Pocket jacks, obviously.
Kings? I mean, like, people are complaining when the ace hits on the flop always, but I think the most well-played hand is jacks, actually.
Everyone complains about pocket jacks, right?
I don't know, ace jack of suit. It should be illegal to deal anyone a jack of suit. No one knows how to play it.
Ace king, like Anna Kournikova. It looks good, but it never wins.
Does it never hit the flop?
You have to flip for your tournament life most of the time.
I run pretty good, so I actually don't complain about any hands, but I guess 10s.
But I believe it must be jacks, must be the most complained about.
Well, jacks is like the trouble hand, right? Yeah. But yeah, 10s is like the cursed hand of ours.
I'm actually kind of sad that Andrew's jumping in after the next break. I'm enjoying watching this final table.
Well, we'll just keep it warm for you, and then, by my reckoning, you should be in here for the culmination.
Yeah, I'm hoping to be.
Some positives. Lasowski finding a positive. Ace Jack. ripping it in. Breshlov, King Jack suited, out behind.
They're not going to be able to call, though. Pretty hand. It has to go into the mark.
Ooh.
But this one will have to call.
Umarov, 2 10s. Asks for a count. It is sub 10. And are we going to lose a player on the last hand of the frame?
Yeah, should be getting it in here as Umarov.
Let's see, as Naveen puts behind. With 28 million chips, really not enough to worry about those players. Has he announced call? He has announced call.
For that rare situation,
right?
The two blinds get it in
they
behind.
Both went all in.
Yeah.
If one of them does, he still has to call. Both maybe folds. Wasowski's going to be happy to see that hand because Umarov rated to have Ace-Jack in bad shape at a decent frequency here. Can he win a race? Finally, all in this man. And a 9-deuce-deuce board looking very bad for Wasowski's future in this tournament.
Likely to lose our first player.
Well, hold up a second, Jay. A heart on the turn brings a whole host of additional outs.
Ace, Jack, or heart is needed.
And there it is. He finds the 5 of hearts on the end. Wasowski with a sigh of relief was on the verge of being the first one to bust this final table. Instead, finds a double up, gets back to 25 million and isn't far off where he started this final table.
Welcome along, everybody.
Yep, if you are joining us here on YouTube, we are streaming across multiple channels, but myself and Andrew do both have the DTD Player YouTube chat open. So if you do want to join in the discussion with us, that's where you need to be. And the discussion in the chat seems to be, that place looks amazing every time we go to the wide shot. And it is. Stunning venue. Obviously, we are somewhat biased, given that we are here on the payroll, but I promise you, this place is legit.
It is legit. As we see, Breshlov finds a legit open. Does have to tread carefully, as we mentioned, sort of second or third in chips. But a suited ace, these are the type of hands that play very nicely as raises on finals.
And especially, I guess, going after Strobel in the big blind, taking chips off that hand. Interesting, we've sometimes seen players go for more than min when the short stack's the one in the big blind, because you do want to dissuade the weakest of hands to call. Of course, King 7 was always going to play, but maybe a little larger sizing.
Yeah, I think because he's so short.
Here we go.
He's so short, James, probably thinking, he's only got 2 blinds back, I can call off on any flop.
Well, here we go. Strobel flopping Jin, sees a bet, rips it in for the remaining 2 million. We'll get cool and get great news.
Absolutely.
That he is on track for a double up.
Yeah, immediate outs for Breshlov. Only the 3 aces. Does have some backdoors. Strobe will be happy that he blocks one of those backdoor, straight door possibilities.
3 of clubs is coming. Maybe not. 9 of spades. Just an ace will send Strobel out. Otherwise, we will continue 9-handed here at the EAPT Grand Final. And it is that ace, Andrew.
Oh, my goodness.
Breshlov finds it. And unfortunately for him, It is Adrian Strobel out in 9th place. Well, he's not hanging around. Oof. Welcome, guys, back here to the Mediterranean Poker Party, where for now, poker is taking a back seat because it is time, pardon me, for round 3 of the Merit Poker Olympics. And some of you may have noticed Andrew Headley's gone under a slight change because it is now time, finally, to welcome Jay Harwood here to Merit. How are we doing, Jay?
I'm doing great. Hello, everybody. Today's challenge, we are playing table tennis, and Andrew not here at the moment. If you've seen the previous challenges, like myself, you won't be surprised knowing that he's already warming up for this one, looking for his first victory, losing the 2 previously to this man, James.
And well, as he says, Andrew is out there grinding, but it is now time to get bat and ball in play.
Right, guys, we're back. The next challenge, table tennis. I need a win badly. It's not going well so far, Jay. This is going to be mini games of table tennis. I'm going to take on Jay. The loser will take on James. The winner is the first person to get to 5 points. And at the end, the 2 winners will play each other to find out who wins this challenge. By God, I need it. Let's get after it. Good luck.
Good luck, sir.
You're going to fucking need it, buddy.
I've seen you in the basketball. You're good at hitting the net.
Right,
Not.
Oh. Right, ready?
Let's go.
Oh. Oh, he's sharking at the lad. All right. Yeah, you can serve this one. 1-0, let's go. Oh. All right. Oh, we've got him.
Oh,
he's in trouble. He's in trouble. Oh. Oh, no, too aggro. Aye, 2-1. Oh,
That's
love
second
it.
serve. Do you get second serve?
No,
in this
you
game?
don't. No second,
surely
no
that's
second
a
serves in Merit table tennis, motherfucker.
There must be a second serve.
3-1. Second serve. You're finished. Oh, 4-1. We've got him. On you.
This
Don't choke.
looking,
Don't choke.
Not looking good.
Hey! Ooh. Let's go. Good game, sir.
Good game, sir.
All right. We're back. By God, we're back. You get him on film. You're next.
Good luck,
All
sir.
right then, Mr. Harwood, let's have it. Well, that wasn't at all embarrassing. I'm going for my deep squat. Oh, the war of attrition.
That's not good.
There we go, 1 apiece. See, he's the first timer here in Merit. He's not used to the table. Oh, rally.
2-1.
It's coming.
We both want the same thing, and that's Andrew not to win in the final. So we're all good. We're all good.
Brute power. It's the power of youth. But finesse wins in this game.
I've lost the score. 2-1. 2-2. Oh, better than I thought.
Oh, you got too happy about being all square. Oh, all of a sudden, 2-4 match point.
It's not good.
Another date with Mr. Headley. Oh dear. Well, that is the end. of
Terrible debut. Terrible.
Jay, his first day here, his first challenge, and he's done the honourable thing and taken the wooden spoon away from my next opponent, Mr. Andrew Headley.
The
On
old-
the right, is it?
Yeah.
Is that,
That's a big,
you can't.
That's a huge disadvantage. What is this? This is ridiculous.
You just realised you've now
Now
seen
call
a
the
huge
floor.
disadvantage.
Call the, excuse me, call the floor. This is outrageous.
You now realise that's on camera, so they're going to edit that in, and Jay's going to have an
cheating
out.
all the time. Every angle he can take. Oh, I'm James Dempsey. I'm the man. You should be ashamed of yourself. I don't have it. Where's the ball? Oh. Are you going to do the hand thing that we do every time, and I get it wrong every time? Film the back of this. I want to know if he's cheating, because I never get it. It's always in the wrong hand miraculously.
Right.
That one.
That one has the ball.
Yeah.
This one.
Right, come on, what's going on? Get it revealed. Fucking unbelievable, like every time. Whatever, you can have serve. I hate you so much, honestly. Ooga! I admire you, but I hate your very soul.
Imagine losing to a man in this hat. Like, imagine
I don't, it's something I do not want to even countenance as a possibility. Whoa! Oh, he's had a good start, the lads.
Oh, the first point I've ever won off you.
All right. All right.
Oh, no.
We're back.
Oh, no. He's got this secret spin serve thing he does, and I don't think it's legal. If any table tennis people know.
Could have had a career in it, mate.
Nice you've had a career in something.
Alrighty. Let's go. Let's go. 2-1.
2-1 to the man
now
who props up the table.
Watch
Oh, no,
the ball.
he's going to mug me up.
Watch the ball. Be the ball. Okay? You ready?
No.
You're all backhand, I've noticed.
I am.
Something
You're going to play to my forehand, are you?
Yeah.
This serve is not legal. It's got far too much spin.
Woo.
What even is that?
I don't know, but I'm gleeful.
I
actually better win
We've
from
literally
here.
been waiting the best part of a week to see a victory dance out of this man. He's gone up in the challenge. And the
I need
dance
to
has
win
come out.
because I've gone too early with the celebration.
3-1 you.
I've gone too soon.
I think you're there.
All right, let's go. Oh, wait a minute, that's a let.
Oh.
There's no second serve, Jay, but if it hits the top of the net, you get a let. Oh. Oh! Strong point. Very
He's
strong.
put himself in the game, but no, not this serve again. I'm gonna have nightmares of this bloody thing. No, it can't be legal. What is this wizardry?
It's legal, bro.
What is this championship?
You have to find a way. You have to find a way. Come on, Jay. One time. Come on.
I mean, we've all heard of Andy Murray.
We have to take
Somehow
him
the
down,
Scots
man.
can play these
Gotta
kind of
take
racket
him
games,
down.
but Andrew Headley, this guy, at table tennis, honestly, this is going to be embarrassing.
Come on, let's go. Enough of your incessant chirping. Oh! Woo! Yeah! All right. Come on, buddy, it's gonna be okay. Now, come on, I'll be gracious. Good game, James. Come on.
Well done, Andrew.
Thanks, James. You're a good man.
I want to apologise to my family, to my friends, to everyone who knows me.
Your cat?
And to all the people Andrew's going to gloat to. I've let us all down.
I won't gloat. Good game. Jay, good game. Come on, I'm back. I'm back in the Olympics. Whew. Yes. Someone play the Rocky music. Play the music. Da-da-da, da-da-da.
Quinio again going to be involved. King Queen offsuit is starting to move through the gears, has 94 million of the 313 million chips in play, and really is working with the big M. Momentum in his favor.
Yeah, such a great feeling.
And if you're the sort of stack like Kolev, you don't mind seeing the chip leader kind of pound away now, do you? It's kind of a good thing if he can take chips away from the likes of Umarov, stop these other stacks attacking you. And Levine, all right, here we go. Ace, Queen, little over 20. Now, again, Aquino hasn't been hyperactive.
I think he will just call this one, Debs.
Yeah,
It's also one of these spots busting now, a bit of a disaster.
Right, if Aquino had been opening relentlessly, then this makes much more sense as a 3-bet jam, wouldn't it?
Sure.
Or even maybe arguably some sort of induce, but as it is, an open gets met with just a call and a great flop for Levine, having somewhat slow played this ace-queen from the big. Sees a dreamy looking forward, ace-king 10. He knows this is the board the opener is going to attack, and he just gets to have way better than he's supposed to have in this spot. We know he doesn't have kings and aces and ace-king, really, bar some trappy stuff.
Yeah, beautiful developments so far for Levin.
And well, a little scary with the club rolling off, of course. Checks it once more to Aquino, who rates to still have the best hand decent amount here. Obviously a bit scary, the clubs come. His opponent in the big blind can have clubs at a high frequency, but look at this.
Yeah, this is a strange decision in my eyes.
Is it a case, obviously, you know, a lot of the time he just has the best hand here. Well, not a lot of the time, but at some frequency. But also he can just start to put, like, the raggy aces under loads of pressure here. And he still has decent equity against a hand like ace-5, right?
That is absolutely true.
Well, not ace-5, pardon me. Ace-4, ace-3, ace-2, not ace-5. You've got very bad equity against ace-5, Andrew.
If Levin has like an ace-4, you know, ace-7, you know, spades type hand, he's going to have to get rid of it. So it's kind of, I kind of like it a little more on reflection. I did expect just a check, though. We can just win, and you did reference the big blind's going to have a lot of flushes here.
Well, look at this. 27 million chips in the pot. Aquino has swelled this one with that second pair. Levine loving life up to now. And wow, another club on the river. Well, Levine hates this run out. Now, Andrew, given that Aquino has bet flop, bet turn being called, is this a hand that now we kind of do want to fire 3? We unblock the ace-x. If our opponent did say turn a flush, well, they might not love life
What's
anyway.
happening here?
A block.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know about this.
Is this a red rag to a bull?
I think it could be.
Is Aquino going to charge in at this?
I mean, one thing I will say, with the 4 flush on the board and the ace being the diamond, a good amount of the time Levin, when he check calls turn, will have the ace of clubs, I think. Right? When he has like ace-8, or if he defended an ace-9 with the ace of clubs, he's going to continue with that card. But this is a very curious little min bet.
Does that hand lead for
I don't think
one blind?
People find it. Maybe they should. I don't think they find it in the moment. Could be wrong. Likely you're just going to check, right, and say, okay, chip leader, try and blast me off this.
Andrew, I think he's going to go for this. He just has a look about him.
I mean, he's going to be aware now, of course, his hand is no good.
Yeah.
I think he might jam here. No, he's just going to go for a smaller raise.
Here we go,
I like
tickle raise.
I like it.
What a play here from Aquino, yet again exhibiting his aggression post-flop.
Oh, and he's made it just that little milky sizing,
So
right?
milky.
As if to say, I have the nuts.
But this is like, not necessarily trying to make him fold a hand like 6-8 of clubs that maybe is called from the big blind, turn the flush now. Basically, he's trying to make this kind of hand, maybe more the 2-pair combos, right? The ace-4, ace-5, king-5, whatever it could be in there that blocks and now hates life. And credit to Levine here. He's still thinking about this. Is he thinking, hey, would Aquino bet flop with an ace? Yes. If he had the ace of clubs, would he always bet turn is the question, or would he allow a check back, pot control with the 1 pair and the nut club? Kind of allow me to make an inferior flush, perhaps.
Really
But with this sizing,
hand.
does this sizing perhaps even lean towards being like, hey, it doesn't have to be the ace of clubs straight here?
Queen of clubs for sure can be in there with this sizing, definitely.
So incredible stuff from Aquino.
Wow.
Gets Levin to fold and now has 110 million chips. Andrew, over a third of the chips in play.
I would suggest trouble ahead for the rest of the table. Yeah, interesting. Maybe Breshilov just perceives 60% to be more value heavy. Maybe thinks his opponent would go larger with bluffs.
Incredible. Just got away with 2 big bluffs in the same orbit. Really extending himself here. Oh, Padachuk opening up. Kolev away from the table for this one. Bad time to miss a hand. See him coming back into frame now.
I guess deciding, let's go now before the blinds hit me. I like this from Pettychuk. We're going to have to find some steals. You know, we are starting to get to that very dicey stack depth. King-Queen qualifying as a raise fold.
And Lasowski, Queen 7 of hearts in the big.
Yeah, these are real dicey.
Off the short stack, though, is going to stick around.
I think the problem is Pettychuk is going to be pretty tight and going to have a lot of picture cards.
Oh, hello.
Oh, wow.
This is as cold as this could get with these 2 holdings. Lasowski flopping top 2. Padachuk with top pair, loving life on the Queen 7 tray.
Oh, my goodness. This is an absolute disaster. I mean, there's no getting away from this, Demps. If Lasowski fast plays flop.
Lasowski.
Oh, he's trapping.
Hello.
Actually, don't mind that.
Wow, and such a wet-looking turn card that one assumes Lasowski is just going to let to bet this fairly big and leave not a lot back for the river.
I agree.
He has so many draws that could be bluffing here. May even bet at a size that means Pettychuk just jams over the top.
Yeah.
Reasonable, I think, to just jam here.
I think he will shove here. You know, you're going to get called by a queen. You may even get called by a 9 Demps.
Right.
Very occasionally.
You deny slash, you know, maybe get it in against some combo draws, but you definitely don't want to give him the free pop.
Wow, is he just slow playing this?
What? He's seen enough of Lasowski. Maybe he's thinking Lasowski's way out of line here.
Sure.
Which, if you've been watching, is possible. Oh, king on the river, albeit a club, Andrew. The club is somewhat concerning.
Wow.
2/3 pot back. We have top 2 versus 2nd and 3rd, or 2nd and 4th.
What an interesting river. Lasowski hates this card. Very comfortable on the turn with his 2-pair, but not anymore.
This just falls into bluff catch, surely.
Yeah, it does.
But it's one that we do press the call button with, right?
I think so. I mean, when we check, you know, Pettychuk, this is super interesting. Gonna have like 10s and jacks in there, Demps? Or is he not just gonna bet 1 big blind on the flop?
Is there ever a chance? If let's say we do check here.
Okay.
Is there ever a chance Pettychuk values?
Yeah, he's gonna jam. He's going for value.
Yeah, does just go for value. Still has a lot of misdraws himself, and like loves this non-snap, right?
He does love the non-stat. I just don't see this getting through, even though it's a scary card.
Yes, but the 4-5s, the 5-6s, the 8-10s, the spade combos.
Jack-8 of spades, type hands, 10-8 of spades.
Not enjoying it.
10-6 of spades.
And then maybe occasionally you do see the Queen 7, the Queen 9, King 9 even perhaps. Oh, pardon me, King 9. Oh yeah, King 9 with 2 beats, sorry.
King 10, King Jack, would they? I don't think they would jam.
Yeah, it's pretty grim. They've both got such a strong hand, but on a scary board, where ranges allow them both to have far better than the hand they do.
What a fascinating spot. Pretty grim for Pettychuk in that all the 10 Jack get there that would feasibly bet turn. All the club combos get there. So this is also effectively, in his mind at least, Demps, a bluff catch. Probably don't think your opponent's going to have too many 2-pair combos, seeing as we block most of them. Oh, wow.
No.
Oh.
Oh. Did you just...
I mean, I don't think it's impossible that he folds. I don't think he will, but...
There was a flicker across Lasowski's face when that went in. I don't know whether he thought it was a chip.
Do you think he wants a call now, then?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you must think you're good. And he gets the call.
Yeah.
He's gonna victory slam, as it were, and get the bad news that he's out.
Oh.
There we go. Eyebrows raised. Lasowski's race is run. I was just looking through. I mentioned I've been impressed with Breslov, the man who's under the gun here now, and the way he's approached this one is he looks down at Ace-King. And I showed a look. He was here back in 2022 for the MPP, where he came 21st in the MPP Open, 14th in the EAPT, 12th in the Malta Poker Festival event,
wow,
and 15th in the Irish Open event here. We had all these sort of brands here together. So 4 very deep but non-final table cashers. So nice to see this year he has got here with this big stack. And, wow, a great situation for him here because it looks to me like he may get
well, we did just see Umarov fold 7s from +1, which I really like. You know, again, I always ask myself in these final table moments, what are my opponents incentivized to do? And Breshilov not really incentivized to get after it here from under the gun. So 7's shrinking up as we see Levin in the tank. And it's kind of grim, Demps. You don't really want to shove, right? We're pretty shallow for a 3-bet fold. Flatting doesn't appeal. Like, it feels like if this is a Keno raising, right? Or puts with the big stack raising, we can just put it in.
Yeah, this coming from under the gun. Like I said, Breslov's played a pretty sort of snug game that I've been very impressed with up to now. Let's see, though.
Oh,
Levine is going for it, Andrew.
Wow.
He thinks he's seen enough. Has a playable one. Decides he needs to make things happen here at this FT. With all the players still to act behind. Maybe a pip wide. I think if this was ace-queen, we'd be saying it's a slam dunk.
Exactly.
And it's jack-suited even. You could argue with
here we go.
Oh, wow. Andrei Petachuk sees all this action in front of him and looks down at the ladies in the small blind. Now, up against Levine. More than happy to get this in. But he does have Breshilov opening under the gun.
Wow.
This is a little dicey. Again, queens surely just too much hand. And he does go for it. And now, what is Breshilov going to do with ace-king seeing this action? What hand does Petachuk put all these chips in with, Andrew?
I think you can fold this hand. Yeah,
he does,
and he just quickly does.
Swiftly.
I like it, honestly.
Wow.
Petachuk never has worse. It's like queens, ace-king plus, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe jacks very
Do you
occasionally.
think partly that was the speed at which Petachuk put the chips in?
I think he's just super aware, Breshilov. He knows that Petachuk has to have just such a narrow range.
I spent the start of this hand heaping praise on Breshilov, and then that hand comes up, just signifying how good he really is. As we see a 10-9-3 flop, we will flip back, of course, to the action here. As Levine has just, what, 2.5 million chips back. They're surely going to go in now. Petachuk asks for it. Levine's like, well, this isn't great, but here we go. You figure you're going to have 3 outs here.
The most interesting thing...
Let's see his face as he gets shown. Sorry to cut you off there, Andrew. He's going to feel very happy about the fold he's made when he sees it was queens. He kind of knew it was queens plus, maybe ace-king.
Probably chopping it best against Petachuk, I would suggest.
Great, great fold. But it means Levine is live, Andrew, of course. If it was a 3-wall in, would basically be dead here.
Right.
Can find an ace or 7 or queen now would do the job. Although, looking at the folded cards, there aren't many left. 3 of the 7s gone. And the river being the offsuit, non-connected, 4 of clubs, sends Levine out in 7th place. Good for 78,000, and maybe, just maybe, a little wonderment as to whether that was the time to make his move.
Right, welcome back, guys. Merit Olympics, the next challenge. We're ready to go. Current scores on the doors. James has won 2 of the challenges. I've won 1, and Jay, you've won 0 so far.
Hold on a minute, I've played 1. You boys have played 3 each. You've got to remember that right now.
You should have been here.
Well, I was working. I've gone from work to work. I've got to catch up somehow. We've got to find some way for me to get in, surely.
Excuses, excuses, my friend. You'll have your opportunity now. Next challenge, we all love it. Pool, me against you, my friend. Not sure where Demps is. Think he's been called away to a business meeting or something, or that was what he claimed. Jay, me and you, let's get after it.
Good luck, buddy.
Good luck. Right, guys, we're getting ready to go. The challenge, as we already said, is pool. Jay, we're going to decide who gets to break. I'll hold the white ball in one of my hands behind my back.
Yep.
You choose. If you get it right, hang on. If you get it right, you get to break.
We'll go with your left, my right.
This one?
Your left. Okay, up to you, sir.
Unlucky, what can you do? I get to break. All right, brilliant. Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck, Jay, mate. The very best of luck. Let's get after it.
I'm sorry.
All right.
What are you doing with that cue?
I have the weirdest strategy ever. Everyone always comments on it. They call it the claw.
The claw.
Have you seen Scary Movie where the guy's got the weird hand?
I was more thinking Toy Story.
Unfortunately, that's me. I haven't left myself a shot though, but we play to win in this game. Right, let's go. Oh, he's made it. I hope you got that, by the way. That might be the best shot I've ever hit in my life. Right. Ooh. All right, you're in, Harwood.
Let's
Show me what you got.
See. Not much.
Show me what you got, bro.
Not much, I don't think.
Etiquette. I won't stand in the way. Very nice. Oh, get there!
No chance.
I might be in a little bit of trouble. Are you hustling me, Harwood?
I would never do that, Andrew.
I don't know, like.
There you
okay.
go. There's a no hustle.
This is what they do, right? When they play snooker, and they look pensive, as if they're surveying the table.
They definitely do that on the telly.
They do, right? Pretend to know what they're doing. Oh, it goes. It goes. Oh, bit of finesse.
There we go. It is the 10K high roller day one. A little bluff there that maybe we give you some more PLO action, but no. We are playing Hold'em. It is 2 cards. It is day one deep stack play. And play, Jay, already back underway here post-dinner. And we have a fresh lineup for you guys.
Yeah, looking forward to it so far. 106 in the mix. 81 left, so lost around 20% of the field so far.
And Ball, I was enjoying that Paul clip. You're in there, you're battling against Headley and the claw. And
it's embarrassing to lose to Paul, to a man that has that grip with a Paul cue. But he plays well. He makes it work, to be fair to the lad.
He does indeed. Yeah, fun times indeed.
Going to run you through who we've got on the feature table. Let's quickly jump into the first hand because we've got some action.
We do indeed.
Kenjic with the jacks, opening hijack, and Dukic in the small with the ace-jack offsuit.
And a return to the feature table, if I'm not mistaken, for Dukic this trip. We saw him in the... Not sure what we saw him in, but I've seen him. Someone in the chat, let me know where we saw him.
It's over pair for Kenjic here. Seems like a fine to continue. Maybe have some more checks versus the big blind defend. The small blind's still going to have all this like 7s, 5s, all the suited ace-x, ace-8, 6 and 4 that can get a street from, some club draws. Like even just flushing out a king-queen would be a win for us. And Dukic here, ace-high, does have club in hand. He's going to take one off here. Still ahead of the king-high, queen-high stuff that would open from LP.
So then, these two find their way to the turn.
Yeah, 9-7 suited one that does get there, that I'm guessing that this stack depth will be in there from the small, but still plenty to get some value from. Maybe a decision point now for Kenjic, whether he does think this hand's strong enough to go for 3 streets. Goes for 100K.
Aces?
Aces.
You didn't have aces this time, okay, let's go.
So first pot going
now I know how you look when you have aces.
Kenjic's way. And we'll run you through the rest of the table. In 2, we've got John Ander Villanas Santos. In the 3 is Jovan Kenjic. 4, Seaman Sorkin. 5, Anvar Moratov. 6 is Nenad Dukic. 7, Samuel Dew. And in 8 is Antonio Manuel Costa Alfaya.
Alfaya. It's a nice name to have, isn't it? But Samuel Ju's a player I'm reasonably familiar with. Plays in some of the biggest tournaments going. Seen him battling away in Tritons. But the rest of the names here I'm not overly familiar with, Jay, which is surprising to me given that we're in Merit.
Yeah, I'm in that boat as well. James, not too familiar with many on this table. But we'll see what they're going to do for us over the next couple of hours.
It's nice, isn't it? We get a little blank slate. Anything could happen, and it usually does. Muratov facing that open from +1 with ace, queen of diamonds in the cutoff, but an open against just a 19 big blind stack.
Yeah, so one we can definitely go for the free bet call here, as Muratov, once we get deeper, may start mixing in some more flats. But this one we are happy to go for the free bet with intention of calling off a jam. And chose a really nice size as well, James. Just scaling down that size because we are up against a
Come on in.
19 big blind stack. Try and induce something potentially from Santos.
And I guess with that 19 big blind stack behind, it's the kind of size we can go and know that the players behind us going to have to play honest, right? It's very hard for someone to ever bluff us in this spot. But Santos, hey, getting a really nice direct place.
Yeah, with a suited Broadway holding.
We can see here is live. Hard to imagine. Yeah, hard to imagine he doesn't want to take a flop. He does. It makes a reasonable point in that seat. Hard to see the old shot clock on the iPad across the way. But wow, what a flop we have here. King high, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, and just 120% pot back. Could potentially go in here, but wouldn't be surprised if it did go in on the turn. Seems like Muratov got one that just happy to bet call off with the ace-queen suited and is actually just going to set. Oh, I thought it was all in. 26k, go small. Just north of 20%.
Right, this being that, hey, like, if I get jammed on, I'm happy anyway. Yep. I can always get it on the turn regardless. Maybe just trying to get Santos to misstep with something, maybe something that could call here and fold turns, or something that could check raise that's worse. So it is a call. Nice card for Santos.
And 5 of spades on the turn and could see the jam potentially now from Muratov, especially once we go 20%, James, because now Santos's range is going to be a lot wider. We'll have like the queen jack suited, jack 10 suited, this type of stuff in there, maybe some like pocket 8s or 7s that took the price and didn't elect a 4-bet jam. So it seems like a really nice spot to just move in here.
That's what he's done. Put in more chips than Santos has here. And even look here, I mean, I think we can assume that Santos probably isn't going to fold here, but doesn't relish this prospect, right?
Of course, aces, ace-king, king-queen even, that would have been a 3-bet bluff pre, all going to be in the range of our opponent, and maybe only really the ace-x of diamonds that we are ahead of. Maybe something like a queen, jack of spades, jack 10 of spades, although that shouldn't 3-bet at this stack depth because that just wants to see a flop.
Yeah, and I guess the ace-x of spade combos fewer because the 4 and 5 are on the board and they're the ones...
Yeah, good point to make.
We like to bluff with pre-flop.
That'll be a top-notch fold if he can find it here as Santos. These are the really difficult spots. Like, difficult to fold top pair now.
Yeah, feels grim. Oh, is he? Is he? He does! He lays down top pair.
Nice move from Muratov. Got the better hand to fold.
Well, there we go. I suggested we're starting with a blank slate, and already it does not disappoint. Maneuverings here in 19 big blind deep pots, 3 bets, 2 streets of wagering. Results in the best hand folding. And all the things you broke down kind of makes sense, right? Very hard for him to have some bluffs. Obviously, we see it is one of those bluffs right there. Spicy. This is what we expect when we tune in to an MPP high roller. $10,000 buy limit, as Jay mentioned. 88 entries thus far. 19 re-entries. Currently 80 players sat at the table. And of course, players busting out that 5K main J, just itching to get back on the horse. Maybe a little bit of a dinner in between, but knowing these sickos, probably not.
Just love it sometimes. Bust the main, just straight into a 10K. And we try again. And Kenjic, second time opening. Ace King opens to 21K, and here we are.
Samuel Ju, 2 jacks in the small. We are playing deep here. Over 50 against +1.
Yes, I could do either here, as Ju, this stack depth is going to go for the 3-bet here. I think if we are choosing to 3-bet, James, it's just slightly too strong to fold if Kenjic does rip for 50.
It's the horror hand, though, isn't it?
I think it's important to make that decision now as Ju, like, if we 3-bet here and Kenjic does 4-bet rip, we sort of want to be calling, otherwise then probably just want to play flat rather than 3-bet fold. We'll see what he does.
55 blinds is the starting stack of Kenjic, and the action is back on him. And now, against that, you know, correctly sized but large nonetheless, 3-bet from the small blind.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to just see jam here for north of 50. Like if we 4-bet, gonna have to choose a small size and probably just want like the aces and kings, maybe queens in there, and then some bluffs. There is the jam.
And that's the next question, of course.
46. Not sure.
From Ju is going to have to be how much is that, because as you mentioned, this gets pretty grim once we get north of 50 blinds, and that's where we live here. I would say it gets pretty grim when we get north of 40 blinds, to be fair, with 2 jacks.
40 a lot more comfortable, because Kenjic could potentially shove some 10s, 9s, maybe some ace queen. But I'd be surprised if Ju folded, James, just because he did go for this 3-bet option pre.
Yeah.
And I think the hand's just too strong to 3-bet fold, even at this stack depth.
And not that it should factor in, but of course we are in a re-entry tournament. There is some level of gamble, but I think the cards dictate enough, as you suggest, that we kind of don't enjoy it, but feel compelled, having put in so much. And there we go, he does make the call. And Kenjic, well, kind of expected to see this, I guess, when his opponent's tanking. It's very likely that it is going to be a hand like this.
Yeah, never going to be ace queen. Like, once he tanks that long, we're happy with folders, Kenjic. Like, we know we got to take a flip, sometimes the same hand.
Yeah, those are the sort of 2 hands you're suspecting will tank. Cool, and here we go, queen 4 deuce, all clubs. We continue to flip here.
Yes, we do. So, Ju, a lot more to fade now. Clubs working as well.
Ah, there we go. He kills him on the turn, drawing dead. Kenjic with the double up to 1.1. Sam Ju down to just 130K. Why does it always feel worse? Like, you get it in pre-flop with jacks against ace king. I just always feel confident. When it comes queen 4 deuce clubs, I'm like, I start to feel real nervous. But it's basically the same scenario.
Yeah.
It just feels like it's going to happen.
Yeah, it's one of those. I actually prefer all-in situations. I know the mathematical people will say, oh, we got 2% extra. I actually prefer having like the ace king rather than the jacks, because the times that we whiff the flop, we still got 6 outs. Whereas when we got the jacks and it comes ace high or king high, we then only got 2 outs. So it's like...
You like being the one pulling.
Exactly. I like more outs when I'm pulling.
That's why there's stories of some of the games out in Macau where they have the rule, much like you can now do online with GG, but you get to squeeze the last card, and they let the player who's all in behind in Macau sort of squeeze the river card. They deal it face down to them, and you know, much like those who get a little excited in Baccarat, there's some ripping of the card, there's some tearing, there's some revealing of the pips. I want a bit more of that in live poker. How much more fun would that be? Final table of the MPP high roller, someone's all in for their life and they get to squeeze the card, maybe rip the corner. I can hear the guys backstage getting furious at the idea of ripping these cards to go RFID chips in, but you get the point.
Get like the old cameras in the table back so we get to squeeze with them as well, like the little whole card camera on the table that there used to be 10, 15 years ago.
Okay.
As why I love draw games as well, James, because like a game like Paducah or something, and like the last card, it's lovely to just pick up your cards and squeeze yourself.
We're sick.
We are. Round to the blinds, our fire.
Jack 6 suited from the small. Certainly a hand you'd want to play.
Yeah, and he's suited to fine to complete.
How much is that? Around 100?
Once it's folded to us in the small here.
100.
110 the stack behind.
All in.
Does give him options. He does decide just to rip it in.
Yeah, okay, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Weren't aware of Santos' stack behind, but with 11, it's actually very nice here from our fire.
We can certainly make some that dominate us fold, can't we? And then, obviously, suited cards with the big card. Always going to be somewhat live, if called.
Really nice jam.
Welcome, one and all. If you are just joining us here on the DTD Player YouTube channel or wherever else you may be watching us. I know there are other channels. And shout out to those of you joining us on the Merit YouTube channel as well. Myself and Jay do have the chat from DTD open. We are watching. We are looking for any questions you may have. Please do fire away. Let us know who you're rooting for. Obviously, a little early in this one. I feel like most of the rooting happens on day 2 on final tables, but maybe you've tuned in for your day 1 favorites. And there are some big names in this field, has to be said. Not to take away from those on this table, but this is building, as myself and Andrew suggested it may, into quite a star-studded lineup. Naturally, the players are busting out that 5K, as I mentioned. Players who built up stacks. Going to hop in here. And, of course, the 5K will be the attention of the stream in a couple of days' time when Jay and Andrew will call the action down to a winner where someone's going to pick up a cool milli. That is first prize in that 5K. And there's some interesting faces appearing near the top of the chip counts. Some high rollers in there. Tulizanov, who we saw last night on the stream, he's got 14 million chips.
I saw Leon Sturm had chunks as well when I looked a few hours ago. Not sure if he's still going along nicely.
He's showing us 9th in chips according to Poker News with 7.5 million. Alex Keating up there, top 3 stack. And Dimitri Levine, currently the chip leader. Again, someone we've seen on stream with 17 million.
Dukic here opens Queen 10 and Dew. The aces here.
And 13, right. Come on, against +1. Can we do it? Do we just flat?
It's kind of awkward because then we need to sort of think what part of our range wants the flat that isn't these nutted holdings. Like, what flats are we going to have in here, James? Like, are we really going to flat like a king-jack suited rather than just electing to shove it? But it becomes much better to flat from like the small or the big when we can plausibly have some flats off this stack size. So I think this is just...
That will make sense.
A nice little jam spot for Dew.
Dukic is just going to have a lot of hands that call off a 13, right? This may be not one of them, but... I just like seeing the trickery.
Yeah. There are some very nice spots to flat. I think when we're in hijack, it's difficult to have sort of mediocre hands in our range because a lot of those, like the ace-jack, the ace-10, we'll probably just send anyway. But then, let's say we're at a table, which isn't going to be a case in this tournament, but that people don't have a clue what's going on, then we can just flat if they're not thinking this guy shouldn't flat any hands off this stack, so he's probably nutted here. Then maybe we can, and there is argument for it.
Always give people that chance to potentially make a misstep.
Was there any talk last session, James, about what we got up to earlier? I didn't tune into any of the stream, but I have an idea that there may have been some chat.
Well, those of you who have been watching throughout the coverage here of the MPP will have seen these little challenges we've been doing in the breaks and coined at the Merit Poker Olympics. And before today, scores were tied 2 apiece. And today was, of course, the grand final of the Merit Poker Olympics, where we played a 3-handed sit-and-go. Now, obviously, that has not been streamed, so we were offering no spoilers, but I did let everyone know that it was a very protracted, much more so than people would imagine for a three-handed sit and go, because we were all taking it very seriously. There's some pride and a little bit of ego naturally in this booth, and you just put 3 poker players together, they're gonna battle it out. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. That will be coming your way over the next couple of days. And it was fun for us getting to play on the stream table. Yeah, you know, we had the whole crew set up there, filming away. It felt very special.
It was nice. And shout out to the crew for letting us play on this lovely featured table. Back to this hand.
I did mention earlier they probably wish we got it over a bit quicker so they can go get lunch, but you know, would you expect? I mean, I think we got to the point where there were 13 blinds in play or something, as it is. Queen Jack 10-5 on this board. Kenjic 5, still best. And one, I guess you can kind of go barreling on, even though.
Yeah, potentially blocking some of this 2-pair type stuff. Ace of Hearts in hand as well to potentially bluff Heart Rivers, and we've obviously got the nut advantage. Our opponent can't have Ace King. Maybe one that seems close, because we are still beating some 5x, but it's a very scarce proportion of our opponent's range, so he's going to do exactly that, James. Double barrel coming in, targeting some 10x, maybe some stuff like Jack 8 in there as well. But the ace high Kenjic, ace high of Molotov just out the way. And started well, the Croatian. Sorry, the Serbian.
Easy now.
Easy now.
Part of the world where, you know, we might want to get those things right, Jay.
Yep.
A tease.
No contacts, no glasses today.
There we go.
I'll use that as an excuse.
Okay. That was my excuse when I lost at table tennis, air hockey, everything I lost at. Peluso. Under the gun, Asakapa. A lot of Italians make it down here to Merit for these events. The Imperial Card Club in Milan is one of the partners here for MPP, and Merit in general. Always a strong showing from these boys.
I think it's one of the tournaments where I've seen the most diverse nationalities just coming from everywhere, it seems, James, and I think that's great and just shows how many people want to be here, how many come back.
Yeah.
So Djukic gets involved again, this time defending from the big.
Oh, a little interest for him. Jack 7-4.
And over to Peluso here, and I think either or, one we can go for check, one bet, maybe one that we mix the Jack 7-4 from early versus Djukic. Like a lot of straight possibilities from the big blind here. So many sort of gut shots, 6-5, the up and down. So maybe we could potentially go for a bigger bet to sort of flush out some of these. So proceeds with check call with his middle pair.
The 9 of clubs does fill in a fair number of things, although more so for, of course, that big blind than the under the gun. So I wonder if this is enough to give Peluso calls to slow down.
Yeah, it's probably one that we do. James, as mentioned, will bring in a lot of stuff, like a lot of the pairs now picking up gut shots, which aren't going to be folding to another street. And now, option here for Djukic, and seems like one that could be a very tidy 10% block with the intention to 3-bet bluff river if our opponent went for raise.
Oh, look at you. You're getting feisty ahead of time.
It seems like a very nice one to use, James. Like with the 10%, we can still get called by worse, and the times that we get raised, we can turn this one into a bluff when our opponent never has 10-8.
Well, he is on the same page as you. Kudos to you for suggesting this line, because it is a funky one.
So nice to use this one, and it's great that he recognises this Djukic. And I'd love to see Peluso go for like the raise bluff. He can't do it with this hand, just to see if Djukic had that in mind. Ace King just going to fold, and rightly so. We don't really beat anything now on this particular run out. Everything that calls flop is ahead of us. Like Eva got there already, has a pair plus.
Feisty. I love that when I sit here because I didn't even see that as an option. And you've called it out, and then Djukic just comes out with it. Obviously, who knows if he was going to go the way you were going to go with the third bet, but I'd imagine so. So much fun, this game of ours.
And our fire with the ace jack suited. Should see an open from him.
Lovely little holding from any seat. 72 blinds is his stack. Sorkin. With a suited ace of his own, he's drawing to the wheel rather than Broadway.
Yeah, off of 30 seems like one that does like flat. Obviously, everyone knows these days ace-5 suited, one that does like to be used as a free bet. It seems okay to just call off of 30 facing +1 specifically, but looks like is going to take it. I know, is going to call. Got to get used to these chips.
We change things up. The greys 1k, blues are the 5ks, yellow 25, but it is those reds you want. They are 100 beans apiece. 400k starting stack in this one. Again, still, well, we're getting through the meat of day one here. This is the last hand of level 7. They has been extended to 14 levels today because of the size of the field.
Yeah, very nice fold there from Djukic with the ace-10 off in the small. Impressed by this man already, 20-odd minutes in. Just after the open and the flat, likely to be in a dominating spot.
Right then, let's see 5. Well, let's start with 3. Don't know where I got 5 from, Jay. Oh, we might see 5 on this board.
That's good board for me.
Not too much going on here for Alfire. I think out of position to cut off. One that does probably like to do a bit of check-in, but is just going to take initiative. It's going to have the strongest hand still. We'll have all the sets, aces, kings, the stronger queen X. Just going to elect to continue. And can't see anything happening here from Sorkin. Does let it go.
There you go.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we will kick things up to 6k, 12k, which means everyone now drops below 100 blinds. Is the 2 Serbs the top though? But still bundles of play to be had in this one with a starting stack still over 30 big blinds. Santos, we own a very short stack. Samoju, of course, having lost that flip, is not on live support, but certainly not thriving.
There's still a chance to spin the old 14 BBs up for Jew as well.
Yeah, sometimes it's fun having 14 bigs. You kind of know what you're going to do in every spot, right? You can chill out, you can relax, maybe. It's when you got 64 bigs and you've got to start thinking about what to do in all sorts of spots.
A lot easier to make a mistake with 60 plus, I tell you that.
Yeah.
There's the shot of the trophies. Main event one in the middle, which we will pick up coverage on Sunday for the final day.
It's going to be fun, that thing. $1 million on the line in a 5k buy-in.
Moritov here, ace-3 offsuit. May choose to just let this one go with the reshove stack in the blinds. Yep, seems nice. It seems like Djukic will want to be opening here with the queen 10. Or is it 2 reshove stacks in the blinds?
It's 313k behind in the small. Those, as I say, those red ones are the ones you're after.
Sorry.
Yeah, Peluso with plenty, so it does open the Queen 10. And over to Dew. E6 off. Seems like one we can defend. Facing button open.
It's easier to defend when you just got to put the chip forward.
Always
Yeah.
problems.
Psychologically. King 7.
Yeah, check 1 BB, hand done. Probably what's expected.
Right, I want to see if Dukic bets 1 big blind, I am going to put serious consideration to the theory that you and he are the same person. He has bet 12,000. There we go. In fact, he did it in the most nonchalant way by just throwing in...
That's the cool kids way. The way when people just chuck out one chip, the smallest denomination, and it just goes as a min bet. That's like the new... This the kids way.
The 1 chip call is a famous thing, but the 1 chip bet is new to me. I like this.
It's new.
I'm going to incorporate this.
It's coming to... I've seen it for about a year now, and all the youngsters are doing it.
Oh, really?
Because obviously everyone knows like 1 BB is the size you're going to use a lot, and they just chuck in a small denomination chip, and then
the dealer just figures it out for them.
Yeah, and then put in the minimum.
Love that. It's like the Omaha players' equivalent of just saying pot. It's just easy and lazy. I'm going to think, just 1 chip. You know what I mean. Well, there you go. I've learnt something new today, as I do every day. But I'm going to think of you, Jay, as I do that for the first time this summer at the World Series. Oh, the problem is, you know, by design, I go and play the World Series because I get in fields where, you know, people don't really know what they're doing. And I'm worried that people are going to think I was trying to actually bet that amount rather than knowing I was nonchalantly betting 1 blind.
I can't wait to get a message from you when you've thrown in the wrong chip and you put the 100k in instead of your C-bet like 4x pot. And you send me a message saying I put the wrong chip in.
Yeah, that could probably happen too.
When running cold.
But this is a 10k. You do expect most players to be playing theoretically sound, like decent caliber of field. Stumping up $10,000 to play this one.
Sorry, almost. Yeah, this is
One deck, one end.
Yeah, this would be too much. Like I would go to bed for my phone. I have a cigarette.
4 pass.
And here he is again, Dukic. I'm going to get this one as well, James. He's going to open. He's going to open the ace queen suited from the cut-off.
24.
Come on now.
24.
Even I could have got that one right.
Maybe I have the joker card. Maybe they didn't take out the joker.
Did you see that there? He put in 20k, knowing it would go as 24, and then threw the 4k in after.
Declared 24.
Oh, I didn't hear.
Yeah, I like that too.
And our fire here, King 8 suited. Seems like nice one to just defend from the big.
You started with 9?
Something like that, yeah.
Something like that indeed. A little more, in fact. Just 50k from a mill.
And you?
750.
Thank you very much.
And 10, 9, 5. 2-spade board. I don't think Alfire is going to get any leads. Should be checking over to Dukic, as he does. And this stack depth seems like one that could definitely continue here with the 2 overcards and some backdoor properties with our hand, but going to check back. And does let Alfire turn the best of it.
Bet 31.
Comes with 31k.
Yeah, Dukic has the queen working, Jay.
Yeah, I think going to have to call here, get him 3-1. Will still beat some hands as well, like some random Jack X suited, some 7X suited, perhaps from the big. But like it from our fire, just sort of recognizing he's going to have a lot of this stuff as Dukic, some ace high, king high stuff.
135.
Whoa! Well, I didn't find this one, James.
Here we go. Put a hand like this in the bin. That's the plan.
Yeah, so blocking Queen Jack.
Yeah.
And giving herself still some equity versus some like 9x, 8x, 10x with the 2 overs as well. And does make all these one pair holdings without the straight draw to go alongside it in a real tough spot, but
I mean, our fire's reaching for chips, but this is surely really hard to ever continue here without a very strong hand.
Agreed, and this is a line I talk about a lot as well on some of the UK streams, James. It's a strong line. It's one of the strongest lines I see when players check back in position and then raise the lead on the turn. A lot of the time, it just is value and very rarely a bluff. That credit to Dukic here, actually finding one, which is quite nice as well because our opponent will still call some spades, and on non-spade rivers, we can go after it. And very nice play from him, and
there we go.
Impressive stuff.
Well, it was bugging me a little bit where I'd seen Nenad Dukic before. And really, the answer would have been obvious, or should have been obvious to me, that it was, of course, here at Merit previously. And it was on the final table of the Retro Series last summer. That's the sort of the biggest festival here. It's held in August. Massive fields. It was a 3K main event with over 1,000 entries. And he was in, he came fourth, but he was on a final table that I now remember when I see the players involved. That was like all sorts of crazy stuff going on the final. Likes of Darko Svevsko winning that one. Oleg Nataliev and Michael Atala, the ones who finished above him. But it was a really, really fun final table where he was really battling. And I seem to remember he had like a monster stack and it all kind of unraveled.
Right.
If I remember correctly. Certainly one that, when we're done here, if you are jonesing for more poker action, maybe go back and check that final table out over on the Merit channel. It's the Retro Series main event. FT.
I watched that way too. It's hard to see the
he was a fun player to watch, Tim.
He's been fun to watch so far. So looking forward to seeing him the next hour or so. He continues the way he started as Kenjic with the Kings from under the gun. Makes it 25k to go, and Santos here. Real awkward one off of 6 BBs, but as I said and always say, when we do get into this remit, we can actually start defending wide up because we do just get to realise equity when we flop a decent enough piece to run it with. Unfortunately, not the flop that we would get to go with here. And Kenjic with the Kings with a club.
Dukic trolling.
80% back. Hand just seems too strong to maybe set our opponent in. Maybe another one that we could just go for 1 BB at this stack depth.
That's what you reach for. I just like that table talk that was going on between Dukic there, and he was saying like, "Well, it's a tough spot to be bluffing, isn't it?" Knowing full well that's exactly what he was up to.
It is a tough spot to be bluffing.
Fire probably feels pretty comfortable in the fold now after that chat as well.
What it also does, James, it creates that sort of dynamic with that opponent when we are playing against his big blind and we do check back flop. We may get to realise more equity with overcards when he has a second or third pair that now wants to check more because he's aware that we will play some raises even after checking back in position. Like, dynamic's a huge thing in this game as well. Overlooked a lot of the time. What's been going on previously.
Yeah, I'm a big believer in that as well. I think sometimes people get lost in the book sometimes. It's not to say the book doesn't have its place. I think the older you get, the more you feel that way. Like, oh, come on, kids. It's more to this game than the theory. Djukic at it again, catching some heat. Certainly getting plenty of playable hands. Playing them incredibly well. Fire 7-5 suited on the button. Avoids his man.
Over to his fellow countryman in the big, and it seems like wanting to defend as Kenjic. King 9-7 is the board, and we do find c-bet here as Djukic will be taking it down, but could go either way.
Right, is it sort of 10 of spades in our hand, maybe we're more inclined to check? Or?
Yeah, I like queens is probably a better check as well, maybe 10 still like equity than R to a jack or a queen. It does just continue, and the Serbian chipping up nicely.
It really is.
What?
You a football fan, James?
I am very much so.
You are. My favourite player as a kid was a Serbian. I'm a Spurs fan, if I could tell you that. Would you be able to guess who it was?
I feel like I'm going to say something bad here, and if he's not a Serb, then I apologise. But is Berbatov?
No, Berbatov's Bulgarian.
There we go.
It was Goran Bunacevic.
I wouldn't have got that in a million years.
Like between, I'd say, 2003, 2006, maybe 2007, he was at the Spurs.
In what capacity?
I don't know. I just liked his name because
No, where was he playing?
in midfield. He was in midfield, yeah.
Huh, I don't remember him. Of course, in those years, my team was hovering around League Two. So Brighton now.
Oh,
competing with the big boys. We taught you guys a little lesson earlier this season.
Enough
the
football
Amex.
talk. Back to the action.
We were there, remember? We had a comfortable 4-0 lead, and we threw you a couple of goals to make it interesting. And interesting it was. Somewhat nervy.
10-3 offsuit here for Kenjic. May just give the big blind a walk.
And I have to say, Berbatov in my mind doesn't sound like a Serbian name. But I couldn't.
It's hard. It's hard if you're not a Spurs fan, to be fair, to know that one.
It's not near. It's hard not to make a big run in the name here.
Blind on blind, Kenjic. 10 tray. Not really a hand we look to play. Yes. And he has found his way onto the turn with a gut shot draw.
Especially when the big can do some shoving for 20, just over 20 as well. But now he's in there. May fancy a stab with the gutter ball. And does go for stab and probably going to work. Can't see Sorkin continue with the king height, so does win a pot with a raggy holding. And just in the YouTube streets, Hi Jay, is Dom still in? Yes, he is. Look at that. I look up to the names and we're at the D to E's.
Well, I'll caveat that because is Dom still in? No, Dom re-entered. We saw him bust out on stream, but I've just referenced to the point. He played the sickest hand, perhaps the second sickest hand actually we saw on that frame, but there was an open from under the gun. Maybe +1. He's the next seat with queens, playing hundreds of big blinds. Hundreds of big blinds? Yeah, plenty of big blinds anyway. Early stages. Decides just to flat the queens.
Yeah.
Holds around.
It's fine.
Button squeezes. Under the gun, folds 3s. Tom calls with his queens. Flop. 3. The 2 3s are like shaking the head. What have we done? Ace queen behind. Top set every second set.
Wow.
Obviously proceeded to get it in.
Oh, what the other guy had aces.
Yeah, the squeezer had aces.
You left that part out. You left that part out.
I thought he said it. I thought I said he squeezed the button with aces, but maybe you just heard the word squeeze the button and assumed he was up to no good because you're a DJ. But the point is, it would have been set of a set of a set, but It still was set of a set. Dom, the wrong side of that one, lost a monster pot. Had shrapnel left, never managed to spin it up, but obviously has re-entered.
What can you do about that one? Nothing.
You got 1.8 million burning a hole in your pocket.
Exactly, and the rest over the
Well,
years.
yeah. Yeah, the 1.8 million just got thrown on the pile. Like, probably isn't cashed out yet. Just sitting there in an account. Well, for this so, you're gonna have to call this one.
51.
I won't mind the situation.
Tough one, bro.
Was getting a little frisky from +1, but not too embarrassing a hand to turn over, Jay.
Italian aces.
Probably. Is that what it is? Italian aces, the 6, 7 of spades.
Suited Italian aces.
King, Queen, 8. Pelusa's still alive, but Santos can kill this on a number of cards. It's all fun and games now, right? Stoke before the flop. And there it is.
And locks it up on the turn. Meaningless river. Santos starts the spin back over 10 BBs.
Yeah, it was a sick one. We were sort of we were wishing, just wishing, if only the opener had continued with the 2-3s and we just got the set of a set of a set. I mean, I spent a lot of time in the booth. I've never called it.
I've never had it.
I've had it. I've played in a hand where I've seen it, but
we had one in the UK. Ace X of hearts, King X of hearts, Queen X of hearts all go to the flop 3-way. They all flop a flush.
Wow.
That's probably the sickest one I've ever seen, but I've never seen a set over set. I guess that's like the holy grail for us poker commentators.
Right.
Set over set over set. And all 3 players still in the hand, but
it was funny because he's sitting there and the flop came out with a 3 and they did a great job of catching his reaction. He's like, oh, and he's just watching all these chips flying. He's like, oh no, what have I done? How have I folded? All this money just flying in, and then suddenly you get table. You're like, okay, I'm happy. Right.
Peluso from under the gun. Just shy of 22 BBs. Opens to 25k.
Yeah, I think in the booth, I think I've seen nut flush versus straight flush in Hold'em. It's up there with the sickeners. Deep in a big tournament as well.
I've also had quads over straight flush that I've had to cover.
Ooh, that's a spicy one.
It's a 10-9 suited for Muratov here. Just got to play flat. Interesting though, if like Peluso was as deep as us, like these ones we can use in the 3-bet range, but at this stack depth, just going to have to play cool. Brings Dukic in from the big. I do expect this to check to Peluso here. Looks like he's going to c-bet on this ace-high board. It's actually a very intriguing board, this, from Gun James, because one that I do see over c-bet when, like, theoretically we can play a lot of checks, and the simple theory behind it is we get stripped of so many flushes from our gun opening range with that ace of that suit on the board. So we only have like 6, maybe 7 combos of flushes, whereas the big blind has all of them.
Right.
So a board where on first glance it's ace high, we want to bet, but when you actually delve into the spot, it's actually a board that's good to check because we get stripped of all the strongest hand, whereas the big blind has a lot more of them. And when we're this deep and get check raised by the big, we can just even put ourselves in a grim spot with top set of aces. Like we're not even loving life with top set there.
Yeah, makes sense. Super. Yeah, I mean that makes sense, and especially in these situations where early on and we're so deep. Obviously, less of a factor later on because when we do have the strong hands, not so bad going bust. But yeah, certainly you bet this flop with ace king and then get check raised.
Like when we're 70 odd deep with the old big.
Fun times here at Merit. It is the MPP high roller. Myself and Jay enjoying some day one coverage. And we will stream this tournament from this point all the way to its completion tomorrow. Uninterrupted coverage of the high rollers butting heads. Currently 120 entries, 77 currently sat in the field, but the re-entry period does continue for this level and 2 more. And of course, there are still plenty of players who won't have had their first bullet yet because they are still firing away in the main event.
And Jukic over to him again, ace-7 offsuit here.
37.
Looks like he's going to go for the, what I'm assuming would be raise fold against Peluso stack size if he did elect to jam. Still, obviously, can get value from a lot of worse hands, and Peluso in with 5-3 of hearts.
Yep, this certainly qualifies as a weaker holding, but always hard with these ace X's out of position, unless you just find little aces up, Jay. I don't know why I question this man. He hasn't...
Too good.
He hasn't found a bad situation just yet. But one thing I know is, as soon as he does, he'll probably figure it out.
Yeah, I'm probably just happy to fire now, both in terms of hand and range. There's Jukic. Yeah, quarter pot seems very tidy. Happy to get this one over 3 streets. And Peluso just going to be out of here.
Continue with my legs.
Good moment to fold. Okay, that. I was hoping we continue our blind versus blind battle, but no. The ace to 40, like some shit.
Not good word.
The Italian aces, 6-7, eh? Do you think that you just get away with saying that whenever he gets caught with a light open? And he just goes, oh, it's Italian aces.
I'm going to use that in Vegas this year, of like, you get caught out, English aces, English aces.
Santos with 11.
Yeah, seems close, like jam going to be winning long run, but maybe open makes slightly more from +1 with almost the whole table to get through. But we'll be continuing. It's just whether he wants to jam or whether he wants to open. Like if we got 13, seems like a much better open, but 11 seems really close for Santos. It's just going to go with the all-in.
10,000, 15,000, 15,000, or 1/8.
And Peluso here, ace-9 offsuit. May find its way in here. It is for a decent chunk of Peluso stack, nearly 50% of it. Like, we'll be ahead of some of this suited ace-X, some king, queen, king, jack, the queen, jack suited, this type of stuff. As mentioned, it's a decent proportion of his stack. And it's an early position jam. It's going to choose to fold.
We're down to 5 first card. Oh, we're down to the king first card, maybe. Thinking about it. Hard to imagine he wants to call this against +1.
I've seen crazier things this week, James.
Yeah, but I assume he just looked at 1 there because he sort of started thinking as if he's thinking, right, what's the other card I need to call?
Got the pocket?
A7.
Better A7.
He had Spanish aces.
What Spanish aces?
Spanish aces? 8-9. Yeah.
Deutschland aces?
Italian aces 6-7, Spanish aces 8-9.
Jack 10 suited the Deutschland aces?
Yes.
I'm going to go out and say the German aces are aces. Those guys don't get it wrong.
So.
I'd imagine American aces being 2 aces.
Wow, shots fired. Dukic calling an entire nation nits. There's some American blasters out there. He's not seen just yet.
Aaron Sorkin off of 20. Ace King suited. Should be seeing an open. Ooh, and Moratov with the pocket 8s here.
Tough spot, right, against that open.
Yeah, like 9s and 10s, you're happy to 3-bet call off. Maybe 8s is sort of the line, which still probably you want a 3-bet call if we did elect a 3-bet. But if he doesn't want a 3-bet call, then probably more inclined to just play flat. Depends what he thinks of Sorkin as well as a player, if he's more on the tighter side or more on the loose side. And after an open and a call now, this hand's going to go down in value drastically. So Peluso out the way, but Jew with the Ace King is going to get a beautiful spot to stick it in. And then...
I guess... I don't know. The 8 suddenly...
Yeah,
it's great, will they? Obviously, I mean, it's a dreamy scenario for them, but...
I don't see how he'll call it off, though.
Right.
Just expect Sorkin to ISO.
I like this.
11.
Asking for the count. And Muratov eyeballing the count himself. He's like, right, how much I have to call here with my hand that's probably good? Or I'd like my chances with. And Sorkin doing a good acting job here. All right, let's not overdo it. Every time bank forward, hand over mouth. I mean, his namesake, famous showrunner and writer, but not so much the actor. Is there any way this may fool Muratov into an overcall?
I still don't think the 8s are going to be able to call off as Moratov, but we'll see, because he may have sold it to him.
Right.
He may have sold it to him. Oh, I got 7s, I've got Ace Jack.
Yeah. If that was a snap jam, but this kind of looks... Oh, he's not falling for it. Or is he?
Well, we say falling for it, James. If he made the call, he'd be in great shape.
He would be, but the more the point that it was a tough decision rather than a slam dunk that Sorkin has. I mean, I'm watching it, and I can see Sorkin's cards, and I still felt like he doesn't enjoy the situation, but Muratov does revert back to the hard facts. Ace King, Ace King.
This is Korean aces.
Korean?
Yeah. I don't like the clubs. But maybe the dealer shows some heart.
Believe in the heart.
Clubs.
Queen, 8, 6 flop. Only the one club. And we move on. 2 8s though, of course.
Time lost with a club is it's too much.
Why did he use the time break? I don't.
For trapping.
Probably, yeah, something good. Pocket 8 here though, but yeah.
I've noticed something about Merit as well. People just love giving out information to the table. People asking what you have. Most people just telling the truth. I had this, I had this. I guess obviously with the delay, if they really want to find out what their opponent have, they can wait and check themselves. Just seems so friendly.
Yeah. I always like it when someone lies on a stream table.
It's great.
Although my favorite stream table antic I heard was, I believe, again, this might just be myth and legend, built around Phil Ivey, but that he was playing a cash game with the regular Vegas people that you'd always play with, and they were playing 7-deuce game or something. And he didn't claim the bounty on the 7-deuce on the string game, but gave like a little wink to the camera so he could claim it off them when it aired months later on TV.
What?
Now that is advanced.
That is advanced. I've never heard that story. I'm surprised I haven't.
It wasn't like High Stakes Poker or something like that. Like, you know, one of the premiere shows that.
Oh, wow.
And he just did the old. I'll get that one later. That's a funny one when you get the message 3 months down the line. You're like, oh yeah, you owe me 5K.
Yeah, that's great. That is, and here we go.
What do you mean? Turn the telly on.
Another all-in and cool, and Dew just deciding to take this one, and I think it's probably a factor of how active Djukic has been. I doubt he'd take this if Djukic wasn't as active as he's been the last hour or so, but maybe just trying to attack what he perceives as a lighter opening range. Unfortunately, running into it. And not finding any help there.
Looking for runners, perhaps.
Queen deuce. Bad fold.
I had queen 2.
No, queen 2 is nuts.
I was dominated.
Not to be. Djukic continuing to run hot here and play great.
Was it suited? Was it suited?
Sam Dew. Well, I imagine, Jay, maybe quick break, but then right back into it. I always think it's a little bit easier to re-enter a tournament when you've been nursing a short stack for a while than if you're someone who had like 2-3 times starting stack busted, then re-enter bad. But he's going to re-enter and have more chips than he's had for an hour and a half in this tournament.
That is correct. That's a very good point to make, and I feel like that is the case. When you have this big stack and you bust, you're a bit demoralised and you like to take an hour, go for some food. But when you've been grinding that short stack, you're happy to just get straight back in the mix.
I've got 35 blinds. Yeah. It's the ones where you've got those multiple flights and you bust at the end of day one, and you bust it in like a 20 starting stack part, and then you've got to turn up the next day, do it all again.
It is the worst. The worst one's when you got chips going into that last session as well, and then you see all your mates after, and they're all saying, "Oh, I bagged this, I bagged this. How much do you bag? We're all going out tomorrow. I've got to play again." It's the worst, James. I actually envy people that play tournament poker for a living and just tournaments, because got to have a strong head.
Certainly do. Peluso with the, well, a 7-6 is the Italian aces, and what are 2 7s? Like the super aces?
We're about to find out, and
hello.
Looks like
he's been quiet for a little bit, but he's been biding his time and now decides to strike, and kind of a fun one, Jay, the suited king on the button against cutoff.
Yeah, it seems like a really nice one to choose here as our fire. We will fold out the offsuit ace-x, they'll lower down. We will fold out some better king-x. And really nice from him, but I'm going to be getting some bad news because Peluso got what I believe is a clear as day jam now. Cutoff versus button. We start the hand with 290k, which is shallow enough to just stick it in 24 bigs. But he's just going to go with cool. Maybe the factor being if he thinks our fire going to be on the tighter side, not going to 3-bet bluff enough. But I think theoretically sevens would definitely shove this spot. Cutoff versus button. 24 effective with a middle impair. And like even just folding out like a queen jack off, a king jack off, all this stuff that may find itself into the bluff range would be a win for us. And now this is the problem with call. Going to be met with overcards a lot of the time and difficult to navigate when we don't flop that set.
Board getting a little bit more dicey with every card.
And at this stack depth as well, like just because our fire's check back here doesn't necessarily mean he hasn't got much. He can still check like aces and kings here because he can still get the money in over 2 streets and bit of deception. Try and get Peluso to find some bluffs on the turn.
Yeah, easily get this in over 2 should he wish. And Peluso is going to come out with sort of, oh, pardon me. He's checked and his our fire has bet the 50k. The delayed.
Just shy of 30%. Awkward for sevens now. This one a big advocate for just jam pre. Take all this post-flop play out the question. Now going to get bluffed off the best hand with decent equity within the pot. But credit to that now. Now Fire's got the moves.
Discipline, brother. That's good. That's good. Discipline is good.
Well, here we go. A small increase. 10k, 15k.
10 or 8? 6 now.
15.
As slowly but surely,
Whatever.
blinds do catch up to the stacks. Average stack now at 44 blinds for this level. But as I keep mentioning, re-entry still open and 400k stack still gives you plenty of play should you elect to press that button. Antonio Alfaya with 51 bigs after that victory. Fabio Peluso, the victim, down to just half that starting stack with 13 blinds. But of course, it is the Serbs doing the front running here. And most of that front running, Nedad Dukic, he's been the most impressive thus far. Of course, been dealt some nice situations, but has played fantastically well up to this point.
And you're happy there, sitting there with 3 startings.
Yeah.
Just continue going about his business. I'm sure he will.
Yeah. 3 startings, but exactly what I said, you don't want to have to place re-reg.
Yeah.
If it all goes wrong.
That's the worst. Ace-king for Muratov. Easy open from gun. I like that approach from Alfaya in the last hand. Bided his time, found a spot, and didn't just do the sort of the easy, oh, I'll just c-bet the flop, but he showed some, not flair, but a little bit of something else. Awkward one for Santos here. Looks like he's going to play flat off of 9 on the button with the Queen Jack suited here. Yeah, a bit wary about the gun opening range. I think if this is like +2+, we've got pretty easy jam, but maybe just a bit more wary and happy to just see a flop off of this shallow stack, catch something to go with.
Yeah, fit or fold. And that is the fit. Nothing yet, but overs alive, gut shot, and of course, the flush draw. Makes him a comfortable equity favorite.
Yeah, and just going to be able to shove, I guess, for 1 SPR here. Fold out some ace highs, fold out some king highs in the time we are called. Got an absolute heap of equity. And not going to shove, just going to go for bet. And this is going to be awkward for Muratov now.
Is this one of these bets where you can obviously always get it in? Bets 15 here, almost hoping for a call so he can jam turn and
I think
maybe win a slightly larger pot.
I think that's what's going on here, James. Just trying to get like sort of value, if you like, here on the flop, even from like ace high, king high to fold him out on the turn. Yeah, it's actually really nice. And 8 of diamonds on the turn. And now, surely we are just going to see an all-in from Santos. Because the other thing here, if Muratov has like jacks through aces that check, they're probably just going to check set us in. So it does seem like very weighted towards this type of holding, an ace high, that we could potentially get out the pot here and now. He's going to go for one all-in sizing.
He's going full milk.
35K.
What's the line? Yeah. Which line would you think? How many runners?
One finish.
And now surely Moratov can't do anything with ace-king. We're getting this price, but so hard to continue. And I'd be suspicious as well once Santos flats off of 9 pre.
Right.
It seems strange.
Yeah, we're looking past that point. Obviously, you mentioned it pre-flop, but yeah, it was a 9 big blind flat. Just does look like aces.
And aces probably would do exactly this. Tiny flop, tiny turn, tiny river.
Fill the line.
Some cool if he makes it as Moratov, but I can't see how he can.
Yeah, this just isn't a hand you'd expect him to see make this line either, right? If he's thinking maybe my opponent's got a flush draw, but would they really play the flush draw this way? And there we go. Very creative stuff from Santos.
What did you say? Sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, some outside-the-box stuff there, and it works perfectly.
Are you up?
Gets the absolute maximum with the worst hand in a way.
I bet only when I have a hedge.
Why you set to this table? I don't understand. I don't understand, really.
Hey, wait. What do you bet?
No one is gambling man anymore. It's crazy. Everybody wants it. Sorry. I just got mad.
I got some information, James, from some ongoings on outer tables.
Hello.
And according to what has been written here, chip leader in the room for the 10K at the moment is our man Aquino, the Brazilian.
Wow.
That we saw finish second in the 2K a couple of days ago, and when he was on the feature table, he was putting on an absolute show. So hopefully he can keep them chips and we get to see him over the course of this tournament.
Of course, we saw him crack kings with the Brazilian aces in Jack 6 offsuit in a peculiar pop that you and Andrew got to call the action on. Probably, you know, you look at the hands that make it out of a series and the ones people can remember. Was it the most technically intriguing? No. Is it the one that everyone's going to remember and will probably get the most watches on social media?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, nice to see he's back in the mix. You know, he said, recreational poker player, just having a great time, having some fun. Chop that 2K EAPT with Boris Kolev.
Flicks in the GG Millions first time, comes third, why not as well online.
Wow, there we go. All right.
He was chatting away on that final table. It must have been the session that me and Andrew covered, but he was telling the lads at the table that that's why he's here. Like, he played on GG and now he wants to play the game more, and he come third in the Millions. And
yeah, because his first live cash came earlier this year, just back in March. So here we go. Well, why not? Expect big things from him then this year.
Would you look at this from Alfaya?
Yeah. Just taking advantage, perhaps, of his image. The rest of the players would have observed that he hasn't played many hands. Of course, we saw him 3-bet King 5 suited from the button. Last orbit. And Sorkin, though, well, he doesn't care about that because he's found ace-king.
Yeah, nice, easy shove for Sorkin. Starting the hand with just shy of 16. And Alfaya, when it's back round to him, can't do anything. Punish for the looseness from early position.
How much do you have, Djokic?
I don't know.
1.2?
I don't know. I don't care, man.
Yeah, I believe you.
No ICM yet, so.
In fact, the feng shui stack and you don't care, yeah.
Maybe you see me talking and I get all the cards, so you started talking now, maybe you get something, yeah. I don't know, yeah. Good question, actually.
To be fair, when you've got all the chips and you've got everyone covered, you don't really need to know your stack, I guess.
I think it will become obviously relevant against one of those other big stacks. You want to make sure you know to cover them. But yeah, I think you're right. It shouldn't affect it when you cover everyone. You're playing their stack, not your own. Again, as he points out, no ICM, that's very different, of course.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure. ICM's always there, James. I know it's minute at this stage, but technically it's still there.
Yes.
When we've lost just under 25% of the field so far, it's still there. Although the ranges are only going to be like changing minutely, it still actually is a thing.
Oh, no,
it's not thought about at this stage, but
I appreciate that.
Still hanging over the heads in a small factor.
Don't worry, I've spent some time in a commentary booth with Dara Okani, and
oh, there you go.
He reminds me of. He calls me up on my discarding of ICM perhaps too early, but yes, of course, it happens from the first bust out.
Best
naturally
in the business is Dara with the old ICM. Like whenever anyone has a spot, like in a satellite or a tough ICM spot, everyone's like, ask Dara, Dara will know.
You got pocket eights now. You're a happy man with eights, right? Oh, no. Eights you'll get.
Yeah, incredibly knowledgeable player. Through out there, all the trophies, that one's a really cool one. Credit to whoever designed the trophies for the MPP. There are some bad trophies out there in the world.
So over to Djukic on the button. Expect King 10 to open. May even jam here. I think it's two shorties behind. Oh no, Jew busted, didn't he? So it's just the Italian in the small that is short, so just going to see open. Because it's Outfire in the big and surely not going to be defending this one. Did open the Jack-9 off from EP a few hands ago.
Congrats.
That is just going to let this one go Djukic's way.
You won my blind.
Yeah.
With 7 eye, 7 deuce.
Never lose.
Better than me.
Yeah, I think I was. You wouldn't fold if I wasn't.
I'll check it later. I will check it later.
Gonna check the one hand when Djukic raised and took our big blind.
He's just
making sure he wasn't up to no good.
Little tease. Enjoyable.
I'm liking this table though. Nice little bit of banter there. They're having a little chat here and there.
It's funny because so often you get these tables, you move on with each table, even though it's the same lineup that's been playing together before. Sometimes things just freeze up a little bit, but always by the back end of the frame, you see everyone just kind of reverts back to being very comfortable. They get used to being here on the stage, and everyone's having some fun. It's nice to see these day ones. We had the same thing yesterday, didn't we? And you kind of just see a lot more openness.
Very high.
It's high, and I like to also split them like this, as you do in card.
Outfire suited for deuce in the small blind. Blind on blind seems fine to continue. Probably just in the form of a complete. Although we did see him send the Jack-6 suited earlier when Santos was slightly shorter.
Raise to 45.
And look at this. He's got the moves, but not going to get it through because Santos with the ace-jack.
We're live though, Jay. Deuce 4. Secret's out. Our fire's up to no good.
He is up to no good. Just under 30 minutes of the session to go. Give you some numbers now, having 132 players in this field with 75 players remaining. Average stack around 700k. I think we could get close to 200 with this one, James.
It's the number that, yeah, I thought was possible. I was quite bullish. I'm going a little bearish now, though, with what, a level and a half of late reg left. But, you know, the re-entries, they come at the back end of the buy-in period, of course. The fresh entries, still be some to come, of course, but I don't know. We've got 75 active from the 99 who've played, so there's still 24 who have played and haven't re-entered at this stage. Possible. Maybe those who are going to play one bullet, but now looking at the tournament going, I want to get back in, sell in, swap in, whatever it needs to be done. Maybe just deciding to come in for the last minute.
You also have that percentage of players that think about their hourly and just love to max late reg everything these days as well. Just jump in with the max late reg, see if you can spin it up.
Those people, they just don't enjoy poker. That's the problem there. Don't worry about the hourly. It's fun to pick up some plastic, throw some clay. Our fire's having the time of his life right now. He needs to avoid this one. Oh no, he's in. Is it going to be a Serbian sandwich?
Like it, I think it is. Suited Jack 5 seems fine to defend for Kenjic, even freeway. And ace 4-4. Rainbow board. Love this from Djukic. This is actually really nice, and the lad's playing well because I think a lot of people just instantly bet this board here, James, but we will do a lot of checking LP versus LP out of position to the player on the button.
Rewarded with a king on the turn, although Kenjic picking up clubs may put up a little fight. It's one of these ones where I imagine Kenjic probably wants to check, but he hates check calling.
Yeah.
What's he there for?
Dependent on the size. It's just so difficult to lead here as Kenjic into two players, but undeterred.
Yeah, I'd like to say, this is just going to be huge and try and rep a 4, and that's exactly what he's done. We can't, of course, do this with every combination of clubs, but once in a while, I guess, makes a little sense.
I guess the 5 of clubs is actually really nice to have as well, because Djukic seems like one that will open stuff like 4 or 5 of clubs. And Alfire would definitely peel a hand like that as well. But now really rough spot for the king-queen here, especially when button could still potentially have some check back ace-x. But this man is just on point.
He is on it. Hasn't missed a beat.
And now going to be losing Alfire from the pot. And it's just so difficult now for Kenjic when he doesn't make his flush to bet river, because should recognise that Djukic should be checking this flop a fair amount with the button player in, and will still check a fair amount of ace-x here, which is going to be difficult to get away on the river. And let's see what he comes with. Like, we have to probably go huge to try and get an ace-x out of here. Obviously, he needs to be thinking about hands that Djukic would play in this manner. But without fire on the button, can definitely still have some ace-x in this spot. But look at this. Looking at his chips. Trying to say, I've got a 4.
Can he pull the trigger? One imagines, surely a second big bullet will get the job done. Although,
it's just so hard to find it, James, because the ace-x is still there, and like, is that really going to fold when we're just saying that we've got a 4 or better? now taking a good... Whoa!
Double pot jam from Kenjic. He goes for it.
What a sick guy.
Yeah, but there is no snap, I know that.
And I said that we'd have to go big to try and dislodge an ace.
There's some smiling and chatting going on.
I know why I'm laughing, but
Yeah, but now
he said you're just happy there was no snap. Obviously, aces and kings forming the scariest part of the range. Oh.
Lets it go. What a move from Kenjic there. Just having to fade the aces and kings, he thinks, and that's always getting through. And probably the size that even the ace-X going to struggle calling there, but what a guy.
Really, you fold aces?
Yeah, I folded aces. I folded flush draw, my friend. I'm just kidding. Not close to it.
Wow, wow, wow.
I'm blocking those.
Huh?
I'm blocking flushes. You didn't fold that.
I knew it.
Just kidding.
I don't care. I don't care. I'm a TV star, I'm just... Take it, though.
Who teach me this? Come on.
Yeah, I didn't teach you how to bluff people on TV, that's for sure. Especially not me. That's not how, yeah.
You are so sure it's a bluff. You are so
I'm fine with it being a bluff, that's the core point.
What a hand that was. And credit. Found the size that, I know it was just a king Djukic had, but found a size that an ace would have struggled to call off as well. Just using that 4x advantage from the big. What a move. There's Muratov. 30 from under the gun.
Okay, we can start again the Cyprus Day 1B. 4,000, 8,000 in a start, please.
And Santos going to pill here off of 14 on the button with the 4s and kings for Sorkin.
Oh, he's found some hands just at the right time. That's Sorkin. This one there a bit spicy because of course we saw Muratov open hit this spot before and Santos peeled with the queen jack off like 9. He's trying to replicate a similar scenario.
Like off of 19, just going to have to jam, I think, here. Like if it was just open, then maybe we can find the 3-bet not all in sizing.
Raise 1.20.
120, but he's going to effectively say I'm all in, putting in 40% of his stack. And now should be an easy fold for Muratov. And same for Santos.
That can, when you check raise, ace 4-4, right?
It's ace 4-4. Yeah.
Yeah, when you got called down by ace 9, right? From the main event last time.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah,
That's why I started laughing.
now I remember, yeah.
That's why I started laughing.
But that time I check raise flop.
I know,
yeah.
but it's same board, and I'm like, should I be that monster, you know?
Yeah.
And I was like, no way. You're not getting that.
Yeah, it was ace 3-3, yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's kind of funny. Two Serbians discussing a hand that seems like they played together in the main that was similar.
Yeah.
The one that just played out. And that's why Djukic, we saw the wry smile come on his face, why he was in the tank on the river. And now Kenjic.
You fold the days there?
Opens to 30.
There, no?
I'm just having a look here.
Is Sorkin just the man with the ace-king all the time? Ace-king suited in small.
They are referencing the Carmen series main event just back in March, so only a couple of months ago, where they both got deep, 56th and 37th respectively. So obviously something went down there in a similar manner. But yeah, Sorkin just...
Yeah, it's one of these that I think we just need to 3-bet, James. We want to get value from our hand.
I was Hender mobbing and I come back up to see ace-king flatting. I was surprised.
Yeah, it's working out on this occasion, but a couple of cons with this. First thing, we give the big blind. Big blind's going to come in a lot And then we're splitting equity three-way. We're in the small, so acting first on each street. And we're also in this sandwich position, James. So the times that Kenjik c-bets, we've still got a player behind to worry about. So maybe one that Sorkin does just want to go for the aggressive route pre. But now he gets it. Well out in front. Going for the double check as well. And over to Kenjic, who's not taking the bait. Checks it behind. And an ace on the river here. Like, once we get here, he's going to fire, but I would have really liked to see check. I know would have checked through, but like the Jack X is now forced the value bet here once we check river, and then we can go for the check raise, but just going to bet and wouldn't have mattered nonetheless because I'm guessing would have checked through. Been dealt ace-king a few times.
So boring deuce river there. Some blank river would be fine.
Yeah, very good for me. Yeah.
So some blank river would be much more funny. I would have to use time bank shit. Yeah, like this.
Around 15 minutes, then I got 20 minutes break. During the break, we're going to chip raise your chips and move it back to table 3. Okay. You come back from the break, go back on table 3, okay?
Okay. Yeah. Okay, of course we are approaching the end of this frame.
I want your cards like second time.
Still time for a few more hands though, and
I'm taking his card second time.
we may see a monster one, who knows?
Yeah, I don't think you would be so happy with
There will be a new feature when we return. TD just coming over and letting the guys know.
I guess you need to reshuffle the cards.
You need to throw them like outside. Just throw it on the table.
Do it like this and sorry.
Yeah, awesome. Sorry, I threw it on the table.
Wow, King 3 suited just into the muck on the button from Sorkin.
Maybe just of the opinion that, I mean, obviously contrary to that last hand, but he's obviously thinking, hey, I look like kind of an active guy right now. I'm just going to tighten up a bit, even though he has been playing pretty snug.
Like the free hands, ace king, ace king, ace king, and then he had kings as well. It seems like when he has V pips, it's been a monster.
None of them got to showdown. Well, I suppose he had an ace king at showdown, right?
And he also tank called. He used a time bank to call off with ace king as well, didn't he? So maybe it's just one that is a bit on the tighter side.
Yeah. No, yeah, maybe.
Trying to preserve that stack. And nice here from Djukic. And Muratov ace-6 off. Blind on blind, ace high. Good enough to continue. But using the old offsuit King X as Djukic here. Not going to be in love with that board.
Yeah, Sorkin just showing 3 caches before this stop on the Henna Mob. All of them coming in Sochi.
Interesting one for Djukic here, blind on blind. Obviously, in terms of range, as the Razor, we are going to have a lot of ace-X, but when we are blind on blind, one that could already be thinking about showdown with the King height. So it does go for the check back.
15 minutes break, please.
Queen of Diamonds turn, and see if Muratov here does want to try it. Start eking out some value.
So once again, 15 minutes brace and the Cyprus, they want to also chip raise, 1,000 value chip.
Our fire, ace queen from Gun.
Love it.
There we go, Jay.
Down with the kids now. I'm not even a kid anymore. I'm 30 this year. I'm not even a kid anymore in my eyes. Like, the kids are doing all this one big blind bet and putting one min chip in and stuff like that. I'm too old for that.
I'm doing that and same Gun all summer. You watch.
So I'll fire.
Spread it amongst the 40-year-olds.
You're not 40, are you?
41, my
You're
friend.
41, looking well. I thought you're like the mid-30 range around there.
Look at that. Look, he's a little charmer.
Yeah. So legitimate hand this time.
Paluso. Queen 10 in the big.
Yeah.
40.
Seems
20.
good to defend off of 11.
25k more. Does make the call against Dalfire, who's shown propensity for friskiness. I've really enjoyed this table. Seen some fun things.
Yeah, and should be a bet call here at this stack depth. It's not going to be a call off because Paluso will probably just check fold, but ace queen here with the ace of diamonds would be one that would want to bet call off if we were met with the check jam.
35.
That should just be getting it through.
Feels wrong, doesn't it, when you peel from the big and that opener just gets to somehow find the 9 deuce 3 flop and you never get to fight. I feel like I deserve something when I peel queen 10. Just give me a,
especially from the big.
Give me a 9-7. Like just, I can have something I can continue with. Some sort of believability.
Can I change me some fives, please?
Just fives?
Yeah, thank you.
King queen for Kenjic, going to be opening from +1. And king queen here for Sorkin, off of 30. The way he's been playing, probably expect him to just fold as he does, but maybe one we can use once in a while to get aggressive with. Paluso can't do anything with the 10-9. Been a rough session for the Italian, hasn't really had too many spots.
Right?
He strikes me as a man who doesn't like his big blind being raised, Alfire.
Personal.
On TV table and double up like for the continue, you know. That would be good. Something. No, just.
Yeah, and he's going to defend the 4-5.
Boring. Yeah.
Perfectly fine.
That's most annoying when you got to do what you're doing, like check fold. So bad.
Very
Jack,
serious
deuce,
again at TV table.
deuce.
Very seriously again.
Yeah, seems like a very tidy one to continue here, especially the deuce-deuce board. Fairly small. And that will be that. Well, I say that will be that, but Alfire does have a tendency to...
I think this is just posturing, but yeah.
It's got to be, hasn't it?
I wouldn't rule it out. He seems someone who seems to sort of play and flow rather than necessarily dictated by the cards. Here we go. Here we go.
And it's going to work versus King Queen. Well, King Queen with a heart. Let's see what size Alfire's gone. 80k. Maybe Kenjic could continue this one with the 2 over cards and the backdoor straight and flush draw.
I mean, he's trying to rep such a narrow range, right? The deuce X, and we're not supposed to have too many deuce X's when we peeled against +1.
So here we go.
But then we do see Alfire's in here with 4-5 offsuit, so maybe we do. But look at this.
Sniffs it out.
He does sniff it out. Continues, and well, a bad card, pardon me, to continue bluffing on. One would imagine.
Yeah, got to be shut down central now. Kenjic will have all this probably Jack-9 suited, probably even open Jack-10 off the way he's been playing. Just seems like a bad card to be barreling on here for Alfire. And if we did have a deuce here, do you think we'd slow down and check? We probably would.
Look at this.
So he's gonna fire again.
No slowing down from our fire.
And just a snap fold now from Kenjic, and this man has got moves.
Well, there we go.
5 high.
Hadn't been going in his way, but found a play, found the timing. Yikes.
It's my first gig, James, but I've got to learn at Merit to stop saying that will be that, because these guys just have different ideas. No draw, no pair, 5 high, let's go for the check raise.
Yeah. Ballsy.
So much happening. Ace 4 for Dukic does have the chips, but we would be raised into 2 reshove stacks here. Luso on the button and Santos in the big blind. Like if they were both like 20, 30, or 30 effective, I think more reason to open, but it's just still going to take it with the removal in there. Opens the 30k. And can't see our fire folding this one.
I love it. Oh, I love it. They got you. You just claimed you weren't going to make this mistake, and now Fire made a mug of you again.
Oh man, that guy.
Yeah, it's not.
Like the thing is, the Queen Jack's fine to call there as well versus cut off in the small. Like we can definitely peel, but it's just like I'm going to take a hand off.
As the great Tyler Patterson says, it's not every hand, it's any hand.
Yeah. And he's keeping me guessing, the lad, I tell you that. Loving watching him play. So unpredictable, but back to these two. Dukic with the top pair, will draw to go alongside it. Is just going to continue.
He's doing that cool bet thing you told me about, where he throws 1k in.
Yeah, and close one for Santos here, but I think we still need to be strapping in for one more street. King Jack high against Dukic will still open stuff like 6-7 suited, probably Jack 9 off plus Queen 9 off. Still a fair amount that we're going to be in front of.
Well, some interest perhaps, turning a Broadway draw.
Yeah, decision point for Dukic here, one that we could potentially check. James, like, seems like a 2-street hand. Difficult to ever get 3 streets from worse, so maybe way to proceed could potentially be to check back and go for some value on river. Bit of deception, potential to get called lighter. So an avenue that we could have taken that is just going to fire. And set Santos in 162k. It's an overbet. 162 into 115. Just shy of 150%. Like what are we trying to get called by here? Do you ever think a 5 heroes is off?
It's a spicy line. Whoa. Hang on. Oh, the bet size is incorrect.
Oh, that makes so much more sense.
Okay, yeah. There was a lot of confusion there for me.
And me. Once Dukic went for that size after playing exceptionally throughout this session, but makes sense. Graphic. Hopefully we'll catch up. 41k seems a lot more reasonable, and
was enough to keep King High around again for another sniff with that gutter. Now, surely we can't get 3 streets, Jay.
That's why I just referenced on the turn, and maybe now we just check back river. Like, no real 10x out there. Maybe King 10. Well, he is going to go after it. Does go for the all-in here.
Really hoping that Santos puts the cape on.
Like he's got to have like King 10 here, or thinks that Santos is prone to call light with like a 5.
Maybe that is it. Maybe he's just thinking, hey, I've been playing kind of hyper-aggressive. Santos has seen enough. Albeit we see Djukic actually hasn't been that out of line, but has been very active and understanding that image, perhaps.
The big problem we got here, James, we lose to a bluff. It's not some, it's a. I guess the King-Queen could be in there as a plausible bluff for Djukic, which we lose to as well. But King-Jack, King of Clubs just doesn't seem like the nicest one to catch for free streets here, but maybe it's just the image of Djukic that's making Santos tank. And the fact that Santos is tanking with King High maybe does make this jam better than it looks.
Yeah.
He's thinking about it for this long with King High. Maybe he does call a 5.
And King High with the King of Clubs as well. It's even more reason to fold.
Thank you. Be a crazy call if he makes it, in my opinion. Going to have so many better catchers here. And like I say, this one potentially losing to a bluff, which would be King Queen as well.
Yeah, that'd be the bad spot, wouldn't it? You call it off.
I've been there. I'm sure you've been there as well. That's one of the worst feelings in poker, when you call and you get beat by a bluff.
Well, this is going to be the final hand of the frame. The clock has ticked on through to the break. Santos needs to think better of this. Thinking long and hard. Just so few combinations that could be bluffs, and he does block them, as we mentioned, with that King of Clubs. But sometimes you just get a feeling, Jay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Credit to Djukic for finding this bet, given that he may get called by King High here. We were suggesting it's very hard to get value for the third bullet.
The thing is, it's difficult for Santos to have a 10. He can only really have King 10 specifically, and that's about it. So like very scarce 10x combos we target. All the ace-x beat us. I don't expect the 5 to call, but when he's tanking that long for King High, with King High, he shows the 4 as well.
But the 4 must be it, right? Yeah. The 4 beats a king. That's the problem. He doesn't realize
King 4 suited.
He's tanking. Come on.
Blocking both straights. King 4 suited.
One. It's the one.
There we are, guys. That is the end of the session. There's the leaderboard. It's been the 2 Serbians that have been getting amongst it, putting on the show. Kenjic and Djukic. It's 1.2 and 1,080,000 respectively. And we are going to head out on a quick 20-minute break. We'll be back with a new featured table shortly.
Final table warming up nicely, guys. If you are just joining us in the YouTube streets or watching us on DTD Player, EAPT Grand Final main event final table. 6 contenders for the title and that whopping $468,000 first prize. Fascinating to watch so far. Stick with us. We'll be bringing you coverage right till the end. Now, Kolev has just chipped down Demps down to less than 10.
Yeah, in that panic zone. But he won't be panicking.
Very nice laydown, by the way. Discipline with the ace-7.
Breshelov with ace-king in the cutoff. 16.5 blinds.
Ooh.
Oh, hello. 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 Is this one? obviously has to concern himself with the player behind Aquino having a big stack as well. But he can make a non-committing 3-bet here.
I think he'll fold here, Demps. But I was wrong a minute ago. It's one of these that, like, 3-bet calling here for, what, 33 million is a bit of a disaster the times that Breshelov puts it in. Peeling is pretty unpalatable. But you have been right again. I'm not sure about this. Because I just don't think we get to fold to jam, and we do terribly, right, the times he puts in. And we don't remove, you know, like if we 3-bet King 5 suited here, for example.
Well, here comes the snap jam, Andrew. Sorry to cut you off. We'll come back to it. And he does just snap call it. He decided once 12's gone in, of course, he's going to call the additional 21. And we'll be thrilled to see Ace-King rather than the bigger pairs that would likely be part of this jamming range. And just like that, Breshelov at risk. But at risk in a pot that will get him up towards that top end of the count, 70 million chips. Living in the middle of this one. This one's such a crucial pot for the tournament. And a 7-9-6 flop. Poets fades an ace or a king, and also, obviously, finding a nice looking board that could redraw should he need to. 10 on the turn. Well, that 8 would, of course, now result in a chop. Ace or king. The only ways for Breshelov to survive here, the man I've been most impressed by thus far on this final table. And that is what's going to happen. Breshelov busted in a pretty grim fashion. I wish we had a camera here. You guys could see Andrew's face. He feels bad, I think, for Breshelov in this one, because that one felt a little dirty from Christopher Puetz. There's a time bank chip on the floor. I wonder whose that is.
Oh.
There's more than one. There we go.
Is that like where you walk over and you've seen 20 euros on the floor and you just stand on it until people mosey on? Yeah. They mosey on away. Yeah. Very impressed by Kolev. And the longer he hangs about, he's a very dangerous player. And if he doubles, he'll be up to 70 mil now, Demps. Here we go. Aquino.
Yeah. Foot to the floor.
Very spicy.
Didn't catch the number. Okay.
Oh.
Number that means that we'd imagine ace-4 gets to take 3 at a reasonable frequency.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to fold. Question is, do we just call? And it seems pretty reasonable. They are 30 bigs deep. It's a lot to jam. You don't really want a 3-bet fold a hand as good as this blind on blind, right? I like call. Now then. King, queen, queen. Very interesting. Aquino essentially with the kind of nut low, so to speak, Demps on this board. And knows he can't win without betting, and does start with a small one. I mean, we probably got to call one. It's grim, though.
It kind of fills it, doesn't it? But yeah, we've got a cool one. And I mean, we've got the 4 hearts working as well. Not that we're thrilled about chasing 4 high flush draws on 4 heart boards, but I don't think... If we give Aquino the occasional light one, which we see here with the 6-3-0, sticking around seems best.
Yeah.
And from Aquino's point of view, now this is pretty grim, right? We've raised pre, been called, we've bet flop, got called again. Just so likely our opponent's got a king or a queen when they call. But look at this. Andrew, what's going on? How does he know?
I mean, this is hard. I mean, I'm absolutely loving it. Fair play. You know, there are some hands we can get to fold, right? Like a Jack-9, something like this. Ace highs, right? They're going to call.
Are they?
On the flop, they're going to, right?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, on the flop. So, like, on the turn, there are still a subset of hands, is what I'm getting at, that will fold to turn barrel. And there's enough of them out there. You're not going to dislodge a king or a queen, naturally. You're very unlikely to dislodge like an ace, jack, ace 10, which doesn't just get it in pre all the time. These hands will continue. But you can, wow! Is Peteychuk gonna find it?
He does.
That is class.
He just, I guess we've seen a few of these kind of hands from Aquino where we saw the bluff when he turned an open-ender, kind of gone with these sides and repping like too thin a range. Well, let's come back to that.
Yeah, sure.
Because the river has rolled off a jack of clubs. Kind of a, oof. No, surely not.
Oh, if he finds this.
Been called not once, but twice. Has 6-3-0. No coordination with the board. Out here on a flyer. 34 million chips in the pot. Every time we have seen him hit these lines, though, he has never slowed down. That's the point I was getting at. Oh. And I mean, wow, if he finds it, because his timing will be spot on. Peteychuk in here with just ace high, making two great calls. Desperate to see his opponent check.
This is a genuinely pivotal moment in the tournament.
Oh, wow! Overbet jams the river. Wow. I was about to say, he set this pot up to the point where he can't get pot on the river, leading himself to overbet jam.
My goodness, Aquino. I'm a bit lost for words.
I understand what you're saying. I just think versus Aquino, this is the man. You weren't here. There was a hand earlier. Okay. He limped 8-6 off. There was an ISO from 4-3 off in the big. He just piled it in with 8-6 off. And King 10 suited, such a good hand.
Yeah, like, just raise call him then, right? Yeah. If he's going to do that.
Do we really want to raise call King 10?
Well, Peteychuk, right? Experienced reg, wants to win the title. If he doubles, he's going to be in second in chips. I do hear you, though. I think there's arguments. He could have done lots of things. Did land on raise. As it stands, Umarov finds a real one. Pocket tens. Puts now probably a hand that he would have liked to got in the mix, but recognizing Umarov's been very tight. We don't really want to 3-bet fold a guy with 13 bigs behind. Now, Aquino has one of those hands, Jay. Might be tempted to make it 4 blinds.
Yeah, if we are going to go for the 3-bet bluff, that's the size we have to choose here, Andrew, when Umarov's opened off of 15 BBs.
Well, time bank utilized.
But something I will say about Umarov, what I saw the session that I covered with James, he was fairly tight.
Very tight in this FT.
Every time he opened, he had a legitimate hold and no real attempt to stills lightly. So maybe just taking that into account, opponent in question, and we just lean towards fold and let this one go.
I'm in agreement. From what we've seen, I mean, he folded sevens 5-handed first to act, Jay, with 10 blinds, which shocked me and James at the time. So, you know, and if you've been fed that info by now, which you would think you probably have been, right? That's probably a critical bit of information. Ooh, well then. Potential strife. And look at that. Peteychuk just recognizes Umarov hasn't gotten after it.
But Kolev got a nice one to defend here off of 8 big blinds. Fine to flick in an extra BB and see 3 cards.
I think worth referencing also, of all the players who are not incentivized to open this pot, it's Umarov, right? Kolev is going to get put all in a good amount of the time. You know, as the short stack, he can ladder 40k. Could be trouble. for Boris.
Agreed here, Andrew. Like, Umarov's still going to have like this linear range of high cards, all the ace-10, king-queen, queen-jack suited, this type of stuff.
Yeah.
So could potentially go with the bottom pair, backdoor diamonds to go alongside
Yeah, he may lead here. There's a few options. Could lead small, could potentially jam. Yeah, lead small, order of the day. And he's going to get the bad news, Jay. You would think 10's the type of hand that probably wants to fast play here.
Yeah, and still can get called by worse. All this like 6-7 suited, 6-5 suited, 4-5 suited, 5-3 suited that would defend from the big blind. So let's see what Umarov is going to do here.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'll send it, and it makes all the sense in the world. Pocket 10s really needs protection, and now pretty horrible spot to be in. But feels committed, Jay. We're going to be against some nut flush draws and the like, right? Maybe the occasional ace-5 suited type. Decides, I've got backdoor diamonds. There's a big chunk of my chips in. Here we go. Kolev hunting diamonds, kings, and 3s. Or he is out of here in 5th. Oh my goodness me.
No way around.
The king of clubs. Umarov, heart sinks. All of a sudden, looking for a 10. Cannot find it, and what a body blow to Umarov. Brutal time to lose a big one, Jay. Would have been up to 65 million in chips. Chuck, seemingly at the moment, the one managing to stay afloat. Here we go, Jack 8. These spots always interesting. He's aware, puts is short. So could attack Kolev.
Cover and stack. We'll be continuing, whether it be complete or aggressive route. We will see. And
yeah, I like this.
Going to get after it.
Now then, Kolev. Hand that seems too strong to fold. Blind on blind.
I think it's just one that wants to call Andrew and take a flop with position on Padachuk, who should have a fairly wide range here as the cover and stack, and as you mentioned, Put's sitting there now with around 15 BBs.
Yeah. Kolev. Undeterred. That's flicking calling chips. Every pot now critical, 18 million in the middle. And how about that for a flop for the Bulgarian? Top 2. And Pettychuk does have a gut shot.
Could be a bit of trouble for Pettychuk here, because seems like a hand that does want to continue here once we get to the flop with the dummy and gutter. And I think Kolev good enough to just play cool here with a hand as strong as this with position. The times we see these brick turn cards, Andrew, I do expect to see this combo go for a double barrel a lot of the time as Pettychuk.
Starts us off, 4 million. Around about 20%. One of these, try and fold out. King 7 of hearts type holding, something like this, that is with the board.
And even the ace highs have a hard time continuing here with Put sat there with 15 BBs.
Turn is a 5. Pretty innocuous looking card. Neither player figures to have too many 5x.
Like Kolev gonna have this like suited 4-5 up to like 5-7, King 5 suited, Ace 5 suited, this type of stuff.
Pettychuk now with the decision.
And is going to go.
Is going to go for it. Wow, and he's gone big.
Yeah, just shy of 2/3 pot here from Padacek. And now Kolev going to be licking his lips at this one. And I assume we're just going to see call again here. Set the trap, Andrew. Keep bluffs in of our opponent here. If our opponent has ace, queen, king, queen, queen, jack, we're going to get the money anyway on the river. But we just want to keep stuff like the jack nine in. The ace jack, the king jack, some spade draws potentially. And he's going to play cool. Loving this from Kolev, playing it to perfection.
Wow, and all of a sudden, half pot back. Critical river incoming.
And like, if it's an offsuit 3, 4, 6, something that has no interaction with like the king jack, jack nine, well.
Oh dear.
Well,
man, this does muddy the waters a little.
It does. We have this jack in here, but it's kind of irrelevant. There's jack nine, of course, but ace jack's probably going to get aggressive pre.
Right.
So, yeah, we remove jack nine.
I think he's going to shove this one. I mean, sometimes you just got to send it, right?
I guess.
With that 5 pairing, Jay, the 2 pair can be counterfeited, right? Which is something we need to note. If Patychuk has king jack or king 9 and goes for value, oh my goodness.
What a sick guy.
I mean, I think you just have to run it, right?
I guess, because all this suited queen X is going to be in a horrible spot.
Yeah.
Stuff like a 10, this hang on, 10x of spades is real. All this potential 8, 9 of spades. There's not really a whole lot of spade combos, but you've got a lot of this queen X, queen deuce suited upwards that we will fold out here potentially on the river. And this is a sick spot for Kolev for tournament life.
So Jay, Patychuk repping a king or better. Like, would he value jam ace queen? Would it be too thin? Close? Feels close.
Yeah, ace queen feels very close actually, Andrew. Like king jack, king 9 got clear as day jam to target the queen X for sure.
Oh!
Oh!
In it goes! Bravo, Boris Kolev!
What a call. Grim river to see, but still finds the hero. And what a hand from both there. Credit to Patychuk. Love the heart. Recognized can't win the hand by checking.
Welcome to Mediterranean Poker Party.
Whoop whoop, what a tremendous beginning of Mediterranean Poker Party. The brand new, huge poker stage was built. It's TV time. Don't forget the main thing that unites nation. A bunch of poker events running now.
And I'm from Norway.
Turkey,
Australia, the Netherlands, Lebanon,
France,
Bulgaria,
Venezuela,
Belarus,
Iran, Ukraine,
Austria,
Serbia, Russia,
Germany, Armenia,
Hungary,
Kazakhstan,
Italy, Greece,
Romania,
Moldova,
Scotland, Poland,
China,
Spain,
Sweden,
England, Georgia,
Mexico,
Croatia,
USA,
Lithuania.
And we are back at the Mediterranean Poker Party here at the Merit Complex. I can't choose which one we're in. Look, we've got the Diamond there. We've got the Royal Premium on your right, Cove on your left. Pick your poison. All the piers, the restaurants, the bars. It's all to be had here, Jay.
So much to explore, I found as well. You can just walk to a place, you're like, I never knew this was here.
Yeah.
I've had a lot of that this week.
You don't come for a few months, and there's a new place.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
It builds so quickly here. Here we go. Boris Kolev, the man who won the EAPT Grand Final, back at our feature table here with 1.6 million chips. Ihar Soika, another regular we see often here in the bigger blind stuff at Merit. Roman Gadzhiev also in this table, but it is a different Roman leading the way. Emelianov with 93 big blinds. Viktor Ustamov, another reasonably well known in the poker world. He's in here with 30 bigs as the shortest. And Fausto Tantillo, another player, again, with some notoriety, pardon me, in the field. Something for everyone. And of course, I've overlooked Draushiotis. Draushiotis, does that work for you, Jay?
Sounds good. That sounds good. I think you've got that spot on.
I've already noticed you've got a far better take on the accents than I do. It's the accents, pardon me, the pronunciations.
I'm just guessing. It's all guesswork. And
well, it's confidence. You project confidence, people think you're right.
That's it. So let's get
How we both got
underway.
here, let's be honest.
Another 2 hours of poker.
Oh.
Hotel Max Royal. Julia, I love you. I love you. I love you, Olivia. Thank you.
Is that is Roman Emelianov, the one with the chip lead on this table? A little message for those at home. Nice to see. Enjoying his moment already. Ustamov.
Why you do it?
40.
Do you need it? 40?
This is going to be fun, I think, Jay.
Yes, 40,000.
So opening the King 10 from button. Blinds now 10k, 20k.
Okay, 40, okay.
I'm going to get a defend from Emelianov in the big blind.
As you know, creative cards, as usual.
Oh, this is going to be a fun session. I've got a feeling about this one, James.
Oh, yeah.
Check.
At 996. Rainbow board. I like this check from Ustamov here on the 9-9. Seems pretty nice.
Is he going to get a bet here from Emelianov?
We spoke about it.
I doubt it. Probably just going to check it over, and now potential to go for the delay continue once check two twice.
But I can't tell you something. Okay, thank you. I have many. Yes, it's okay. I have time bank. Yes, okay. How people do something when cameras all around you? Somebody wants to be a hero. It's me. Yeah. Yes, because I want to be, yes. Something shit, but you play, yes. He won to win. Okay.
Okay, we have
40.
Eventually, after that speech, Emelianov comes out with the bet. And, like, does anyone give that speech and then bluff?
No, this is what I was about to say. Like, when someone's talking like that, you just feel like they've always got it. But we gave them nearly 4-1, and we've got a gut shot and an overcard. So going to have to call Ustamov. But I'm loving Emelianov already.
Goes quiet, but reaches for chips once more. Oh, it goes milky. It looks so strong, Jay.
It does. And don't really see how Ustamov can call. He's getting a nice price, 4-1, but even like this 8, some like 7-8, 10-8, stuff that potential bluffs on the turn could have rivered a pair.
He's got big chips in hand. And he raises it up to 275k. That is perhaps one path to victory for him.
It is. And being first hand of the session, not really sure of players' tendencies, but surely not James. He's gonna bank.
He says he just wants to be a star.
He's a star already in his first hand.
Surely. Like you say, he can't do anything here. Can he?
Okay, next time.
Next time.
Very brave, huh? Well.
Ты чего такой довольный? Ну, чуть-чуть как-то грусть, сопереживание. Вот ты бы проиграл, я бы тебе сопереживал. Я бы выиграл, я сказал, да-да. Да-да.
How's your Russian, James?
Он 100%. Ну, я же не буду 200 вот так вот просто отдавать. Он в следующий раз будет блефовать, а у меня будет чуть основание покрепче. Чуть-чутики.
Ну, я так думаю, может, я ошибаюсь.
Я не вижу, очков не было.
4 Russian speakers at least on this table. Emelianov, Soika from Belarus, Gadzhiev and Ustamov, Russian. Boris Kolev from Bulgaria. Bulgarian and Russian not too dissimilar, one imagines. He has at least a reasonable understanding of the language. I'm going to go out on a limb and say the Italian and the Cypriot have got no idea what's going on.
And look, he's 4 off from +1. I've just got a feeling this is going to be a spicy session. Fairly loose open, and Gadzhiev here with the King 10 in the hijack. Expected to hit the muck. Maybe thinking about 3-bet as a bluff, but maybe slightly too low down. Does just let it go.
55. 9 pass, 2 pass.
Yeah, Soika in the big with the suited 3 high.
Yeah, seems fine.
I mean, nearly a 3x.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Yeah,
just seen that. 2.75x. Less inclined now. Good spot, James.
Yeah.
Still going to come to the pie.
I think this table's been playing a little loosey-goosey. What do you think?
I think so too. Oh, wow.
Ace 2 straight. Choices with top pair and a gut shot to the wheel. Soika with the incredibly disguised bottom 2.
Yeah, and does seem like one that could potentially go for value straight off the bat. However, like it's an ace-high board, the king-queen, the queen-jack, the jack-10, all this stuff will continue, which is drawing thin in terms of equity. Maybe the bottom 2 here on a fairly wet texture does just want to go for it now. Because the times it rolls off a 4, a 5, a heart, potential not to get another street from the ace-x.
You can see here the equity is still reasonably close. 43%. Drawing out that liver 2 pair, and of course the gut shot. Running pair up as well, of course, is an out.
So has to continue. There's Rashutos, but heart on the turn.
Okay. Surely that'll slow things, but as we say, Jay, don't predict too much in this room.
Yeah, the thing is here, like, as Soika, Drashutos shouldn't really have too many flushes as +1 opener. Like with the ace and 10 of hearts on the board, only probably like the king-jack suited, the king-queen suited, maybe jack-9 of hearts, 8-9 of hearts, but no more than 7 or 8 combos, whereas we're going to have a lot of these. So big fan of this from him. Just recognizing that a lot of people here may just choose to shut down James and check, and now let a hand like ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king with a heart check behind, whereas we can still get value from all these type of holdings, the ace-x with the heart that are in there. And even here with the ace-4 could potentially stick along for one more street with the wheel draw to go alongside it. But
well, if he could see his opponent's hand, he would surely be in. Drashutos drawing at a better hand.
Yeah, but when you think of bluffs,
so, yeah,
the one that comes to mind is the heart draw. Obviously, the creative ones would be stuff like 4, 6 of diamonds, around that sort of remit. But the bluff that comes straight to mind on the flop is going to be the heart draws, and the value range is going to be ahead of ace-4 that want to check raise flop like the 2 pair plus. So difficult to have the best of it now as Drashutos. Good fold, sir. Nicely done.
Soika breaches the 7-figure mark. This is the last level of reg in this 10K high roller. We currently stand at 138 entries. 30 minutes more, and it'll be the active 30 minutes.
I noticed on break as well, I had a little look on Poker News and went to the 10K, and chip leader now. Mr. Dominic Niche.
Oh, there we go.
Second bullet going much better.
Wow. Yeah, set under set on the first bullet. Queens into aces.
Yeah, he had 2.4 million going into the last break.
Good luck, Phil. If you were thinking about late regging, just realise there are 6 Dominics in the field, and think about that. Yeah, 71 active, 139 stacks, but 6 of the 119 stacks are Dominic Niche. I might not register.
Big yawn there from the 2K winner a couple of days ago. Still feeling that late night, probably. Kolev out the way.
Milyanov.
I know that audience of my poker show, Вечерний Poker in Russia, now looks to this show. Thank you very much.
So Milyanov opens 40k with the king on the button. Seems fine. And Soika with a nice size choice from the small here. Nice and big. Out of position, facing the button open. Does get out of the way. Emelianov.
I believe you.
Just referencing there that he's got a poker show in Russia.
Thank you.
I'd watch.
I would watch as well. I'm enjoying him already.
Next time.
Seems like a great character to have on the feature table. Very animated.
Just looks a character.
Is that a WSOP bracelet he's rocking as well? It's probably not, but it looks similar.
You're right. It does look like a bracelet.
Have a little
looks
look.
like an old one.
It does, that's why I said it. Maybe one from early 2000s, perhaps?
Yes. After tomorrow, I sleep.
No? Bracelet on the Hendemob database, I can tell. In fact, as yet for him, although a huge amount of cashes, no live victory. And so some deep runs and some big binds, mind you.
Why your name here? Hugo.
Soika opens the ace-4 on the button, raises to 40.
As you open up the ace-4, you get that question.
It's really funny. I know that you're not Hugo.
Not Hugo?
Not Hugo.
That's when he could have said, yeah, I'm not Hugo, I'm just the boss.
Oh, there we go.
If you are watching on YouTube, we are checking the chat box on DTD Player. If you got any questions for James or myself, fire away in the chat. Make sure you hit the like, the subscribe button if you're enjoying the coverage. Still 2 more days of live coverage to come over the weekend. We'll have day 2 of this and then closing out on Sunday with the final day of the main event. So Ostamov opens the 40. Smidge on the loose side. Seems like what we're going to see from this table. Going to be a raise and take.
Смотри аккуратнее карты. Вот последнюю почти увидел.
А тому.
Хорошо. Просто я так сижу, как бы. Просто читаю.
Я после тройки уже вторую не хотел смотреть.
I finished, I busted.
You worried about it, but... Made some crazy moves? Oh no. Made some crazy moves? No?
Probably. Percentile known for the occasional crazy move. I just saw a name cycle through the active players that we have not had on stream once yet. this stop, and I'm angry about it. Get me Georgi Shkulukia. I want gear on the table.
Never.
I'm going to go out there and make sure you guys have him for the end of the day.
Thank you. That would be nice. Yeah,
That's what I'm going to do.
Of course, you're leaving us after this session, James.
Yeah, I've only got about 25 minutes more in the booth with you, Jay, to round out my stop here at the MPP. You came late, I leave early. Andrew's the workhorse, we just flog him all the way through.
Exactly that. So hijack open from Soika, and Gatsiev not going to be going anywhere here with the Queen 10 suited in the small. I think happy to just play cool. And once we get 70, 80, potential 2-3 bet.
Gatsiev looks the business with those glasses today. There's a million chip stack. Soika now slightly more. 5-5-6 board. Gatsiev still best from the small with Queen 10, but hard set to face much heat.
Not choosing to continue here. Oh, sorry, Gatsiev checking over to Soika, who will expect to see a continue with the jack high. Fold out some king highs, some queen highs, some suited ace-x. 35k into 120, just shy of 30%, does the trick. Small one going Soika's way.
Gatsiev, someone who first played on these shores all the way back in 2015. And has had a bunch of cashes over the last couple of years here. Really found some form. Fifth in the Eureka Tour, the EPT Eureka 1K. Obviously, fifth in one of those events pays a lot with over 2,500 entries.
It's a great country. My name is Roma. I live in Moscow, in the capital of the Russian Federation. It's very, very big city. Many, many people live there. In our city, we have many restaurants, parks, gardens, yes. We have Red Square there, yes.
This guy is great.
No?
100%.
So just shoot us here.
At the end of the story? I was going somewhere.
Goes for cool. This should bring Kolevin in the big.
Sorry, where are you from?
Bulgaria.
Bulgaria? Oh, okay, you're next. Tell us about Sofia.
Big
Never
city
been
also,
there.
but not as big as Moscow.
Not so big, yes.
Does it look like Emelianov going to continue as the opener under the gun? We'll have all the strongest ace-x. Pocket sevens in his range as well, but is running into the trips of Kolev from the big blind. Just chooses to check call facing around corner pot. Wow, he's just relentless. Emelianov. 60k now on the turn.
Boris Kolev just loving life right now.
Yeah, do you think that he's just going to play check call? Maybe he knows Emelianov well, thinks that he's going to have a lot of bluffs. But I might have read into this sizing once it's like 25%, 30%. There's a hand that wants to check back river, maybe like an 8s through kings, a 7-8 suited, something along those lines.
Maybe when you're Boris in a spot like this, you know, that kind of play, you just kind of have to accept the fact that might happen sometimes, but get the value against the bluffs. And
yeah. So does shut it down as Emelianov well-timed white flag wave.
What? 9.
10? I also have ace. Ace 3.
I referenced this hoodie earlier.
Not
It says, more money and more problems. Fresh off winning $400,000+. Did he bring this hoodie, Jay, to wear it after winning a tournament? Like, people bring their final table shirt. I was discussing with Andrew earlier. You got your final table outfit, but he's brought the outfit for after he wins a tournament.
That's unbelievable.
I think that's next level. And I saw you sort of...
What, did he have it before he won the tournament?
Yeah, well, I mean, he hasn't bought that here.
Okay.
So he's just brought that along.
It's good. Manifest it, James.
When I win a tournament, the next day I'm going to wear this hoodie.
Yeah, there you go. You see it sitting there. You really want to wear it. You can't wear it until you win the comp. So you got to take it down.
Love it.
Gadziev in the cut-off. Pocket sevens. Makes it 45 to go, and Kolev here, ace-6 offsuit. Not going to be doing any call-in, but if he's glancing at his opponent's stack, maybe one that may like to take as a 3-bet with the ace blocker in there. Definitely cannot proceed with a call. Does just take the standard approach and lets it go.
Cool.
It seems like a man that's just always looking for any spot, as Boris. Always takes his time.
Yeah, I love his just attentiveness, even when he's not in hands to the other players, trying to get baselines on them for potential live reads later on. You see here, look, level of attention, unmatched.
35. 35.
35, 6, 7.
So 35k from Gadziev, just shy of 30%, and nice little flop from Milionov here. Double gutter and a heart draw to go alongside it. So deuce of spades turn, and seems like sevens here. One does just want to do some checking. We beat enough hands still, can potentially pick off some river probes on certain runouts. That's just going after it here. And gonna flush out a heap of equity. Nicely done.
There we go.
Да, пересели, сразу тоска какая-то.
I want to enforce for the first time ever English only, even when cards aren't out, just so I can hear what he's saying.
We want to know what he's saying.
Missing out.
The pain.
Ah, okay.
You got them devices now, 2024, that you just speak into one language and it comes out the other language.
There we go.
We need one of those.
She had this conversation not long ago that we're not far from that in kind of streaming situations. Sometimes when I'm operating in other guises, we have winners interviews with players, and obviously language barriers quite common, and the idea that we could have that as a thing, I mean, feasible to think next year that could be a thing, that you're watching a poker stream and we could do an interview where one person asks in English and the other person responds in another language.
Especially in a tournament like this when we've got so many countries coming to Cyprus to play. Ace-9 for Tantilo. Going to open from gun. Usually like one that we may choose to fold and start with the ace-10 off to open, but it's going to get some action from a Milionov. Is in a dominated spot as Tantilo does bring Soika in from the big with Jack-10. Is this live? Someone asked on YouTube. Yes, we are live. We're on a delay. This is live from the Merit. The 10K high roller.
Мы же это первый уровень играем, да? С перерывом.
Yep, as live as it can be.
Почему следующий опять?
Obviously the game integrity. Thankfully with shot clocks, no hand can ever take more than 30 minutes.
Из-за того, что поздняя
I
регистрация.
remember, what was it, the first hand of the heads up at the World Series of Poker when Espen won. I believe the very first hand of the heads up, he kind of jammed a river spot and his opponent went deep into tank and took like 20 minutes before calling. But I think they were operating on a longish delay there, but when you've got no shot clock, 30-minute delay could be dicey in a situation like that. I mean, that's an abnormally long tank. Understandable, of course, with millions upon millions on the line in that matchup.
Yeah, unlucky here for Milionov. Makes a very good call on the flop, but unfortunately, Tantilo turns the best of it and seems like a nice one to go for some value with as well. Just making the assumption once a Milionov checks, not going to have a queen or better. therefore potentially target something like 7s, 5s. Non-believers that think we can still have some ace, king, ace, jack, but he's going to knuckle it back. Probably wouldn't have got called anyway. Milinov sees the bad news, getting 3 outed on the turn, but nice call on the flop was right.
And Jay, I have to echo the comments of Mr. Joe Bunning in the chat. He says, Jay, you're the man, top commentary. My first time working with you, it is drawing to a close for me this evening. And I have to say it's been good fun.
Yeah,
much enjoyable alongside you. And I look forward to many more times in the future.
Hopefully there will be, James.
And I'm sure you're not missing the tower, as someone maybe suggests. I miss the tower, so how could you not?
I've got more money in my pocket when he's not around, put it that way. So, yeah, been great to work with you and Andrew. Both very good at what you do and make my life a lot easier in the booth with yourselves.
Yeah, I was going to say, for the few of you who don't know who the tower is, it'll be the stalwart commentator on the GUKPT, where Jay is often found in the UK. And just a legend of the live poker. Well, I remember long before he was doing that, when he was doing like live updates, reporting for World of Poker back in the day.
And won WPT Personality of the Year 1 year as well, did the man.
There we go. And well, I might say he's a big man, but also a bigger personality. And big by tall, you know, not saying anything else. I have been here eating the buffet twice a day. I gave up on a plate today.
A plate?
I got a plate at dinner. I started eating it, and I wasn't happy with it, and I forfeited. I went for the re-entry.
Oh, okay.
I sacrificed that plate, went off, and got another plate.
Nice.
Andrew was there, and he sort of said, just go do it. Just make yourself happy. Get the plate you want. There's no time in life to have bad meals.
One of the things I've loved this week at Buffet, just so much to choose from.
Yeah.
Options galore. All the food's fantastic. And not only the food, the service as well. You sit down instantly, someone over to your table, what would you like to drink? You finish your drink, they're straight back over. Would you like me to top that up, sir? Just great from all the staff here. Been pleasantly surprised, James, all week.
Yeah, if anything, you would be careful. It's almost too good. Sometimes you kind of, they see you just stop eating, they see your plate, they come to clean it up. You have to fight for it sometimes. No, it's exceptional. In every part of this complex.
More and more impressed as each day goes on here. That's why so many people come from all parts of the world to attend. And if you are watching at home and you've never been, and you do have the option to get out here some point this year, cannot recommend it enough.
Yeah. Check the calendar, plenty of merit events that run. They basically have, Jay, a big series every sort of 6 to 7 weeks. So you never have to wait long to get back in the mix here. And then, of course, partnered events like this MPP, the occasional Triton. We saw PokerStars here last year with the EPT. WPT's been here in the past. So, I mean, even just basically, there's just a massive event all the time. Whenever you think, you know what, I fancy a little holiday, within a few weeks, you can be on a flight here playing some poker.
When I get home next week, I'll probably be looking at that calendar, seeing what dates I got free, and come out here for one of those series to play.
We have the Dolce Vita coming up at the end of July, early August, which is obviously a glorious time to be here. Obviously far hotter than it is now.
The one you mentioned the other day, the Gangster series, that just sounds good.
You're gonna come dolled up in your good stuff. Yeah, it's a fun one. All the dealers, the floor stuff, everyone gets into the theme of it. The room's decorated in the theme. It's fun. It makes it a bit more freshening, you know.
Tantilo on the button, opens the 40. Doubt we're going to see anything from Prosciutto here.
Neither Gagiev, one assumes, from the big 10-4-0. Facing that min open, but a pretty garbage looking hand. Of course, he knows Tantilo can be in here with a very wide range, but 10-4 doesn't do good. against any range.
Какой мусор, блин.
It's the first time I've seen Tantillo play in a while. Very well respected Italian pro. Seen him, obviously, here with his compatriots, the likes of Mustafa Kanit, who we know is in this tournament. Also another one, irregular here at Mayo. Already a couple of cashes this series, the EAPT 500 and the EAPT Grand Final, he also cashed. Deep run in that Carmen Series main event back in March here, just a couple of months ago. Still sort of waiting for that landmark score.
They're going to be back-to-back opens for Tantillo. Ace Queen in cutoff.
Raise.
And Gadziev here, Queen 10 offsuit from the small. Kind of an awkward one from small blind specifically.
Do you have break?
I could see fold, could see call. Seems kind of close. I think like Queen Jack we're fine to come in. Queen 9 off would definitely fold. But is going to go for the other option. Goes for the 3-bet here with the Queen 10 offsuit.
Well, here we go.
I'm not sure one that we use too much from the small, but like that he's getting aggressive and we'll find some 3-bets on the lighter side.
I kind of saw that button open the last time. Now he's like, this guy's opening again. I didn't get to fight back last time. I'm going to take my spot here. Tantillo's certainly been doing a lot of opening. We saw the ace 9-0 coming from under the gun, so maybe he's thinking, hey, look, this guy's getting a bit too comfortable here. Someone has to lay down the law.
That's what good players will do as well. They'll recognize stuff like this, then start dipping into some lighter holdings, perhaps because they think that the opener's going to be wider than most and they're going to get it through more often than not. However, running into an actual hand here, not much working for Gadziev. No diamond in hand. With Queen High, still may fancy a C-bet. Potential to fold out better. Does go with the third pot sizing. And getting a bit awkward for Tantillo here, but should be doing exactly this, calling once here, still ahead of the bluffs, maybe some stuff like ace jack, ace 10 that may have been doing it for value.
Ugly card, the 9 of diamonds. Tantillo certainly gets to have some flushes here, doesn't he? Having killed.
And many more flushes than us as well, James, because like the suited Queen 10, Jack 10, all this stuff shouldn't really be doing too much 3-betting at this stack depth from the small. Even like the ace-x of diamonds probably does more flatten than 3-betting, so much better card in terms of range for Tantillo, who will be peeling some suited connectors with position, all the ace-x suited as well. But maybe still wanting to check, just maybe we dislodge at ace-king, no diamond, maybe something along that line. But not really folding out much better than that, so it seems like a nice one to do exactly this. Just check and hope we get the check on the river to check behind and sometimes be good.
Yeah. Will Gadziev give him that opportunity though? The bet check bet line here can certainly represent some of the strongest over pairs, can't it?
Of course, 10s for aces would take this line as well.
And he's gone for it. Love this.
He's going to try and say, I've got an overpair that check turn once the flush completed, and makes sense.
Wow.
All the 10s for aces would take this line.
Loving this from Gadziev. Recognizing pre-flop, maybe, hey, I'm going to do this a little wider than most because I've seen Tantillo with a handful of opens and one of them got the showdown a little light. Took that aggressive option, followed up on the flop, showed restraint on the turn. But now recognizing that there are a fair number of hands like this that he can make fold on the end. Well,
Yeah,
He can make fold. He might not, though, but this would be heroic, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would, James. If he finds it, credit to him, but I can't find this call with ace-queen, no diamond, as Tantilo. Like, he's got all this 10 through aces that should just play check on the turn, then value bet river. All 30 combos combined for value.
Plus, I guess, some flushes that some did, right?
Some like ace-king of diamonds, ace-queen of diamonds, this type of stuff. So it'd be some call if he finds it. I just don't see how we can. And maybe Gadziev also reading into the check back on turn at this stack depth. We have a stack that can go bet turn, shove river to get all the chips in, and just thinking Tantilo is going to be betting his strongest hand, so he's not going to have any traps.
Yeah, that's what I'd be arriving on at this point, I think, as I just don't think Tantilo has checked back a strong hand here for exactly that reason.
Yeah, but really mulling it over. Good senses.
You feel like Tantilo would, of course, 4-bet those big pairs as well, so he really is limited to sort of hand like maybe 8s. 6s.
Yeah, but does
Here we go.
Nice move, Gadziev. I like the fold from Tantilo.
Yeah.
With the ace-queen.
We want to drink. I want to drink. Without whiskey, without whiskey, I can't to play.
In 4 minutes, in 4
It's
minutes.
genocide of poker players.
Only 3 level.
No doping for you.
Я пил весь вечер. Почему меня лишили алкоголя вдруг? За что?
4 минуты как раз
Obviously, the floor staff advising the players that in 4 minutes is the end of the level that ends late registration. Not a schedule break, but just in order to do a bit of housekeeping, tidy up those re-entries. Obviously, some players will bust out, get the option on the last hand to then go buy in. So we do just give them a very short break, just to get all the last entries situated on the tables, and then we will continue in the pure freeze-out portion. I wasn't lying. I wasn't bluffing.
A queen 10 from +1 as Soika did open the ace-9, so does go with this one. Raises to 40.
Do you have ace? Ace?
Ace high.
Kolev with a very defendable ace-10 of clubs, and really is working masterfully up to 1.7 million in chips.
And one that I think seems to like call here.
King high.
Queen high.
From big specifically.
Nice one.
Starting the hand just shy at 60 BVs.
What's Roman doing here?
Where's he gone?
He's wheeled himself over to the trophies.
Oh, this guy.
His box office stuff.
I come back, sorry. Смотрел на кубке.
Soika with the continuation bet.
It should be calling one, as Kolev here, even facing +1 with the ace-10 suited. Still could likely be the best hand. Some backdoor possibilities.
I can't tell you how jealous I am that I'm stepping out now and you get to carry this off.
I know. I am looking forward to the rest of the day.
And seeing as I'm leaving, I'm going to throw a little spoiler in there. I'm looking ahead, saying that a new player will be added to this table for when you come back to the far side of the break, filling the empty seat, and it is that of Aquino.
No way.
Our Brazilian superstar will be joining this mix on the far side of the break.
Well, I can't wait for that, James. How can this table get any better? But it turns out it can, just in terms of characters. And Soika here, nice opportunity to go for the triple on a lot of run-outs here, James, versus big blind specifically. We've got good removal to some of the stronger King X, King Queen, King 10. Our opponent in the big will call once with some 9X and 4X, as well as some ace highs. So we put all the 4X and ace highs to the mark. 9X may even start folding, and we can still set up a triple against some stuff like King 6 suited. So very nice double barrel there from Soika.
Good pickup. So then, Jay, I have time for one more hand here at the MPP. It is this high roller. Last hand of late reg. Currently at 152 players in this one. 71 actives. Meaning we have an average stack over 40 blinds. And yeah, the pace of play is about to get a bit faster on the flip side of the break when our Brazilian superstar joins the mix.
I hope he's still got his chips.
Look at that seat. That seat there. You're going to get Aquino in that seat there. How lucky are you?
We are lucky.
You've got Roman in here, all sorts of antics, and then you've got Aquino's going to be battling. And I do gather, I think Aquino had a big stack in this, right?
Yeah, he did. He was chip leader about an hour and a half ago.
Wow.
So if he's kept his chips, we could be in for some fireworks. And last hand of the session, Gadziev in the cutoff with the King 10. But it is only a short 10-minute break, guys, just to sort all the late reg out.
Just so the people who bust his hand can go and re-enter, get in, anyone who was waiting to enter. Just to make sure the tables get filled, tables get broken if needed. Jack trade tray. Emelianov. No interest on this one. Gadziev quickly checking back, finding a gut shot and club draw on the turn. Checks back swiftly once more and backdoors into clubs.
Флеш доехал. А мне восьмерка доехала, подумаешь, флеш.
And there we have it, guys. That will be that. Quick look at the leaderboard. And unfortunately, James, this is when we're going to say goodbye to yourself.
This guy. I love it. Boris Kolev has the biggest stack going into the next level. Blinds will, of course, be up to 10K, 25K. Roman Gadziev, he's comfortable, but it is Roman Emelianov. He's the fun one at this table. Lots of chat from him. Of course, not taken away from Gadziev, because he just ran a really beautiful bluff on Fausto Tantillo. So there's a lot of positivity here. That is it for me, but Andrew will be back in. He and Jay will take you through this one both today and tomorrow. Don't go too far.
Look at our man. That's one of those intangible spots in poker, I think, where you look at your pal and you say, well, do you have a 9 or do you have a draw? And make a decision, yeah. Well then, speaking of easy decisions, here's one. Pocket kings for Pedichuk.
Yeah, I'm way too strong to shove for 14. Want to get some value from our hand. Opens to 6 million. And Aquino just going to let this one go in the big blind. Annoying for Pedichuk.
Is he though? You never quite know.
Surely not the offsuit 6 gapper.
3-4 off earlier.
They got
Here he comes.
Oh my word.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no. Makes it 15 million.
And he's going to be priced in again.
I don't think he's worrying about prices, Aquino. He's a vibes guy. Not to be disrespectful, I think he's just timing, right? He's just going for it.
Just the feel.
Now, does Pedichuk ever just call?
I just assume that our opponent's all in here.
Yeah, but it's
Andrew.
just, when Aquino does this, right? It's either a really strong hand or a pure bluff. Like most of the ace-X, I think, would jam.
But how can he put 15 million in and fold for 21 million more? That's the question I'm going to be asking as Patrick. I know he's got Jack 6 off, but...
Yeah, I know. Wow. He might PLJ it. I can see it. I felt it.
Great shout, Andrew.
I felt it.
What a shout from you.
I mean, I think you can just remove a lot of ace-X now, right? I don't think at this depth that Aquino will 3-bet bluff ace-deuce or something like this. He's likely to call or shove. So now all of a sudden, you keep in stuff like this, like the real nonsense. Oh my word, flops top set.
And
Pedichuk. He jammed! He set him in!
And what a gift for Pedichuk.
Goodness.
Going to be up to 88 million. 2% equity for Aquino, 7-5, the only way out of this one. So unless we see something extraordinary, that is going to be an early Christmas present for Pedichuk. Now there is a 5.
No, the turn, the 5 of hearts.
Always a sweat, never
not
easy.
Like this, Jay.
Surely not.
Surely not. 4 sevens working for Aquino for the ultimate rub down, and he's found the 5-7 run out.
That did not just happen. That did not just happen.
Oh my goodness.
That's one of the sickest ones I've seen in a long time. 4 left for $468,000 up top. We flop top set. Our opponent only has one way to wiggle out of it and finds the running straight.
Your unique journey starts now. Merit Starlit.
Welcome back, guys, to the Merit Royal Diamond here for the Mediterranean Poker Party. Although poker taking a back seat for the moment. We're having a little reprieve. We are going for another round of the Merit Poker Olympics, where today's task is, of course, the great game of chess.
Looking forward to it, Dem. It's going to be a lot less strain on us than the basketball. I'm still recovering. To be honest, I'm still sweating from it. This one, going to be a bit more relaxed. The rules are simple. You have to attack your opponent, capture his king, and then we're going to find out who the true king of poker commentary is, Dems.
Well, speaking of rules, of course, a bit like the poker, we want to speed this thing in through a little bit, so we are going to put a shot clock on this one. We've got 10 seconds per move, which, given the size of the board, maybe there is a little bit of sweating to come. But first, we must find out who draws white. Of course, a little advantage in chess to go first. Position the opposite to poker.
Okay.
So, Andrew.
All right.
I'm going to shuffle this bad boy behind my back.
All right.
You choose which hand white's in, you get to go first.
Okay. This one.
Ah, I'm lucky it's here.
Terrible, but we love it.
Right then, son. You ready to get taught a lesson?
Let's
All
go.
right. Well, I'm running out of time already, so
All right, come on then.
I'm just going to get this thing moving.
Is that it?
That's it. You intimidated?
I'm going bold.
Oh.
In for a penny, in for a pound, son. There we go.
I'm sending Queenie out to do a bit of work early doors.
Really?
I think so. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Go on. What's that? That can't be a strategy, a viable strategy.
I'm playing aggressive.
I don't even know what I'm doing, but it's going to be good morale. I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh, all right.
Putting it right on you.
Get out. Get in the mud.
Wow. Well, if you want it like that, you can have it like that.
Oh my God, look at this. You've been studying.
Have that, you fish.
Get away.
Interesting. Interesting.
Oofed. Oofed. Let's get you out of harm's way. Hurry up. Come on. Time. What the hell did I do? Seriously. Someone text me or something. Like, properly struggling. Right. Oh, I'm absolutely dead. Wait, I might be stone dead. Oh wait, I gotta get rid of that. No, I can't. Oh yeah, I can. Because that'll take you. Get it around you. Oh, it's okay, I'm back.
Get it around you.
It's all right, I'm back. I'm heavily in the mud. Unlucky horsey. You're off the pasture. You're going to the glue factory. There's nothing for you. There's nothing left for you in this world.
There's nothing for you in this world.
There's nothing left for you. You're finished.
Come back here, my love.
Yeah.
Let's get the first check of the game.
Oh no, that means I'm absolutely humped. Okay, you're gonna have to go there. Otherwise I was dead. Right? Right?
Yeah. Check.
I mean, I'm absolutely shockingly bad.
If
but
we're being
good.
honest,
a
it's
good
better
laugh.
than the basketball.
God, it's quite complicated, isn't it?
Christ, this one's heavy. He's a heavy horse. Not betting on him to win anything. Oh, we can go aggro.
Yeah, I'm going aggro, fuck it. Because if you want to take it, then I'll just take you.
I was hoping you weren't going to be aggro.
Your race is run. See you later. Alright, see you later. And then I have no choice but to dispense of the second queen.
Now we've got an open game.
Goodbye, darling. Goodbye, sweet princess. Look at him. Look, Pan. He looks stressed.
Come on. You know, in poker, you pop a set, you look a bit nervous. Oh, a check. That's what's going on here.
Why have you done that?
Because I'm just aggressive. There's no logic.
And a very warm welcome back, everybody. How about that for a view? The beautiful mountains in the background, Jay. That is a wonderful aerial shot of the Royal Diamond Hotel here at Merit. Beautiful setting, huh?
Always is, Andrew. Been so impressed this week with the whole complex. And here's the table. You're just joining us, Andrew. Me and Dempsey kicked it off for the session, but we got some table here. Boris Kolev obviously winning the 2K, chip leading at the table. But Roman Emelianov, he's been having some table talk. He's been making us laugh. He's up to some antics. He's a fun man to watch. We haven't had to do much comms, me and Demps. We're just listening to Roman chat away. We got ER Soika with 50 big blinds. Viktor Ustamov with 29. Fasto Tantilo 24. Ioannis Drashutis with 16.
Very nice.
And then our man that we loved watching the other night, I heard he was chip leader a couple of hours ago, so seems like been a rough couple of hours for Uberton Aquino. But what we saw a few days ago wouldn't surprise me if he could manage to spin that up.
Absolutely, very combustible player. Kudos to you on the pronunciation of the second last gentleman there. We've been talking about it all week. There's some challenging surnames, especially out here at Merit. Just another shot of that fabulous ballroom. You can see there, guys, main event day 2. Tables at the bottom of your screen. They're getting to the business end of that one, Jay.
Yeah,
$1 million for the winner.
I believe it's like final 50 odd as well at the moment, so
it is
crunch time in the main, but we are covering. He's there again. Here he is.
Wow.
Emelianov loving the swivel chair.
He's here to be a star, I'm told.
Yes.
Just to spend that chips that you give me.
This could be intriguing. You love that though, right? Just like random characters making us all laugh. I was terrified earlier. We had the chance to be on that feature table, didn't we, Jay?
Yep.
I was worried I was going to roll into one of the tripods and cause somewhat of a catastrophe. So here we go then. If you are just joining, guys. 10K high roller, 1 million guarantee.
Like when you pay to me to play. Yeah.
Like staking? It's like staking?
Yeah.
And they've smashed the guarantee of this one as well, Jay. I went down to the room on my break just to see what was going on. I think they've got like 170 runners or so.
For this one, 159
Yeah,
is
right,
the
okay.
confirmed number.
Insane.
For the amount of entries. So smashing the guarantee once again, 1.5x once again, and all week long it's been the same story, Andrew. Guarantees getting smashed out the park.
Beautiful. First look at Tantillo for me. Opening sixes here, Jay. You're never thrilled with this one, right? Sort of with 24 bigs or so.
Tantillo's been one that has been getting after it. Had an ace-9 off open from gun last session. Had a queen-10 off open from +1. So
Okay.
seems like one that does like getting after it.
So he's not going to shy away from the sort of bottom of range stuff. Look at this from Drusciotis. Decides to 3-bet non-all-in, Jay. A little non-standard. He thought he might have just sent it in here with sort of 15, 16 blinds.
Yeah, it seems like the standard approach, but going to get the same result.
Yeah.
sixes out of there.
My 3-bet with 10s, 9, jacks maybe, and to protect the tournament. When the kings came, I just decided to put pressure. Just it. Simple as that.
Very good pressure.
And I know that he could trap me with aces or kings, maybe. Makes sense.
But we got there with Jack 6 off. What a hand, and still talking about it, Aquino.
People have been talking to me about it all day long.
I think.
Oh, has he just rifled it in? He has. Okay.
If I don't show
Look how chilled he is. For the first time ever, I got it right. When someone's all in, Jay, and they're chatting, ain't got it.
So looking like getting through, just the blinds to fade.
Yeah.
Oh, and Tantino here with the 7s. Under the gun shove for 16.
This is pretty grim, right?
It is, and it's like an area that is difficult because you don't expect gun to shove for 16 bigs. You just expect open or fold.
Yeah.
So difficult to know, like, what part of the range should be calling, but decides to call it off.
He's called it off, and Aquino going to be delighted to see that, Jay. Flipping versus 7s.
Had a crazy hand or just as high.
Never seen a man so chilled all in. Well, here we go. Looking to run down the 7s of Tantillo. No help on the Jack Deuce 3. Does have one heart working, Jay. A couple of back doors. Queen of diamonds on the turn.
Never easy. There's the back door possibilities. King, 10, 9, or 8 needed for Aquino.
Can he find it? No. Ace of spades completes the board. Sadly for us and sadly for Aquino, very short visit on this feature table.
Yeah, no one likes to see that. Entertained us thoroughly a few nights ago. Would have loved for him to stay with us for the whole session, but couldn't win a flip. And Tantillo up to just shy of a milli, which is good for more than average stack at this point.
Yeah, big boost for him. Blinds, guys, 10K, 25K with a 25K ante. Average chips at the moment around about 880K. So 35 bigs or so.
25, huh? 25.
Был-то 53 на 47, что такое, да?
Да.
Always find it intriguing, Jay. You know how it's pretty much universal English only at the table?
Yep.
But over here at Merit often, there's a lot of Russian players or a lot of Russian-speaking players. Don't you think it should be like flipped for them, where they should be like Russian only at the table? Me and you are there. Trying to like look up Google Translate.
Yeah.
Try and get in the mix.
Me and Deb spoke about this because they were chatting all the Russians with each other in between hands, which is perfectly fine while there's no cards in the air. But we said what we need, the device that translates the language out in our language so we can hear what's going on. Because we're loving what they're talking about in English, so we don't know what they're saying when we're in Russian. We want to know.
So we need like a Stephen Hawking-esque device.
Yes. They're out now. You got them devices 2024. I'm sure they're out. The old Translate majiggies, whatever they're called.
Okay.
You speak into it, your language, and you write the language you want it to come out in, and it come out in another language.
What a time to be alive.
I know.
2024.
Technology, eh?
Just when a guy speaks a big sentence in Russian and it just comes out in like Cockney or something, that'd be a good laugh. So this mug punter in CA, well, he's 4-bit rifled it into me with the old Ace 4-0.
50-minutka.
Dear me. Right, our resident TV star / comedian / presenter / poker boss, Emilianov. SAO Interesting one, Jay. 8-9 of spades. Tantillo decides to call in position.
Yeah, I think call's nice here. Once again, like these sort of hands can 3-bet, but you want to be at a stack depth that's like 70 plus deep. So just playing call. And doubt we're going to... Well, it does have the suited 10-4 as Gadziev. Not going to defend it 3-way. Lets it go.
Yeah, it does get out of the way. Heads up we go. Oh, both players flop top pair, Jay. It's all hearts on the board. No player with heart in hand.
I'm going to continue, though. Just shy of 30%. 50 into 170.
Yeah, this is tricky, right? You don't really want to raise, Jay, but there's not too many great turns.
Yeah, we're not loving life, even with top pair faced with the C-bet. And 4-liner to a flush does complete on the turn, so it should slow things down.
Now look at this.
Emelianov undeterred, 75k. Tiny size, just over 20%.
Credit to him, though. You know, you'd be a little scared, right, that your opponent can have some turn flushes. Naturally, when they continue on this flop, Jay, you're going to have a heart in hand a large amount of the time, I would suggest.
50 minutes, Kerr.
Very nice.
Oh, 5 minutes, Kerr, 50 minutes, Kerr. 5 minutes, Kerr. I have 2 minutes more.
50 też 50.
You guys were referencing this guy, quite the character. Going to be fun for us to watch in the booth. As always, guys, myself, Andrew Headley, and Mr. Jay Harwood bringing you the action on comms. Anyone on DTD Player watching in the YouTube streets, feel free to engage with myself and Jay. Let us know what your thoughts are, who you want to win, all that good stuff. I've been saying all week, Jay, who do you want to lose? Because I like to cause controversy.
I don't want anyone to lose.
I do.
The only people I wanted to lose today was you and Demps in that 3-man sit-and-go we played.
Quite right, too. Footage of that coming up later in the week. It was a fun one. Look at this. Battle of the Ace-4 suiteds. Optimistic peel from Emelianov, we'll say, from +1 against first position. Especially against Boris. Mr. Kolev, who we know is very capable, very aggressive. Fresh off winning that EAPT Grand Final.
Big fan of this from Kolev, not just choosing to c-bet. Can't c-bet every hand.
Yeah.
And gun versus +1, we will do high-frequency checks on most boards to the in-position player.
Yeah, I'm with you, especially this one. You know, no hearts on board. And, you know, these are the type of hands we want our opponent to fold, Jay, right? Ace-Jack of hearts to a c-bet on the flop. Emelianov now taking control. Bets that turned nut flush draw. Likely to win the pot now, Jay. Hard for Boris to continue.
Can't really do much here. As Boris...
Well, you never quite know with this guy. Super sticky, Jay. I've seen him be very sticky in some spots that most players don't find it. But most players going to fold this one.
Okay,
and seems like a pretty natural one to lay down.
The end.
5 minutes closed?
Yes.
Boris seems like the guy to me who just wants to be an absolute terror and just win every pot he's in, which is a good trait to have, right?
I can see it, yeah, I can see it. So we're down to 67, Jay.
Maybe 15 minutes.
From the 159 that entered this tournament.
Yeah, I do expect like the next hour and 20 minutes to have like an influx of bust outs for like the max late regers, people that have got in late, and then the last session that we'll cover today, I expect things to slow down.
Yes.
We'll concentrating on this table for the next hour and 20 minutes, and what a table to have as Soika opens the 50 from +1.
So I must wait 15 minutes.
Interesting spot for Gadziev.
I think this deep, fine to just flick in a call with the deuces on the button.
It's yours.
This stage of the tournament.
Still you watch, but you haven't it. You haven't it, okay.
I don't know. You tell me.
You don't know when it will start. Big problem for you.
Yeah, most pairs happy to set mine, as it were, at this depth, especially from button. You're going to get to C3 a lot, Jay, right, from this position. Interesting spot for Kolev. Oh, he's gone the aggressive route.
Yeah, ace-8 offsuit.
Don't mind it, you know.
Yeah, we do like to use the offsuit ace-X. Maybe we dip a bit lower. We go for like the ace-4, the ace-3 off, this type of stuff with a better unblocker. But still, as you mentioned, one that does like to get after every pot. And 7s of Soiken out, difficult to continue.
Yeah, grim.
And even 8s, I'm not loving life, probably lean towards fold, which means that 7s probably should go
I
in
like
the muck.
this. I like this. One of these spots, you know, you have 44 blinds behind. Gonna have to commit 20% of your stack just to see a flop. Not very appetizing a prospect.
Same situation for Gadziev here.
You would think so.
Really nice size from Kolev, though. I like nice and meaty, 4.5x.
Yeah, gotta go big here. I want to see some old school gangster poker. Just back jam this, right? Just like choose the worst possible hand to use, basically. Just be like, whatever. You're at it, pal. Well done, Boris.
Эту песенку пускай со мной поют.
Oh, he's having a sing.
Пусть летит она по свету, я спою. Ты зря все не поверил. Твои же 5 минут.
Да, может быть.
In case you didn't know, that was Kylie Minogue with I Just Can't Get You Out of My Head. My brain works in funny ways sometimes, Shay, as you know. Having shared the booth with me for a long time.
Yeah, it's been a while now, Andrew.
I wonder if he's the type of gentleman to like keep this energy up, but like even until like 2 a.m.
Well, he kept it up for the full 40 minutes when these guys come to the table.
Right.
If anything, he got worse as the session went on.
Worse or better?
Well, better for us, better for the viewers. I mean worse in the sense that he was more chatty.
I know.
He was rolling over to the trophies on his chair, having a look at the trophies.
I know what you meant, Jay. It does seem like that time of the night, though, right? It does get tiring, right? These really long days. You know, when you get past midnight, you've been playing all day. Round to Boris.
I understand. Let's go to that side.
Is going to limp.
The second.
The Jack Deuce.
Okay.
And well, from what we've seen this week, Emelianov's about to double up.
The Jack 6 off. That will never be forgotten, that
Ever.
hand.
9-6-5. Emelianov flopping best.
Little 1BB.
Yeah, very nice. Just flush out some equity, a little bit of protection value. Anyone alive in the YouTube chat, Jay? Is it quiet at this time of the night?
Kind of quiet. A few people in there. A few laughing faces. I'm guessing that's because of the Russian in seat 1 entertaining everyone. Oh, Roman.
Oh, Boris.
Making some people laugh.
Can take to Moscow. Aeroflot will don't take it. It's a big problem for me. You have to understand me. And I'll take something little.
Yes.
Yes, big, yes.
Big from Maine.
Now, Tantillo with the worst suited ace. From what you've said, Jay, if he sees 2 cards remotely playable, he's going to be in there. Round 2, Drusiotis. Nice laydown, I think. King Jack, 18 bigs, nowhere to go versus under the gun. Pocket 3s also find their way into the muck. Round 2, Boris. 7-5 of clubs.
Yeah, intriguing one. Probably happy to fold versus gun, but I think Kolev very capable of continuing still.
Yeah, I like folds. Oh, especially.
No, it's different tournament.
It's for main event?
No. So.
Good for us.
Now, we're going to get a speech here, Jay, or what?
Talking and raising. Lovely size choice, though, from Emelianov. Nice and big, nice and chunky versus gun from small. Unfortunately, not going to get a customer in Tantillo here.
Yeah, got to get rid of this one.
Wow.
Shows the table. Couple of rockets.
Такие бывают за ТВ столом.
I get the impression that some of this is definitely an act to sort of lull people into thinking, you know, like this guy doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah.
But we've seen already 1 BB when checked to 9 bigs, like nice sizings, like seems pretty on point to me. You ain't got me fooled.
You're not fooling Mr. Headley.
Not yet. Like it's the classic when someone, you see it a lot, the people who are very zany and crazy at the table, they're often like massive nits or whatever, right? But they get action because they've convinced people.
But saying that,
they're a bit crazy.
First hand of last session, he ran a big bluff with Queen 4 off, like just random, no draw. Right. So maybe he done that, sort of let the table know he's at it, and then's tightened up after, because after the Queen 4 off hand, he hasn't really got out of line too much.
Yeah, right, set
So,
the image.
Yeah, setting the image up, perhaps.
Well, Boris, ace-king, against +1. Still likely to 3-bet this one pretty much pure. And might be the same size and choice, Jay. Let's have a look. Oh, he hasn't. Oh, he's in cutoff, excuse me. I thought small blind for some reason. My apologies, it is getting a little late.
Yeah, 3-bet to 150. Seems good. Couldn't go a pinch bigger at this stack depth, but going to get the same result. Gadziev can't do anything with the Queen Jack offsuit.
I know, but it's merit.
I know, it's merit.
You say can't do anything. I'm with you. You'd expect fold.
Yeah, Gadziev was probably one of the more solid in the first session, I'd say. I know he's open Queen Jack off here from +1, but I guess can find its way in.
Discipline. Discipline. You know.
Yeah. 6 bigs before you saw.
Here's a question, Jay.
I like questions.
I'm not sure if Demps referenced Boris Kolev's hoodie.
Italy.
Has he referenced it?
Yeah, he spoke about it. He did speak about it, saying that he was saying how he brought the hoodie, and then when he won the tournament, he could wear it.
Oh, great.
And did he also touch on the cost of the hoodie?
No, he didn't touch on the cost of the hoodie.
Me and Demps had a wee discussion. I'll tell you what I guessed.
Okay.
And you can perhaps
You're so serious, Italian.
deviate from that answer or not.
Emotional.
I went for 300 euros-ish. I went for.
Okay, I'm gonna have another look when it's on him.
Right.
I'm gonna have a.
Because you every time it's your yes.
Yes.
Ah. Me?
You can have another little think.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a little think when it's on him. I want to proper observe.
Now Emelianov. Another case in point here. Jack 9. Seems pretty reasonable. Kind of bottom, but it's in there from cutoff. Or into Soika. Looks like he's reaching deep. Sure is.
Yeah, and whatever, he's got perfect timing because Emelianov right at the bottom.
3-bet, but no 3-bet, yes? Maybe I have 2 aces again. What do you think? No? You have 2 aces. Okay, it's for you. Thank you.
Not 2 times in a row.
No, not every time.
Not every time. No, I had an ace, so...
Ну, туз был, а чем, я думаю, ну, какой-то такой валет. Какой-нибудь такой, что-нибудь средненькое. У меня была хорошая карта.
Ну, туз у меня был, могу честно.
Ну, туз был, понятное дело. И не с двойкой.
Wonder what they're talking about, Jay.
That's what I mean. I'd love to know. We just need one of these translate devices on the table. Get it fed back through to the comms in the stream. Everyone can listen in.
He's like, I'm sick to death of you and your 3-betting ways. Unfortunately, I had Jack 9-0.
One happy family.
Here we go. New blood arriving to the table. A man I recognize. The name escapes me, but will be with me momentarily. Boris Kolev decides.
Try again.
Ace-9 off for the open. Like this from Emelianov.
The way he nonchalantly threw it in as well doesn't look like it. It looks like he's got something mediocre.
Bit more speculative, perhaps. Like this a lot, though. You can get some squeezes behind. Okay, well, this is not the hand he wanted to squeeze, Jay.
You know, yes, all
Wow, what a spot.
professional players tell me about it. Yes? You know it?
Yeah, welcome to the table, Arocca.
I mean, I think he's likely to just shove this, Jay. Non-all-in's going to look suspicious.
185.
No, he does go for non-all-in. Okay. I thought 22 blinds, you know. We're going to have lots of hands that just want to jam, right?
Yeah,
We are going to have some bluffs.
Maybe we construct our range in this spot as having the aces and kings as the free bet not all in. And then if we, the problem is not enough people then find the right bluffs at a frequency to balance it out. But I think with kings here, fine to go for the not all in sizing. And that will lose Koloff while I have a little scan of his hoodie. It looks expensive. Them little hexagons on the hoodie. I am going to go for $700.
Oh, it's not bad. We'll come back to it.
Higher or lower?
I pointed to the ceiling. Now, Emelianov, can't really blame him, Jay. Feels compelled to complete here. He's very under-repped.
Agreed.
With that ace-queen of spades and a Rocha. Loving life. Gonna feel like he's flopped pretty much the effective nuts.
Yeah, and although we have less than pot behind, probably one that we want to get over 2 streets.
Yeah, definitely.
Want to keep some hands in of Emelianov.
Oh, look at this, the old 10%er.
40K and
I like it.
We ain't got to continue now.
I like it.
Maybe going to get over 3 streets here, Andrew.
Yeah, that's going to be the... Ooh, this is going to be the plan. Now, when you bet 10%, some bad things can potentially happen. Nut flush draw turned for Emelianov.
I think we're going to eradicate a lot of 7x from Emelianov's range. Maybe once in a while he has the ace-7 suited, 7-8 suited. But doubt he does versus our stack depth. And look at this shutdown from Araka here. Maybe
This surprises me.
Trying to make it look like an ace-king type holding.
Is going to induce 55K.
It's 10% club here, this hand.
I mean, small makes tons of sense. The thing that intrigues me a little here, like ace high, it's got some showdown already. If we do get check shoved on, bit of a disaster, right? You've got that nut flush draw.
Agreed.
I feel like betting here with like a, I mean, if we had it like a jack-10 of spades or something, might make a little more sense. And unfortunately, we have just allowed ourselves to be shoved on, and we might just have to call this off, Jay.
Yeah, 3-to-1 price here now for Emelianov, so it just comes down to the maths behind it. So from his perspective, if he believes his ace and queen alive, would have 9 spades, an ace and a queen, 15 outs, around 2.4% per out. Yeah, he's literally getting break-even price now.
Yeah, he's very mad at himself for betting turn.
But now we're getting more than break-even on a call.
Here we go. Flicks them in. There is some universe, Jay, right, where we can be up against like an ace-king that's tried to look funky and look stronger than it is. But not normally, of course. Seems optimistic. Well, we're going to have to get there.
And the rocker just shoves ace-king pre. It's one that wouldn't be in the free bet, not all in.
Yeah, I was trying to think of like some bluffs from a Rocha, not many of them. Well, 10 of hearts completes the board. And the Spaniard plays his man like a fiddle. Gets paid. Well played.
New table, first hand.
What a life, huh?
Doubles up. Welcome to the table, sir.
Yeah, unfortunate that one for Emelianov. You know, you can reflect on these spots and say, why didn't I just check turn? As it stands, felt compelled to flick in the chips. Tough to blame him, Jay. I think once we bet there.
Yeah, like once we bet, we have to call. We're getting too good a price, 3-to-1. When we're getting 3-to-1, only need 25% equity. Like even, let's say, for example, we only had the ace live and then the spades, even taking away a boat up out, that's 11 outs, 2.4% per out, more than break-even price. So, like, even worst case scenario, assuming our opponent never has a boat or quads, just have to call, even if the cards were turned face up.
Yeah, I'm on board with everything my esteemed co-com just announced. Now, Drusiotis, Jay. A couple of options. Could potentially open pile.
Yeah, from button specifically, yes, for 16.
I think he has.
Okay.
He did say raise. And it is just up to 60K. Likely deciding, Jay, to raise call off against one. Specifically the big, right? If the small blind kind of 3-bets. It's going to look
You not lost?
a little stronger potentially.
You not lost? No.
Gadziev defending, 7-8-0. Is dominated.
Give me one.
Both come up empty. Jack 3 deuce. Drusiotis still best.
I need just.
You know, a board that do expect to see a fair amount that continues on, but versus big blind, like ace high, is still likely to be best on the Jack 3 deuce.
Yeah, you like seeing the deuce and 3, right? Not
Yeah.
a lot of interaction.
So much better than like the Queen 5-4. Because do expect a lot of the offsuit deuce and 3x to be into the muck.
Yeah.
Nice little c-bet from Drusiotis, gets it through.
Ну, сложновато.
I envy this man.
Oh, God, why?
Because he's got the Cyprus flag by his name. He lives here, so he gets to come to this complex and play poker tournaments here all the time.
That's you now, Jay.
Yeah.
Anytime there's a tournament on here now, you'll be like, to the missus, come then, me and you, off we go. Down to Heathrow.
I mentioned it to them, so I think as soon as I get home, I'm going to look at some of the upcoming series here and get myself over to play.
Yeah, you'll love the Merit ones. Incredible place to play.
20, 25, 55. 55,000.
I can translate that. It's like, what's the blinds? What are we up to? 55. He comes from +1, ace 3 of clubs. Oh. Fortunately for Emelianov, keeps running into it, Jay. Jack's in the big for Ustamov.
Yeah, and offer 24 here for Ustamov. One, I'd love to see him go for just the 3-bet, not all in. Like if we have 18 or less, yeah, just probably send maybe slightly too many. We want to get some value from our hand. And Emelianov's been prone to get involved in some pots, keep him involved with some dominated holdings.
Yeah, Ustamov agrees with you.
Really nice size as well. Just scaling down that size because of our stack size of what we'd usually go, and does get a customer in Emelianov here. Comes with call.
Does come up empty on the King 7 deuce. One overcard, of course, to Ustimov's jacks. Will he read something, Jay, into like the real speed of that call, right? Like you can certainly remove ace-king, right? And probably remove traps when people fist pump call.
Yeah, ace-king's gonna just send it pre. And like the offsuit king-queen, king-jack, king-10, this stuff should fold pre as well. Yeah. So it's only really like the suited king-queen, king-jack, king-10 we're worried about, like 9 combos combined. So we're still happy with that board, although met with an overcard. Does c-bet and take it down.
Yeah, very nice for Ustamov. That's another look that I can't pull off, Jay. The old tied jumper casually around the neck.
Yeah.
That's for tennis coaches and people who are very comfortable with how suave they are.
It is.
Like, that's a James Dempsey look.
I couldn't pull it off.
That is a James Dempsey look if ever I've seen one.
I don't think I've ever even tried the jumper tie around the neck look, but I don't think it would work for me. But he does pull it off well, you're right.
Don't sell yourself short.
And lost a few chips, Emelianov, and back in the mix. Ace-4 off from gun.
Yeah, some potential frustration there, I say. This one pretty wide. Everything else been fairly reasonable, I'd say, as opens. Well, round 2, Mr. Boris Kolev. Very easy defend, Jay. King-jack off.
Yeah, not going anywhere with this hand.
Does flop best. Of course, ace-high still good. Boris, with those 2 overcards and gut shot straight draw on the 10-9-3, would imagine, Jay, we are at least seeing a turn.
Yeah, and probably always check call in here as Kolev with the king-jack.
Yeah, I would agree. Not really one that you want to check raise, and if you get shoved on, torching your equity.
Yeah.
Does brick, and it's a nice card for Emelianov to see. Deuce of spades. All of a sudden, Jay has a kind of appetizing barrel-off combo.
Yeah, he's going to do exactly that, and will, or should, flush out the equity of the king-jack, but saying that, gone fairly small here.
Yeah, a little small, I think.
Just over 30%. Will that get Kolev to stick around for one more? Kind of close now for Kolev with the 2 overs and the gut shot. Like, met by half or more, just becomes an easy fold. But
I agree with you.
Once we get this 4-1 price, seems a lot closer now.
I wonder if he reads anything into the small size. You know, lots of hands are going to bet bigger, Jay, right? Just for, like, protection purposes or whatever. Relatively wet board, like an ace-10 is going to want to bet more. Jacks, queens going to want to bet more. It's kind of curious that he chooses this kind of third pot size. But well played, gets the job done. It's just never fun, right? Check calling out of position with just king high. Boris strikes me as the type who wants to take the aggressive route wherever possible.
Yep.
Like, it's tough there to check call and then lead bluff, right? Or anything on the river unimproved. Well done, Emelianov. Steadies the ship. Is he okay? He's gone quiet.
Maybe just losing a few pots, doing some of his stack, just settling down, trying to get back in the zone perhaps. Because he come to the table, I think, with like 1.7 milli. He was the chip lead up when me and Debs kicked off with this specific featured table.
You.
Oh, he's back.
Why me? Why you have to do it with me every time?
Does defend. Queen 7 of hearts against the king 8 of clubs, button raise of Ustamov.
Yes, I know.
Oh, here we go, Jay.
Yeah, could be some trouble ahead. Ustamov with the flush draw here. It seems like one nice to continue. Good board for us as the opener.
What yes?
Can still fold out
Not more.
some ace highs, maybe like a 3 with no backdoors. Not for that size, goes 40k.
Through to the 6 of hearts turn. Decision now going to be on Ustamov. Do we decide to take a free one, Jay, and realize equity, or is this one that he wants to line up the barrels?
Yeah, I think I like barrel here. Just because when we go so small on the flop, it widens Emelianov's range. Now he can have like more.
Oh, he's jammed.
What?
Sorry to cut you off. Kind of like it.
Whoa.
Kind of like it, Jay. He's just decided you're going to over bluff.
Just the gut feel from Emelianov, maybe. Feels like he's got the best of it and just says, I'm going to run this top pair. And now Ustamov, king 8 of clubs, probably has to fold.
Yeah, this is what I was saying. I wondered if you would take a free one sometimes. Obviously, nothing wrong with barrel. You are going to dislodge a lot of holdings. Loving this from Emelianov, just saying, no, 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 my friend. I mean, it is over bluffed, right? I will say that. You know, when we block the top pairs, we're very vulnerable, Jay. Like, we don't have a 9, a 10, a king, an ace in our hand. No clubs.
I can see it.
Yeah, I could see it.
For sure.
I think you'll normally see people have a slightly stronger queen. Maybe why you were somewhat shocked. This is a horrible spot now, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
And I believe we have to fold here with king X of clubs specifically.
I think so.
Like nut flush draw maybe becomes closer because could be some combo draws that we're ahead of.
Yeah, I guess that's what Ustamov's thinking, that maybe, Jay, very occasionally we're up against like a crazy 4-5 of clubs, 5-7 of clubs.
Which would actually be a very nice.
And I like it a lot. Absolutely would be.
But credit to Emelianov here for finding this jam.
Brilliant. Like a 9-10 with a club, something like this. Maybe not even with a club if he's getting spicy. Ustamov just cursing himself, Jay, right? Just go, oh, why didn't I check?
Yeah.
Very nice pick-off from Emelianov.
I honestly think the barrel's fine from Ustamov, but maybe against this particular opponent, maybe take player in question into account and play more checks because he is capable of doing something crazy. Actually had the queen on that occasion. It's a fair value jam.
Yeah.
Nice move.
I'm not fooled by this man. Said it already.
Well, me and Dems couldn't work it out, but next time the camera shot's on him, have a little look on his right arm. It looks similar to a WSOP bracelet, but we had a look online. We couldn't see any wins.
Okay.
But it looked similar, like to one of the old ones, like the early 2000s, around that sort of time.
Okay. I feel like if we find him in the room, he'll definitely tell us.
I think he would as well. Maybe next break we need a quick rundown.
Yeah. That's a pretty cool T-shirt, not going to lie. I'm on board with some of these looks out here in Merit. Guys, if you are just joining us, Mediterranean Poker Party 10K High Roller. 1 million guaranteed. We have already obliterated it, as has that main event. We referenced it earlier, down to the sort of last 50 runners. 1 million up top there. Going to be a lot of money up top here also. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. And if you are, please do us a solid. Give us a like. Give us a subscribe. On DTD Player specifically, we're trying to grow this channel to bring you as much high stakes, high octane poker coverage as we can over the coming months and years. Not much here, Jay, for Soika to get excited about. Pretty wide defend, in fact. 6-3 off against Boris.
An ace-high board here. And Jack 10 seems like a nice, clean continue as Boris, especially with a diamond here.
Yeah.
And fold out the queen highs. The king highs got some...
Might see like a half pot here.
You all day here.
Yeah, he's gone larger. Kind of like it.
Stay.
Big bet.
All day from the morning. Stay and walking.
We see quite a lot of larger bets on these ones. You know, the ace with two pretty connected cards. I like how Boris, really, like me and you were incredibly impressed with Boris in that 2K.
Yeah, we were.
Just like very sticky, very aggressive.
The thing is, he's sticky, but we saw that in the 2K, the Queen 10 hand, where he heroed it off versus Patachuk.
Yeah.
Like, he's sticky, but he seems to be right when he's sticky.
Oh, for sure.
Like, he makes correct decisions, and that's the main thing. His river decision-making in that 2K was on point. It just seemed like when he was behind, he found the fold. When he was in front, he made the call.
Yeah.
And these are the best players who can do that, sometimes throwing theory out the window. But one thing you can't teach is that live feel at a poker table. When you're sat there and you're looking at someone and your gut's telling you one thing and actually following that read. And I think maybe a lot of live stuff going on with Boris. Likes the stare down as well.
Oh, he loves a stare down. Looks for the neck pulse. We had a fascinating hand, myself and James. During that 2K. He took a lot of time, burned a lot of time banks looking for a live read. Ustamov back at it, Jack 9 of hearts. Tantillo, pretty dusty looking King 4 against the 20 big blind open. Can't fault it. Into the muck it goes.
Yeah, it's going to be last hand at 10K, at 25K. Then going to be going into the next level. 15-30. 60 players remain in this one. 159 total entries. Another terrific turnout for the 10K.
We have a new blind, small blind, 50K, big blind, 30K, 30K, 15, 30.
Just in time.
Now then, Gadziev. It's been getting played back a fair bit, Jay. Finds a pretty strong hand here from +1. Ace, Queen, O. And he comes, 55K.
Why don't you play?
Round to Soika. This feels inherently like a fold to me, Jay, in general. Pretty wide against +1.
Completely agree. The Queen 10 offsuit.
Yeah.
Like, can be in a dominated spot. Some of those reverse implied odds the times we flop top pair versus the EP razor. And Drashutas here in the big. It looks like he's going to get in the mix with King 4.
Yeah, he's in there. Yeah. He's getting short, looking to flop some equity. Does come up empty on the 10-9-8, 2 diamonds. Interesting spot, Jay, for Gadziev. This is a board, of course. The big blind connects with a good amount. You're going to get check shoved on a fair bit.
Yeah, it seems, yeah.
I like this.
Me too. Just realising stack depth and a hand that can't bet call off. Just want to realise that equity of over and backdoor diamonds. Also the gut shot to go alongside it. That just shoots us here. 55k.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a river. Interesting one. Could potentially try and check a 4 to showdown against something like an ace-king type. Does go for a little bit of protection. We can, of course, be behind still on the turn. Unfortunately for him, Gadziev drills that ace of clubs. Decision on him now, Jay.
Yeah, easy. See, value bet now with the top pair. Second nut kick up.
Yeah, Drusio is hating life here. Made a very nice read on the turn that his 4 was good.
Yeah, now we just specifically need our opponent to have king, queen, or king, jack, whereas he's going to have so much more for value. Good fold.
Laydown.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, great read.
Yeah.
He even said ace, queen.
I always find those spots quite interesting on river. For the most part, +1 is like very capped, right? Like they will have some ace-9 types, right, for 2 pair. Maybe an ace-10, but normally just bets the flop. Anyway, Jay, a little look at the leaderboard for us here. Boris Kolev, once more, top of a leaderboard, 1.7 million in chips. Followed by the 2 Romans, Emelianov and Gadziev, both in the 1.25 million to 1.4 realm. Arocha, who we saw double with that beautifully played kings against Emelianov, working with 40 blinds. Soika, just a shade behind him. Then on the short stacks, Tantillo, Ustimov, and Drusiotis with 11 big blinds with work to do. Tables does seem to have finally settled a little.
Yep.
Seems like the first sort of hour of coverage that you and James were covering was a little bit more frisky, a bit more banter going on, a bit more craziness.
Yeah, Emelianov was table captain for sure. He still is, but has toned it down, maybe because he's done a few chips back, trying to get his game face back on, try and get some back.
I told you, Jay, it's late, it's getting late. Emelianov, he needs a coffee. Somebody go and give that man an espresso for our entertainment. Soika, 6-7 suited. Arocha, content to give up. Can't blame him, Jay. 8-4 off.
And Alberto in the YouTube street says Tantillo, top player.
There's some great names. Tantillo. Like, I'm not going to say that Headley is not a nice, good, strong British name. But, you know, Tantillo, it just sounds good.
Yeah, it does, Fausto. Tantillo, 730,000 in live earnings, biggest cash of $85,000. That was a first place finish in the IPS Grand Final back in 2018. Comes 7th here last year in March in the Carmen Series.
Oh, very nice. One of the Merit signature stops. Now then, back into it. Ustimov. This one's intriguing, Jay. Jack-9 suited, working with 19 blinds. On the risky side, I would suggest probably just about makes it in there.
I think this one can be table dependent as well. If we're at a table that aren't 3-betting enough or playing too tight, then yeah, let's get after it. If we're at a table that's fairly active, lots of 3-bets flying about, probably lean towards fold.
I agree. Very intriguing. Drusiotis mixes in a call. Don't mind this in some ways. Like, this looks pretty scary to Ustimov.
It does.
When a player flats here off 11 blinds, you're going to be worried that there can be some traps in there, excuse me. Tricky spot now for Ustimov. Well, not so tricky now. Top 2, Jay, on the Jack-9 3-all heart board.
Yeah, it seemed like probably just happy to continue here. Should be smallish size on the mono board, maybe somewhere around 50k for quarter pot.
Yeah, I think with the stack depth, especially of Drusciotis, less reason here, Jay, to sort of pot control or play down the streets, I would venture to say. You've landed on it. 60k to go. And now then, Drusciotis, 2 overs and a gut shot, but no heart in hand. Oh, makes the call, Jay. Dicey waters.
Yeah, wants to see one, maybe on the Jack 9-3, two-tone or rainbow. Yes, I can get behind it, but we've got a lot of dirty outs with the King-Queen, no heart.
Oh, and Ustimov gonna extend some rope. You know, very occasionally we're behind to a flop flush, but almost never, Jay, at the stack depth. And he has decided, gonna try and induce some bluffs, and it's gonna work.
Yeah, and now just gets the check jam.
You would imagine that's the plan.
Like if Drusciotis has somehow got like a King-Queen with a heart or an Ace-Queen with a heart that didn't elect to jam, he has to call off now. So we don't want to just flat let river go check against hands that brick out and give up.
Even if he has like aces or kings, right, that trapped, they're going to call off. Yeah, I think he shoved. Camera wasn't on him, but there it is. Great result for Ustimov. Stabilizing after that king-8 of clubs hand a little earlier. Frustrating, Jay, for Drusciotis there.
Yep.
We can see jam pre would have worked. Credit to him for going for the little stab turn. Unfortunately for him, runs in the top 2.
Okay, dealers and players in the main event, please complete your hand and then stop dealing. Once again, dealers in the main event, complete your hand and then stop dealing.
You would have heard in the background there. They come into a close in the main event for day 2.
Yes.
About to pause for final number of hands to play. And then they will be bagging and tagging. We will pick up with that on the final day on Sunday when we will be playing for $1 million.
$1 million. I got to give a little shout out to my boy, Dean Hutchison, my roommate, very good friend of mine, of course, final tabled the main event. The big one of all big ones in Vegas last year. He is in the mixer still for day 3. I've got a little bit of roommate equity, Jay.
Roommate equity, I like it.
Roommate sweat.
There's equity in everything these days.
I know. I don't give anything away for free, you know that. We wish Dean the best of luck. Raymond Kassam also still in the mix. Very best of luck to Ray.
And Gadziev here, going to go for the raise with 9-3 suited. Ustimov.
I like this a lot.
6-7 off. I'm going to make the call.
These are the ones that we like to use, these sort of 10-4 suited, 9-3 suited. We don't want to limp call a raise. We can just dislodge some hands. And I like it even more when we're going to flop trip 9s on a queen 9-9 board. I wonder if he ever finds check, Jay. You think this is one that, in general, just gets c-bet, or can we find some checks?
Maybe we can. I think it's fine to just do this, though, at this stack depth, because
so many hands continue against
Yeah, exactly.
It, right?
Like ace highs, even king highs, this type of stuff. Obviously, Queen X never fold in, heart draws. A lot to get continues from. And as well as that, we keep the bet and lead as well. We can then just go bet, 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 try and get as many chips in by the river.
I'm just greedy, you see. Flop 3 9s there. Guy's got 7 high. Only joking, of course. Very standard stuff. Very nice pickup for Gadziev.
Who would flop trips blind on blind and check back?
Exactly. And I was beat, wasn't I, Jay? Knuckled it back. Waited to improve.
No spoilers, but there was a fun hand played between me and Andrew in the 3-man sit and go between the comms.
Me and Jay played a very spicy one. That will be coming to you guys when our magnificent production team edit the footage over the next 24 hours or so. Nobody traps enough anymore is what I'm saying. Right? A little knuckle. Emelianov, Jack 10 of clubs. 70k from the 1 seat. This one's going to be making its way round to the blinds. Oh, Jay. Ustamov. Immediate decision point. I can see a few different options here. See call, can actually see jam here.
I think with jam, like, well, he is going to take it.
I like it a lot.
Does go with the all-in.
Very nice.
But I think these ones really like the squeeze jam. Once there's an open and a call, there's so much more merit in them moving in. But still can't be bad off of this stack. 23, just shy of 24 BBs, and especially against Emelianov as well, who has had a tendency to open some lighter hands.
I just really like these jams. It just has the immediate advantage if you just fold out King Queen, Ace Jack, and even Ace Queen off, right, is like not happy, Jay.
Yep.
Like it's really uncomfortable. For 24, 25 blinds, can't imagine Emelianov's going to flick this in unless he really feels like giving Ustamov a spin. Yeah. Out of the way. Well done, Ustamov.
Очень надеюсь, что у вас не было 7-4 или 4-5.
У меня была живая карта.
Живая.
Живая.
Если живая, то...
Живее всех живых.
Я сделал грубейшую ошибку.
Да? Что было? Ну, я посмотрю, живее.
Тренер терт 6.
Писать секрет. Полчаса не будет говорить. А сколько ты запушил?
Трансляции посмотришь.
Витя, сколько ты запушил? Сколько ты запушил? How much? How much? How big was the win?
700.
7 something?
725.
Action back on Soika.
Все мы ошибаемся. All we do mistakes.
I love 2024. King 5 suited, sure. 60k.
From morning to evening. Yes?
No understand.
Oh, of course. Bellissimo.
Well then, Drusiotis decides, Jay, Ace-7 is enough. Against an aggressive player, 5 or so blinds.
Yeah, I'd probably wait another hand here. Well, we've got 2-3 more hands to find a better spot, because the problem is we're never getting it through, so then we've got to run it, no fold equity here. However, when we've got 160, like when we still have a smidge when we open shove for like 5-6 BBs, like the big blind still has to fold some hands, whereas now we are going to be in a situation for our tournament life, but does have the best versus the open of Soika.
I wouldn't rule out Boris occasionally like re-ISO in here, but he's decided on call, maybe thinks that Soika is going to play pretty honest against this. Like there's no real incentive to get massively out of line, right, with a re-ISO. We can keep in like a Jack 10 suited here that we dominate, right? He's going to be inclined to overcall. Interesting spot already. I think Soika is just going to take the price, Jay. Deciding here, it's going to be a dry side pot. And this is working out very nicely so far for Kolev in terms of he has the better of the two suited King X. King high flop would be interesting. And what a spot for Drusiotis. He's out of his chair. Well, you're 78% to hold, my friend. Soika, the one with the immediate potential. Looking for a deuce. No help. Likely to check through on the turn.
There shouldn't be any betting going on here with a player all in, no side pot. Both players should be knuckling it down to the river.
And Drusiotis, out of nowhere, could be about to triple. Just needs to fade 4 outs. And he does. Queen of clubs completing the board.
Check.
Well, hand over. And our man from Cyprus finds that treble, Jay. Very nicely timed.
Yeah, it was a nice time, jam. That feels good. Back over starting, 540.
Yeah, huge pickup.
I'll put the sunglasses back on. I'm staying.
5 BBs, up to 18 or so.
Welcome back.
I wait
530.
Oh, look, payouts are out, Jay.
No, 40.
You want to take us through them?
40.
And there they are. Let's see. First, 365k up top. Just a quarter of a milli for second. 165k for third. And another six-figure payday in full for 122k. If you make the final table, you lock up 35,400. And just waiting to see how many are going to be getting paid in this one and what the min cash is going to be as the prizes scroll across on the monitor we've got here in the booth. So it looks like a min cash going to be 17k, 23 paid in this one, Andrew, 55 remain. So probably going to be close to the bubble when we finish this evening.
Yeah, very nice. All of our tournaments so far exceeding expectations. Love seeing it. 365k up top in a 1 million guaranteed. Chunky. And guys, we will be taking you through all of the day 2 action of this one tomorrow, crowning a champion, and then on Sunday it is the end of the Big Daddy. And there is the Big Daddy trophy at the right of your screen. That one going to go to the winner of the Mediterranean Poker Party main event 2024, where the winner, of course, will receive that and $1 million. One day, Jay, that's going to be us.
We hope so. Hopefully this summer in Vegas.
Imagine just saying, right? Yeah, this summer. Imagine just saying, won a poker tournament the other day for $1 million. I mean, that'd be a lot of fun.
The illustrious 7-figure score.
Yes. Well, Arocha, we did see him double up hand 1 when he joined this feature table. Wakes up with the pocket jacks. Interesting one for Gadziev. Ace-9 of hearts. You're never thrilled against an early position open. We'll see what he lands on.
Yeah, when we're +2, facing +1, still all the table behind as well. Probably happy to just let this one go. It's annoying, sometimes having to fold a suited ace. He's gone for chips and is getting involved. And I much prefer this, Andrew, than call if we are going to go for a continue in the pot. Much prefer this option. Wow.
Oh, this 3-bet, Jay, likely to give Arocha the chance to get away, right? If he folds, you're going to have a very hard time getting away from a hijack 3-bet.
Yeah, because as well, Ustamov here probably has to fold 10s. I don't think that they'll be in there. So once he jams, it's basically going to be queens, kings, aces, ace, king, maybe ace, queen suited in there.
Yep. I'm with you.
And even if like we even sprinkle in 10s, it's still a horrific spot for Arocha here. And I think it's pretty easy fold now with the jacks.
I dream.
Once it's back on him.
I mean, it's more just also, right, don't close the action. Gadziev can have a nutted holding.
Exactly.
We will see.
Yeah, but the great thing here, like these are the spots, the run good we don't talk about. If Gadziev doesn't 3-bet this ace-9 and just folds, Ustamov then 3-bets, and now we have to 4-bet send jacks. And this is sometimes the overlooked run good that people don't recognize.
Oh, absolutely.
If Gadziev's just out the way, like I think he should be most of the time, Queen's 3-bet, we have to 4-bet send, and we'd be back down to the starting stack. Assume we didn't get there.
Yeah, it really is interesting. It's not like Gadziev is perceived to be crazy out of line here. You know, like if Gadziev is someone who's 3-betting too much, splashing around, then the jacks might think, okay, Ustamov knows this and is going to go wide.
Very nice.
Well done, Arocha.
Yeah, good fold from him. I think once you delve into the spot, it does seem like the only way to proceed.
Like it a lot.
Ace-king. No tens.
Oh, there you go. No 10s. There you go. Jay Harwood, you're a genius.
He can't have 10s, he says.
It just shows you how smart these guys are, though, right? They just know 10s probably doesn't make the cut. Fun hand.
Very nice fold from the Spaniard.
We want back to our life. Just play poker. No more show.
Well then, back on Gadziev. Oh, not on Gadziev. Arocha is opening again. And look at this, deja vu. Gadziev, the exact same hand he 3-bet a moment ago. Is he going to make the power play, Jay, of just going for it, going for it twice?
That's the combo. That's the one he chooses.
We are flying blind on Arocha's holding at the moment.
Wow.
Wow, is he going again? Okay. Gonna come with call.
I think we just like same scenarios before.
Yeah, we just
one that
fold,
just likes to get out of the way.
Sure, but hey.
Maybe he likes the ace-9 of diamonds. Maybe it's the suit.
Fun for us. One person who doesn't enjoy this continue is Arocha. Of course, pocket sixes. You don't mind getting some action out of the blinds, per se. Never fun here out of position against the seat one to your left. That being said, off to the flop. And that flop is queen 5-5, rainbow. Sixes still good. Arocha, of course, can't know that, Jay.
Yeah, in gun versus +1, this man plays very well, Andrew. This is a spot that we are going to have high frequency check to the player on our direct left and does exactly that with sixes. Like, we're going to check a lot of our range here, even some aces, even some kings, and a 10 of clubs on the turn. I'm not going to love that card, though it does bring in another over. There's Arocha, so just on the hunt for showdown now with the sixes.
Yeah, these spots really fun. You know, Gadziev might feel compelled to stab. You do see this a lot, and he's gone chunky. Kind of like it if we are going to bet.
Yeah, 2/3 seems nice.
Thing is, Jay, with these spots, it's like, okay, let's say we have, it's very nice, gets it through. Is ace-10 going to bet as large as this? Like, how many 10x do we have from +1? Do we, like a 9-10 suited, Jack-10 suited, we arguably shouldn't have. So you start sort of weighting yourself to like a hand like maybe an ace-queen, king-queen that decided to check one, right? And
potentially,
then
yes.
Maybe an ace.
But then even like the queen X, there shouldn't really be any offsuit queen X, only ace-queen, so.
Yeah. Very nice, though. Kind of like this size, just deciding I need to get some folds from some hands like that, 6s through 9s. Well done.
Yeah, and just looking at the Spaniard, because been impressed with him so far, and there's a reason he's a bracelet winner.
I've seen him around.
Won a bracelet in 2022 in the GG Masters WSOP event for $288,000. Had a deep run in the main 5 years ago as well, coming 30th in that for just over $250,000.
Very nice.
Countless results on the resume all over the world from the looks of things as well.
And Coke separate, please. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Arocha showing his prowess. As we see Mr. Boris Kolev. Ace-10 +2 in for 60K. Round 210 Tio. Yeah, very disciplined, like it. 20 blinds, nowhere to go really with Jack-8 suited, little too wide. Action on Arocha. One of these hands, Jay, maybe the stone bottom for defending for me. No?
Maybe 7-4 might find its way in as well.
7-4 off.
Like, we're definitely in with 7-6. We're 100%
Yes,
7-6, right? And 7-5 doesn't seem far off. And then 7-4 probably either way.
You just love the game too much.
I just love it.
8-5-3, 2 hearts, 1 diamond.
Got a battle sometimes, Andrew.
You do. Neither player with a red card in hand. Arocha does flop best. Decision point on Boris. Has one of those holdings that I would suggest, Jay, can fall into check. I like this a lot. We don't really have potential to barrel off on many cards. And we can have showdown, of course. 4 of hearts, turn. Arocha now, decision point on him.
I could think about having some leads here, because now there's plenty to get called from all these like linear range of high cards with a heart in them. We'll have to call once. All like Jack 10 up to Ace King with a heart. We'll get a street of value from, so I think a very nice spot to start doing this.
Yeah, like it. Arocha, 40% pot. Nowhere to go for Boris. Too many hands already made on this board. Out he goes.
Закончены на доске, открытые?
Вот это, да.
А, сейчас был. У меня такая же фигня была ровно вчера в мейн-эвенте. Когда я прям чую, что надо ответить с 5-8 бубновых. И на... Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're waiting for it all this time. Same position. Pornhub какой-то.
Position number 1.
Position number 1.
Отдыхаю сам. Алды помнят.
Все помнят, да.
Action back on Ustimov, under the gun.
60.
King Jack.
Cool.
Now then, Emelianov, spicy. Not typically a hand you'll see. People continue with here from +2. Round 2 Tantillo in the cutoff, Jay. Interesting spot, I think, with Emelianov calling, Jay, and if you think he's splashing around too wide and is maybe dead money versus squeeze.
Exactly that. Like, Emelianov's just never got a hand that could call a jam here for 20, so he just got Ustimov to get through.
Yeah, I think he may take this one. You're never thrilled about it, of course. Yeah. Has committed himself.
Good evening.
Oh, very, very unfortunate. We can see this jam was gonna work. But how's your luck, Arocha? Second time on this table, Jay. Wakes up with the Cowboys.
Yeah, and just going to be ISO in here for his million chips.
Yeah, here they come. Got a feel here for Tantillo. Tough one to run into. But he's not dead, Jay. Puncher's chance. Haven't seen an ace folded as of yet.
Было бы феерично.
Да?
Но нет.
Little hand funeral for Emelianov underway.
Definitely looks like a poker-related bracelet on his wrist.
It's a watch, isn't it?
Oh, is the watch not the other side?
Oh, I see it. Sorry, I was looking at the left wrist.
So, going to have to call off as Tantillo. We'll know that he will need to hit, but we're just hoping we're not up against aces and we have a 3-outer at least, whether it be the jack against ace king or whether it be the ace versus a pair.
Yeah, in like a dreamland, you find tens very occasionally, but that's about it. Here we go. 1.4 million in the middle. Tantillo at risk.
One win, one loss. One win, one loss. King is running twice. Huh? No. Yes.
Looking for an ace. For that immediate help. See if he can find it. Oh, wow. King 9-4. Well, we've seen this before on stream, Jay.
Just about to say it. He's perfect, perfect. Runner.
Yeah.
Lightning not striking twice.
GG to Tantillo. Unfortunate. Actually, a very nicely timed squeeze jam in terms of the opener and the caller.
And never can account for someone waking up for it behind. It's just part of the game. It happens. I think jams very nice from him. Going to be winning in the long run.
And Arocha marching on. 1.8 million now, Jay, for him. Very healthy stack. 60 big blinds. 1.5 times average chips. He is going to be a threat. As we start to approach 50 players left in the field.
I got aces once and I lost. Another good call.
Выпил немного, не хочется это пьяным ебалом светить.
60.
Action on Kolev now. Under the gun. 50 big blinds or so.
Жена не одобрит.
Emelianov, once again, casually flicks in the chips with ace-10 of clubs. One thing I will say is we saw him earlier with ace-queen suited just snap call also. So he's going to have some big hands in there. Has Kolev dominated in this one-on-one confrontation? I say one-on-one for now. Action going to be on Ustamov in the big. Queen 8 off, Jay. Not going to make the cut. We go heads up.
And two very strong ranges perceived. Gun versus +1 here.
Oh, hello.
Wow.
Well then. Ace 9-4 with 2 hearts.
Yeah, gun versus +1 once again, just recognizing Kolev. Oh. This is a spot we do a lot of checking.
Oh dear. Action goes check, check. Boris with a very disguised flush. Trouble ahead for Emelianov. Almost impossible not to lose some chips here, Jay.
Yeah, 100% going to do one street at least if Kolev does just start betting now.
Looks like around about half pot, a little bit less. 80k into 195.
Yeah, 40% up. And clear call for Emelianov with the ace-10.
Oh, it's tough to be dead here. But he is, of course, commits the chips, and rightly so. 3 of clubs on the river, completes the board.
Yeah, and now just going to be going on the value hunt as Kolev, and doesn't seem like the type that's going to be folding a check back top pair. Emelianov, especially once we check back flop, Andrew maybe thinks that Kolev thinks that we've never got better than an ace here, and then propensity to just blast us off of that. So see what size Kolev comes with here.
Yeah,
and
about 2/3, Jay.
2/3 on the end. It's a real tough one here for Emelianov.
These are tough. I mean, you have to start, of course, find these bluff combos. Normally going to be a hand with 1 heart in.
Yeah, like King Queen heart, Queen 10 heart, King 10 heart, and like you may think these would c-bet flop, but as I say, gun versus +1, we want to do a lot of checking.
Yeah, I think Emelianov kind of knows it. Boris Kolev once again on the march.
More money, more problems.
Oh, beautiful. What a song that is, by the way. Always have to stop myself from launching into it. Maybe we'll save that for later in the stream. Very nice hand, Boris.
Oh, you never told me how much his hoodie was.
$1,000.
$1,000.
That is pricey for a hoodie.
That is a lot of money for a hoodie.
I said to Dempsey, listen, I wouldn't be averse to spending like a nice amount of money on like a suit or a nice pair of brogues, something like this. A hoodie, Jay, $1,000.
Yeah, I don't think you see me.
Come on.
$1,000 hoodie wouldn't be happening.
It looks cool, to be fair.
I had a situation a couple of years ago. Went to the Vic, was doing some work in London. We'll come back to this story because Drashuta's going to be opening here. You're assuming the hijack. And one that could actually...
Actually quite like shove here.
Yeah, shove as
this
Drashuta's.
exact kind of holding. 6s, 7s, 8s. Hands that don't really mind just denying behind. It's uncomfortable to raise call off. You know, only got 4 people to get through. Well, Gadziev, ace-3 of hearts, is a hand that 6s actually does pretty well against. But recognizing, I like this, Drashutis only working with 15 blinds to start the hand. Not as much playability, right? You don't really want a 3-bet call. You can't 3-bet fold versus 15. And Kolev, decision on him. Could see either, Jay.
Yeah. I think call going to be fine. Maybe one could go for jam with. Suited Broadway against 15 effective.
Yeah, does decide just to call. Typically what you will see here. Great flop for the 6s. Spade in hand, 7 high board. Drashiotis. Likely hand done if he commits further chips.
Let's see if I got one of those.
Just announces he's spade checking. I wonder if he says, yes, I have.
Brilliant. Was that an Australian accent? I thought it was. Decision on him, Jay. It's going large. 105K. Job done.
Do you know what? It would be great if Drew Shooters had 1.7 milli there, and then he has no flop flushes after he says that, and Kolev could just go raise, bet, shove.
You just love the
I love it.
savagery,
I do love the savagery.
You just love the savagery of this game.
So anyway, Vic,
Yeah, go on.
couple of years
Give
ago,
it to me.
doing some work down in London.
Right.
Turned up, I had like a jacket, but it was freezing. So I went to buy a coat, and I've seen a lot of poker players wearing them big Parkers, you know, the Canada Goose coats.
Okay.
And I expected them to be like 300-400 quid. So I've gone down to Oxford Street. I've walked in the shop. I've made the mistake of picking up the jacket. I didn't look at the price. I took it to the desk.
Oh.
And the woman has scanned it and told me how much I nearly had a heart attack, honestly. I nearly had a heart attack, Andrew. And she said how much it was. And once I was there, I couldn't do the old, oh no, I'll leave it, I'll walk out the shop. So I stomached it. I still wear it to this day, 3 years later.
I've seen you wearing that thing.
I still wear it to this day. I want to get my money's worth.
Getting the value. How much was it? Come on.
Nah, it's just, it'll make me sick still. It will make me sick.
Dempsey wouldn't tell me how much he spent on his jacket either.
But this is the thing. I'm not really, I like nice hats, but like hoodies and stuff, and just something that keeps me warm. That's all that matters.
With you. Well, back into the action. Ustamov, king 4 of diamonds. Quickly defended. Wow, here we go again. Ace, queen, 7, 2 diamonds. We already saw Emelianov check jam against Ustamov in an earlier confrontation in the same seats. Ustamov, very easy c-bet for him. Drawing to nut diamonds now then, on a blank. We saw him bet fold the nut flush draw last time. Intrigued to see what develops. My goodness, Emelianov with the most disguised 2 pair imaginable, Jay.
Do you think he's a bit of deja vu here for Ustamov, and this time he's going to check back because he doesn't want to get check jammed on?
Yes,
there you go.
Well, prudent check because he was getting shoved on a good amount of the time, and Emelianov improves to run a boat. Yeah, Ustamov recognizing you're really only going to be able to dislodge a 7 potentially, Jay, when we bet river.
Yeah, and we still actually beat some hands as well, like worse diamond draws, some Jack 10 perhaps in there.
Yep. Emelianov manages to stem the bleeding. And we are down to 48 guys. Going to be paying, as Jay referenced earlier, 23 players. Mint cash, around about $17,000 in this 10K buy-in. Exactly $17,000. And all the way up to that first place prize, 365K, plus one of our beautiful MPP trophies, which we'll be awarding tomorrow evening. Live on stream, myself and Jay will be here. We've lost James, of course.
Yes, we have.
He's not dead. We've just lost him. We've just lost him for the rest of the trip. Oh, there we go, guys. Last hand in progress before the break. As you see our players begin to rise from their seats.
Emelianov going to get involved in the small. Goes for 2 BBs, and Soika ace deuce suited here. Not going to be going anywhere. He was lost earlier in the week, wasn't he, Dempsey? You was looking for him, I saw. Some filming.
Looking for who?
Dempsey. He was meant to be doing some comms, and he was having by the pool, drinking.
Oh, me? He lost me, of course. Yeah, I mean, listen, they told me. Mediterranean poker party. I thought to myself, I'll put my feet up, I'll check out the spa, have a little swing in the hammock. He found me eventually, gave me a dressing down, and now, you know, I'm all business.
Yeah, and a bit of business on this flop. We got piece versus piece, up and down versus gut shot and bottom pair.
Well, how's that for a turn card for Soika? Did defend pre. Now Emelianov, a potential barrel off candidate. Interesting sizing choice, Jay. I'm not sure I'm a big fan of this. You know, Soika, unlikely to be dislodged on the 7 specifically, right, for this amount of chips?
It's been a real feature of Emelianov sizings over like the last 2 hours. He seems to have gone small on most streets with most of his hands and most of his range. Maybe just strategy that he likes to abide by.
Yeah, and an inherently bad river to see. Soika going to have a lot of this 5-6 or 5-8 type, any 5 to be honest, versus flop size and turn size. Going to have some 7x, some 4x in there. Yeah, I think it's a pretty prudent give up, Jay. Soika, bottom pair. Takes that one down. Very nice pickup for him. So that is the last hand, guys, before the break. But we do have more coverage coming your way shortly as I take you through the chip counts. Arocha, 1.8 million, has the chip lead, closely followed by Kolev. Then we have Soika, Roman Gadziev, Viktor Ustimov. And then on the shorter stacks, Emelianov, fresh off that one, and Ioannis Drešutis with work to do. So guys, myself and Jay will be taking a break for around about 15 minutes. So please, come back and join us for more continuing coverage of the 10K High Roller. But first, the not insignificant task of crowning a champion really could be anybody's, Jay. This has swung back and forward, momentum. The pendulum has swung in direction of all 3 players. Just a reminder, guys, all 3, 210K locked, 327 for second, and $468,000 for the winner. As we see Christopher Putz, min raise here with the King 8 of Hearts. Blinds have gone up, 2 and 4 million. Things getting shallow, Jay. Going to be a tipping point soon. Kolev, decision to be made. Ace-7 off.
Yeah, it seems like one just happy to defend.
Yeah, it does. Flick in the call. Five, deuce, deuce. As dry as it gets. Very interesting here. Puts with just king high.
Yeah, interesting one whether to bet or not. It's right on that line. Maybe we fold out some better king highs, but all the ace highs should be sticking around for one more street. So I wouldn't be surprised to see check from Putz here, but looks like he's just going to continue what he's been doing this final table with aggression.
Yeah, just goes for a little equity deny probe. Kolev, looks like a pretty mandatory check call to me, Jay.
Agreed. Yeah, good point you make. Maybe that's one of the merits of betting here, is Putz just flushing out some 2 live cards, equity denial purposes.
Yeah, it's Kolev, flicks in the call. Fairly uncomfortable for Putz. No backdoors working for him. 9 of Hearts turn, changes nothing. Ace-7 of Kolev, still best. Decision on Putz once more. We are ahead of some hands, Jay, right? Something like a 3-4 that decided not to raise. 4-6 suited types. Some spade combos we can beat. Other than that, we're going to be up against, you know, some 5x, some ace highs.
Yeah. The thing is, like the 5x, the deuce x obviously sticking around. Do we fold out ace high with a second barrel? Probably, but I think it's just a small proportion of range 24. That we target.
Look at this. 24 million committed by Putz. Goes chunky. Deciding the max pressure route is the way to proceed.
Yeah, and this is interesting for Kolev because I wouldn't say he's going to fold straight away simply because the better ace highs aren't a worry here.
Yes.
Because they would be checking. So it's a situation. Putz trying to say he's got 2 pair plus, and there we go.
Kolev found it.
Sniffing it out.
My goodness, this guy. Credit to him, Jay. You know, when he gets put in these uncomfortable spots, invariably finds the composure and heart to continue, and all of a sudden puts 80 million in the middle. Kolev, 75% pop back. Big river coming, and it is a deuce.
Yeah.
Putz is not gonna like that card.
One that think we're just going to have to slam the anchors on here, Andrew. Like, not going to get a 5 to fold now. 9's definitely not folding if somehow there's 9x of spades out there. And we probably expect a lot of the ace highs to be folding to the second barrel as well. So it's so difficult for puts here to unload the clip.
Is there any way that we, like, I mean, we can beat some of the lower flush draws, like 6-7 or 7-8 of spades that didn't jam.
That's true.
Like a 3-4, 4-6 of spades that didn't jam. We can beat these hands. So we have a sliver of showdown. Unfortunately for puts, gets the bad news, and Kolev, bravo.
They hurt them once when you see your opponents just heroed you twice with ace high.
He might have heroed river.
He might have done.
He very well could have. Action back on Kolev. 9-10 on the button. Makes it 8 million. Action on puts now.
It's an awkward one. Free-handed, nice looking hand in the small. But can we ever call off of 17? I'm not sure, Andrew.
Oh, wow. Oh, goes the other way and runs into Aquino, who fist pumps it in behind. My goodness me, this happened fast. Christopher Puts, credit to the heart shown, thinks the button's going to raise fold a lot, and he was right. Unfortunately for him, Aquino wakes up with ace-queen. Here we go, biggest pot of this tournament, Jay. 150 million chips in the middle. Puts looking for a 5 or a 6.
Just 6 higher, but a heap of equity here, 42%.
And he drills a 5. Jack 5-4, 2 clubs, and Aquino, just like that, 27% equity only. Turn coming. It's a Jack of spades. 1 card to come. Aquino, 6 outs once to send Puts home. Otherwise, he is on the short stack. And it's a queen, Jay! Queen of clubs!
And once again, emotion shown this time. At this time, a bit of good emotion there. Aquino finds the 6 outer. And just like that, we are heads up. Great run from the German. Puts is going to take home $210,000.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, 1 hora más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, 1 hora más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, 1 hora más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, 1 hora más.
My blood pressure was skyrocketing.
That Kings versus the Jack 6 off, that will be one that's shown for years.
Probably the most disgusting run out with, you know, considering the amount of money on the line I think I've ever seen. And that's saying something. Aquino, 8-6. In there for the raise. Kolev, very attractive looking Jack 7 of clubs. And how about this? 8-7-6. Top and bottom for Aquino, middle pair and backdoors for Kolev.
Yeah, this is action heads up, Andrew. Huge flop for Aquino and a big flop for Kolev as well. And Aquino goes for the 55%, 11K into 20, and seems like Kolev has a clear as day call with middle pair and some backdoor potential.
Yeah, 11 million, half pot. Quite like this as a sizing choice, Jay. Pretty wet board. You want to bet large. And heads up, half pot, relatively so. Quick check call from Kolev. Oh my goodness.
Well, we're heads up, but the feature of the final table continues. The sick run outs.
Wow.
And this jack on the turn could mean that it could be finishing
25.
This hand, or at least close to. Aquino will still have some chips back,
what
but
a turn card.
It's ill.
The most disguised of two pairs connecting with Kolev. And what to do, Jay? Do we fast play this on a very wet texture?
I think once Aquino double barrels here, it does seem like he's got a decent piece, and there are a fair amount of action killers that can roll off.
He's
so
jammed.
There it is, big
Snapped.
fan.
Can't blame him either. 8-6, a powerhouse of a hand on this board, Jay. And Kolev about to take a 10-1 chip lead, Jay.
6 dinner, please. These guys all the time do these things. One more time.
So 4 outs to find for Aquino, 4 to fade for Kolev. And it's a 3 of hearts on the river. And 11-1 chip lead now for Kolev. Aquino just with 6 BBs.
Nothing to do.
Guys, seems like we had great success this time with our basketball game. We had 13 players at once. Seems like 11:30 is more suitable time than 10:30. And what I can promise to you, very next Dolce Vita series, we have more that kind of entertaining stuff. Let's go, it's more than the poker.
Unbelievable stuff. We did think we were in for a firecracker of a heads up. And on, what was that, Jay? Hand 3? I believe hand 3, Kolev takes a dominant chip lead. And he is right on the verge, Jay, of taking down this massive field title.
All in.
Oh, all in and call, Jay. Here we go. It's even ahead of the graphics.
Kolev's not even bothered to stack his chips from the previous hand. Trying to get this done now.
Oh, Aquino says, let's go home. That's not the spirit we want, my friend. You can see the humor in it.
Ако беше по друг начин, ще да е в кома.
Now, here we go. Cards on screen. Aquino, 7-5 of clubs, up against the King 3 of diamonds of Kolev. Can he find a way? Has 45% to stay in this match. Oh, Jay, queen 4-3.
Yes, it does pick up a gut shot to go alongside with a 7 and a 5 as the outs here. Still will win this, just shy of 40% of the time.
Hunting the middling cards. What a turn! Another Hollywood run out develops. Deuce of clubs. Aquino, 21 outs, Jay, to get there.
He's got 7 high and just shy of 50%. 1 card to come.
Russian? What's the language?
Bulgarian.
Bulgarian?
Can he get there? And it is a brick. The 8 of diamonds completes the board. The crowd goes wild, and Boris Kolev wins the EAPT Grand Final, Jay. What a final table. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as night has descended on the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel. Beautiful shot there. Magnificent place for us to host this Mediterranean Poker Party 2024. And the room beginning to quieten down finally, Jay. Players have bagged up on day 2 of that 5K main event. I believe we're down to 41 players as it stands. Couple of levels to go here in the 10K High Roller day 1. And a new feature table lineup for you. David Misikowski, 120 big blinds.
That's got to be good for chip lead in the room, surely.
Agreed, 4.8 million. Alexander Kirichenko, working with 55 bigs, 2.2 million. Damir Zugrelin, just a shade under 2 mil himself. Anatoly Nikitin, 30 big blinds, 1.2 million. And the 2 short stacks at the table, Dmitry Zakharov and Alexander Zubov, both with work to do, 17 and 9 big blinds respectively.
And there's the stacks, and we'll give you some numbers regarding the tournament. We had 159 entries in this one. There are 46 coming back after this break. 23 will make the money. Won't hit the money this evening, this being the final session of an hour and 20 minutes. But I think we're going to go close. I reckon there'll probably be 30 odd left, maybe late 20s when we finish up today, Andrew.
And with you, everybody going to be looking to finish strongly. Blinds about to go up 20, 40K with a 40K big blind ante. And yeah, very much looking forward to this final sort of hour and 20 minutes, Jay, as you referenced. Room emptying out. What a beautiful place, honestly. I say it every time.
We can't say it enough on stream. And it's one of the best festivals I've got to attend. I haven't even played a hand of poker.
That's going to change, I would imagine, over the coming years, Jay. I know you've been loving it. Plenty of tournaments out here at Merit to get involved in. So, as we just wait for the action to get underway with this new lineup.
So 23 paid, 17K for a min cash, but they're all looking at that first place prize, $365,000 up top. $250,000 is good for second, and 2 more 4-figure scores, third and fourth, 165K and 122K respectively. And another feature table to close us out. Let's get into it.
Yeah, there we have it. Oh, and look who's back in seat 1, Jay. The most entertaining man going. He was on main event day 1C. I think it's Zakharov.
Zakharov's back.
I think it is. Now, I could be wrong, but I think it is.
You are right. Dmitry Zakharov in the 2C from Russia.
Absolutely hilarious he was.
He was a joker.
It's that seat. They just keep putting the high comedy value Russians in seat 1.
To be fair, you sat in that seat in the sit and go this afternoon.
Sure did. They must just put the very funny, hilarious individuals in there.
That's what I was getting at. That's what I was getting at.
Thanks, mate. You might be trolling, but I'll take it anyway.
I'll let you guess.
Okay, mate. Yeah, it was admiration and love. Right?
Yeah, we'll go with that one. We'll go with that one.
All right then, ladies and gents. As always, If you want to interact with myself and Jay, if you are watching us in the wee small hours on DTD Player or on YouTube, please don't hesitate. Give us your thoughts. Let us know who you're backing, who you fancy to win it all. First look here, Zubov on the short stack. 10-7 off, going to kick it in. Now then, round 2, Misakowski. What a stack to be rolling with.
Ridiculous amount of chips at this stage of the tournament. And
yeah. Over 3 times average chips, folks. That's pretty wild with 46 left. Now then, going to run into some resistance as we see the button get out of the way. Pocket Queens I caught a glimpse of. Zugralin, 50 effective, Jay. Decision on him.
yeah, and I think just clear as day here, facing the cutoff open. Just going to go for the free bet here. Probably somewhere around like 330 mark at this stack depth.
365. Yeah, got a little bigger.
Yeah, bigger's better. I like bigger, better from out of position.
Yeah, 9 big blinds. Interesting spot for Misakowski. Look at that, just quickly ditches. Certainly some potential to defend, but the offsuit variety, not very appealing. Gives him the old death stare.
Don't do that again.
Yeah.
Or I'll find me 4-bet shoes.
Well, Zugralin had a big one. Pocket Queens. So as Jay referenced, we are going to get down close-ish to the money tonight, guys. We'll bring you full coverage tomorrow, myself and Jay, of day 2 of this high roller as we play down to a winner. And then, of course, on Sunday, it's the big one. I'm very excited to get into it. Overnight now, day 2, only 41 left, I believe, Jay. So we'll be very close to a final table when we pick up that coverage on Sunday. Winner of the main this year, taking home $1 million. Always exciting when we get into the 7-figure realm.
40 is the big blind, yeah.
Race here, 280K. It's not Misakowski. You can ignore that. And it's not Zakharov. You can ignore that. So we just wait for the graphics to catch up. I'm pretty sure Misakowski folded.
Yeah, it's a strange one, though, because it's got Misakowski in the hijack and Zakharov in the cutoff, but there's definitely a player sat between them.
All good. Our production team will be all over it. Round to the big blind. Is very short. Started the hand with 9 bigs. Has committed, of course. The big blind plus big blind ante. So 7 bigs back, Jay. Does elect to complete. Going to be a very wide range of hands, of course. Looking to flop some equity here off the short stack.
Yeah.
We are flying blind for now. But myself and Mr. Harwood will navigate this to perfection, naturally. There we go. So 6-6-3. I believe the flop checked through to the 10 of clubs turn. Looks like a check back in position. Somewhat intriguing, Jay. You'll see a lot of 1 big blind C-bets on that 6-6-3.
Yes, you will. Maybe could have some hands that are nutted, like aces and kings, that want to check back and juice something from the big blind.
Well, he is looking at that stack. Always a little worried, aren't you, Jay, when you see a check back here, when it's this shallow, that there can be some traps. 55K announced on the turn.
Yeah, so basically we'll be able to lead some 10x here. We'll have some 6x for the flop trips. Maybe even like a 3 that elected to check king 3 suited, ace 3 suited, something like that could be in there as well.
Cutoff continues. There we go. Wow, and he actually has it, Jay. Flops trip 6s just in time. Very interesting now. Ace-Jack elects not to value bet the flop, right? Which it essentially would be.
Yeah.
for one big blind.
Seems like a nice call on the turn, though, facing that size.
Yeah, I mean, we can't fold turn.
However, we get the worst possible river in the deck, because now even the bluffs, all this 8-9, 7-9, 7-8, 4-5, 5-7, they're all there, and now they've all either made a pair or a straight, and even the diamond draws get there as well.
Yeah.
So the only hand we really beat now is something like 5 deuce, 4 deuce suited. So very scarce amount of combos.
Yeah, one thing I will say is I don't think the big blind really checks enough in spots like this. And I say that because I don't think they should check, right? A lot of the time you're up against ace high, or you're up against a 10J that hasn't bet flop, or those aces or kings that you referenced that are all going to be incentivized to either bluff catch or call off.
Yeah, but this one just has to go into the muck here. We're just not beating anything now. We specifically need Zubov to have 4 deuce, 5 deuce suited here. Awesome, complete air ball. Forget that. He's gonna hero it off with ace high. Does have diamond in hand.
Yeah, I mean, not a huge fan. I'm with you, Jay. Seems like a very underbluffed spot. You just need like queen 5 or something to just go crazy.
Yeah, that's it. Like, you need a complete air ball here for our opponent to have, for the ace-jack to be good. Yeah, we have a diamond, we're blocking some flushes, but like value can stem from a 10 there from our opponent. So
put it in at SPR.
It tells the table he called with ace high. Maybe just felt his opponent was up to no good.
I don't know.
Just maybe a slight misread.
Yeah, great start here on the feature for Zubov.
Просто, вот реально 0 раз. Мы только что, блядь, на балконе это обсуждали. Сразу же подтверждение. Может быть, я похож на блефуна?
Код МТТ.
Misakowski, a legitimate hold-in from Gun. Makes it 85k.
And very much a baptism of fire here for the man that we are calling 8 for the time being. This is tricky. Have just lost a big pot. Head potentially spinning. Is going to come with 3-bet, Jay. It's fairly large sizing off the stack depth.
Yeah, it seems huge off a 20 here, especially like Gun versus +1. Probably could just go for like 2.3x here, somewhere like 200k.
I'm with you.
It's all about leaving ourselves like room to still be able to fold, not giving ourselves a 2-to-1 price.
Wow, dearie me, Zubov. Well, he had 1 foot out the door about 60 seconds ago. Well, about to have 2 feet firmly in contention. Pocket queens in the small blind. Very easy jam, you'd imagine.
Yeah, easy as can be here. Yeah, we're a bit worried about this +1 range, but still going to be a fair amount of hands we're in front of. Jacks, 10s, maybe 9s that elect a 3-bet. Like some bluffs, as C8 has here on this occasion. It seems like a clear as day jam for Zubov.
Yeah, good news for Misakowski. That +1 3-bet, right? If he just opens in the small blind jams 18, 17, might have had to call here with pocket 9s.
Yeah, would have had to do.
Here we go. Now then, Jay, we've stepped out with ace-jack. And 3-bet and under the gun razor. We've been called for, jammed on for 18 bigs.
Yeah, now look at the price, Andrew.
Oh, it's so grim, though.
Yeah, 460 to win 1.12 milli. Getting a very attractive price here.
Yeah,
like
so
2.2, 2.3 to 1 on a call. Going to need around 29, 28% equity.
Then again, Jay, on the flip side, we're
near the money.
Like near the money, our hand is always in pretty bad shape. Admittedly, you're going to have 3 outs a lot of the time. Yeah, it does let it go, and Zubov, without showdown, chipping up to 1.1 mil.
That's a nice little pickup from him. But yeah, making a good point there. Like, yes, we get that price. Like, in terms of chips, we'd have to call. But even at this stage, ICM is real. 21 off the money.
Я вот вижу, что ты блефовал.
Zubov smiling like the cat that got the cream. Can't blame him. 360k up to 1.1 in the space of a few moments.
He's closed. No.
I was actually speaking to one of the genius minds of UK poker in Brandon Shields about a bit of this, and he was actually telling me how in some situations with ICM, when it gets a bit extreme, you can actually 4-bet 40% of your stack to fold. And I was like, surely that can't be right. And then he was like, yep, it's a thing.
Yeah.
You can get situations like that. So not taking the price because of the percentage of the field that are left, and not too far off the money. Still a while to go. I'm not going to get there today, but in terms of time, probably 2.5 hours.
Yeah, as we look at the chip counts, Misakowski still incredibly healthy. 116 blinds, Zugralin and Kirichenko, basically with the exact same stack, 53 BBs. And what a chip up, Jay, for Zubov.
It's great. Like,
oh, it's just so good for the soul, right?
Yeah,
you're like, I'm hanging on, I'm hanging on. All of a sudden, 30 bigs.
It's been a week of spin-ups, really, on the feature table, hasn't it? How many spins have we seen over the last 4 or 5 days?
Just goes to show you, you're never out of it when you're playing No Limit. Zakharov was hilarious earlier in the week.
He
on the
was.
Feature. Looking a lot more demure and relaxed. Maybe when he's not got so many chips, he's not willing to chirp as much. Understandable, he's only human. Action on Kirichenko, very experienced player here at Merit. I have encountered him many times before. He's a regular here. Now Zubov, I know you've just chipped up, my friend, but 3-5 off on the button. Into the chip leader, no less. Probably not going to get it done. Does agree with me.
Very tilting when it's folded around to you in a button and you squeeze your cards like, here we go, we're going to be able to get involved, and you just get that bottom end of the barrel.
Now this is a fun one. Nikitin, small blind, ace 10. It's going to raise immediately, and I like this. You will see people try and trap these spots a lot. Oh my word, what's going on the feature? Misakowski. Some potential here, Jay. I mean, this could go in.
It could.
I don't think we can ever raise fold ace 10 suited. Question is, what are we going to do when we face aggression? Because it is going to come. Here we go. Look at this from Nikitin, Jay. Wow.
Yeah, and ace 10 suited here.
Wow, look at the reaction, though.
Yeah. I think we're probably just going to jam for 25 against the big stack. But I don't know how Misakowski's been approached on the outer table, whether he's been getting after it and being super aggro, or whether he's just had the deck hit him. This is the thing.
I mean, you say that. I'm going to go with a Picasso read. This man's not acting here. This is real discomfort right off the bat.
Yeah, I guess we're not jamming now.
I don't think you see people do this and then jam with an actual tough decision, if you get me.
Yeah.
If they're going to do the Hollywood.
So you're saying he's just debating cool, or surely we can't fold.
Honestly,
it would be a hell of a fold.
I'm telling you, I'm leaning towards that's a man that's going to lay it down. Perhaps not.
Blind on blind, folding ace 10 suited.
Oh, the Picasso read comes through again.
Great shout, Andrew.
That is an outrageous laydown.
It's ridiculous.
Credit to him.
It's a mad laydown. How does he find that one there, Nikitin? And
Spidey senses, right?
Misakowski watches this back later. He'll be thinking, how on earth have I not got any action in this spot? Blind on blind, ace 10 suited. Goes for the raise and just folds to the 3-bet.
I'd be feeling outrageously disrespected.
You would,
right?
wouldn't
I
you?
would.
You would.
He's got 4.8 million. Right? I've got 4.8 million. I'm going to lean on you. You have to put it in. Nikitin says, absolutely not, my friend. I'm out of there. What a laydown that is, by the way.
Yeah, crazy laydown, but he's right. And potential tournament saver. Take a bow, sir.
Wow. That's what's so great about poker, you know. People will say, oh, that's far too tight. I mean, yeah, it is very tight. But sometimes, you said it earlier, Jay, the old school feel of just knowing where you're at, not to be underestimated. Very well done, Nikitin. And he stays healthy, 25 blinds. Back on, Misakowski. Ace 3 off, Jay, in the small.
Yeah, could jam this up to like 20 here. I'm not actually sure of the stack size in the big, but looks like he's put in a bunch of red chips. Yeah, it was only actually 16 big blinds, and Hella with the ace jack finds the good, snaps it off.
What a time to find it.
Yeah, pretty standard though, Andrew. This should just go in pre with these two holdings. Blind on blind.
Yeah, very standard one, Jay. Pihela, after a very tough opening to this feature table with a chance to stabilize. 66% of the time, he will do just that. Still remains good on the ace-8-7 rainbow board.
Yeah, no runners for the ace-3 other than the chop. Just fading that 3 outer.
Я готов монетку с тобой ставить. Нет. Короче, смотри, какой карты. Короче, 5-2 не проигрываю. Девятки будут, у меня тут 3.
Well, queen on the turn does bring in some potential chop outs now. 7 or an 8 would chop this up.
Yeah, Misakowski looking for 7s, 8s, and 3s. Hits the crossbar. Deuce of hearts on the river. Completes the board. And our Estonian Pihela just in time. Jay finds a lovely little situation and gets the full double.
Но если разные, я бы нажил 60, сколько получается? 33 бакса. Просто так на ровном месте.
That's a nice feeling, Jay, right? You've kind of had your fingers burned in a couple of spots. You know, your hero called incorrectly, which never feels good. You went for a 3-bet, got called jammed on. But he's back in business. With slightly more chips than he started with, I think.
Я имею в виду в ожидании.
I'm still reeling from the Nikitin raise fold.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about that, if that hand plays out differently, the hand that we just see doesn't play out, and Misakowski doesn't double his opponent up. And I think the lads are actually chatting about that hand, trying to get some information whether the ace-10 suited fold was correct.
I'd be absolutely fuming with the kings, I'm telling you. I might just go home and say, right, somebody bag these up for me.
Yeah.
Well, round to Misakowski. Back at it. Ace-3 once more from the button. CJ, when they chat, they never have it.
Yeah. We've seen a bit of both, to be fair.
We have. Zakharov. Intrigued to see how he approaches this. They play pretty tight when we had him on the feature. It was full of character and not always looking to get an inflated pots. You'd imagine he defends this one, though, Jay.
Got to defend this one, facing the button open. 6-4 suited, suited 1 gap up.
You can ask him.
Yep, 15 big blinds behind, looking to make something happen. Does catch a little piece on the Jack-8-4. Bottom pair, backdoor straight and flush draws. Would imagine it will start with check.
Yeah, just have to play check, I assume, as Zakharov. Not a board that we get any leads on, I don't think. And I do think one that Misakowski gonna have some C-bets on the Jack-8-4, facing the big.
Yeah, intrigued to see what size he chooses if he bets. This is one of those boards. Infinite straight draws available, Jay. You know, the 5, 6, 6, 7, 7, 9, 9, 10, all that good stuff. Does decide small bet is order of the day. Just try and fold out some hands with no real equity. Maybe be able to bluff a hand like a 4 off on a later street. And Zakharov, price is right. Can't be folded into quarter pot. There we go. What a turn card. Misakowski Finds the 3 outer on the turn. Ace of diamonds, Jay.
Yeah, I'm just going to hate this card here as Zakharov, because we're just not going to be able to continue facing a second barrel. I'm likely to be getting bluffed a lot of the time as well, because now all this king, queen, queen 10, king 10, 10, 9 type stuff is just going to be sending the barrels in.
Yeah, of course, the great thing for Misakowski, a lot of the ace-X of Zakharov have already shoved pre at the stack depth, so we just have a very clean turn value bet in my eyes. You can go 3 here for sure on clean rivers if check called. Misakowski, has he checked yet?
Yeah, I think
he has checked. Okay. No, he didn't lead.
No, that's. I think that's a graphic error here, Andrew.
Okay.
Yeah, check.
The other way around. All right.
1, 4, 5.
Wow, I was about to say Zakharov, spicy. As it stands, Misakowski, 145k, 40% or so. Just nowhere to go, Jay, right?
Yeah, just have to fold here as Zakharov. Like, we're likely to be getting bluffed a lot of the time, but there's not much we can really do. Yeah, some of the time, Misakowski will have the top pair as he does. But just a card that we're going to be aware, we're going to be getting barreled on and just have to get bluffed off it sometimes, Andrew.
Yeah.
Я говорю, что если бы я знал тебя получше, может, я бы знал бы. Но пока по общению мы ты не
В том-то и дело, что типа, он просто сам загоняет, короче, и такие вещи говорит. Все знают, что его Саша зовут Токсик.
Я всегда
2
сидел, молчал. 10 раз про Токсика сказал.
See David Misakowski there. Very likely, as Jay mentioned, to be up there in the top of the chip counts, if not number 1. Certainly could be.
Guys, really, stop talking. Toxic, toxic. We don't know this word.
Him, penalty.
Action back on Zubov.
Я тебя сейчас остужу.
Давай, выпил. Выпил? Давай. Пьешь?
It's out of the way. Round to the button, which is Pihela. 9-7 off. Decides just to get out of the way. Zakharov now. Well then, Jay, 500k behind.
Yeah, seems pretty clear. 12.5 BBs, blind on blind, king 9 suited. Happy to send it into the middle.
I feel like if you're not kind of 20 off the money, kind of like limp call. Like, you know, like you can induce some worse stuff to jam, right? You can limp shove, pick up some ISOs. Like pretty strong hand, right? Blind on blind. But 20 off the money seems pretty standard just to rip it in. Like if he limps here, Zugralin has the ideal hand to just rip it.
Yeah.
I like to get creative, Jake.
But do we really want to induce low, even against, like, say, a queen 10 or like a 6-7 suited and run that 60%? Yeah?
Sure we do.
Okay.
Like, maybe not 20. I mean, 20 from the money, we still got to lose, what, 10, 13% of the field? I think it could be a thing.
Yeah?
Could be wrong. But, you know, that's why we're in the booth, Jay.
Yeah, we're in the booth. We can disagree.
Give the opinions.
I wouldn't be a fan
You don't
of
like it?
I'm not. Huh? I'm not the biggest fan of it.
You're going to get called by, like, an ace or, like, a king 10, king jack, king queen anyway when you jam.
Yeah. These hands are going to jam anyway, though, as well. But I think...
Of course.
Yeah.
But if you can get king deuce
I guess
offsuit to jam, right, which very good players will find it.
What is it, DTO?
If you can get, you know, some other worse combos to jam, you don't want to run it?
No?
Maybe I'm wrong, mate.
I might be wrong. You might be right. I might be the one that's wrong here and just clueless about the spot.
We'll have a look later, mate.
We'll have a look.
We'll have a look in the streets and see what's going on. Well, new arrival. And it's a young wonder kid, Michel Molnar. One of the Domnich DTO poker crew. Very, very good player, Jay.
Yeah, and very big stack as well. David Mishawowski gonna hate seeing this.
Michel, excellent tournament poker player. I'm very good friends with him, so I'm a little biased, but he's really good. He's had some big results over the last 12 months. If you have a look at his hand, then Jay, you'll be loving it. raises to 80k here. Is the type to get after it, Jay. King 5 off, of course. Pretty wide, but recognizes, got the big stack, gonna leverage it. As Zugralin has a hand that wants to continue. Credit to him. Here he comes.
Very nice from Zugralin here.
Yeah, I like
Chooses
it.
a nice candidate. Nice
Like it.
meaty size out of position. Ooh, full 5xer.
Yeah, I like it. 10 bigs. Have that. Everyone's just in there these days battling. You love seeing it.
It's a tough game.
You know, like, this didn't used to happen, right?
Such a tough
even
game
like
these
5
days.
years ago, Queen Jack off in the small. It's not coming after you with a 3-bet.
Exactly.
Very nice. Zugralin picks it up. I'm going to make a note on that King 9 of diamonds.
Okay, I'd like to know.
I'd like to know too. What do we need to know?
What, 12 BBs?
25% of the field left.
Yep.
12 BBs, small blind.
King 9 suited, small blind.
All right. I think I might be right. I don't know. We'll have a look later, me and you, over a little couple of glasses.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Right then, Pihela, +2. Ace Jack of spades. In for the min, 80k to go. Round 2, Zakharov. This was a feature of him on the feature table the other day. Always takes his time no matter what. Out of the way. Round 2, Zugralin. Also folds. Zubov in the big. Of course. Had 9 big blinds only when he arrived. Has managed to treble that up to a shade over 1 million. 4-5 of diamonds, Jay. Likely going to see a flop.
Yeah, don't think we can do anything else with this one, but just cool.
And call he does. Off to the flop then. It's round 2 between these guys. We saw him flop trip 6s against the same player. And does flop a tiny piece. Gut shot to the wheel, but this flop all Pihela. Top pair, backdoor nut flush draw, backdoor Broadway J.
Yeah, just going to bet range and nice one for our actual hand. With decent kick up. Nice size choice as well. Quarter pot on the money.
Yeah, one here that I think versus the button exactly. And with a backdoor flush draw, we get to do some check raise bluffing, right? Because the button's going to have all the sort of queen highs, king highs, all that good stuff. But I think against +2, this would be ambitious.
I think call's actually okay versus quarter, because the times that we do snag off that 3 against the range that's going to have all the stronger ace-x potential to win that big pot.
Now then. Potential other avenues open up, Jay. 10 of diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, so obviously we'll have a lot of 10x that want to call on the flop. May think about leading as a bluff here with the 5 high. But the thing is, like, still, we know that these middle pairs...
I think he's going for this all day.
He is going for it, okay. Like, this day and age, like, once again, go back 5 years, everyone checking back King 10, Queen 10, Jack 10 here. But now, 2024, people just bet range, so still will have all the 10x. And
it's true. One thing I will say, we do have 5 high. And if we are going to represent a 10J, kind of nice to do it over 2 streets. It's going to want to get money, and of course going to have some bluffs, and it is mostly these 3-4, 4-5, Queen Jack, King Jack types that decide to start running a bluff.
Yeah, so it comes with 40%.
Oh, fascinated to see what develops here on the river. One thing I will say, Jay, Pihela has already heroed him once. So do you think that that could play into the dynamic here? Like if we jam again, it kind of looks stronger in a way?
And he also told us that hand that he called with ace high, so that's something that would be in the back of my head here. This is a player that just heroed off with ace high on a board when ace high didn't really beat anything the way the hand was played.
Yeah.
So important to know your opponent's tendencies, Andrew.
Oh,
so important. And if we think we're up against someone who is going to get really sticky and is never going to fold an ace, and maybe like if he somehow has something else like 9s, 8s that's stuck around.
I feel like you have to like basically go all in here if you want to do this. Certainly need to go meaty. Is he going to find it, Jay?
I just think that comment's going to be in the back of my head in this spot if I'm somehow here on the river with 5 height.
Yeah, but the fact that he's already heroed us. Ah, he gives it up. Check, check. Does shut it down. Pihela, be somewhat relieved, right? Yeah. You don't really want to face a big bet here. Very nice. Rakes it in. I'm the same as you, though, Jay. I like the savagery, too.
Yep.
I just wanted to see it. All in. I mean, what's he going to do? Pretty grim.
We saw a sick one last... I'm not sure, was it with you or was it with Demps, the 2x pot shove with the Jack 5 of clubs?
It was you and Demps, I think.
Yeah, we saw it come ace 4-4 rainbow. Check, 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 3-way, king turn. Someone had king queen. The Jack 5 of clubs turn at flush draw from the big. He overbet 120%. The king queen called and then shoved river on a brick deuce for over 2x pot with the Jack high.
Yeah, good luck calling.
Yeah, exactly. Good luck calling. This is what I was saying to Demps. Good luck calling an ace here, let alone king queen.
As we see Pihela relinquish the king jack. Round 2, Zakharov. Tricky spots these, Jay. 15 blinds in hijack, queen jack.
Yeah, maybe one that will find its way into the steel range. And now just 20 spots off the money. There's still a couple of hours or so before we get close to that bubble. And it's going to go for the discipline laydown. Seems very close, the queen jack there, and sometimes tight is right, and what a well-timed fold because Gralin behind with the big slick.
Yeah, Zakharov saves himself 80k.
Careful, please.
Oh. Gralin, just say be careful. Loving that. King 9 off for Zubov. 20 blinds.
It's like kind of a little reverse tell there from Zagralin, because if I'm sat there, I'm about to fold the king 9 off and someone goes, be careful, you just think it's weak. Like they want to fold and you might actually take it, like looking for any sort of bit of information, because I don't expect someone to say that when they're this high up, Andrew.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of the old reversey.
Bit of gamesmanship.
Аккуратнее открывай карты. Можно увидеть.
Можно не глядеть.
As it stands, the man in your picture, Zagralin. Great start to this featured table. He is 3 for 3 on pots entered and pots won. Zakharov. Did see him fold Queen Jack a few moments ago. Believe he's likely to get involved here.
Yeah, this one just too good. Going to count out his stack. Just thinking whether to go for open shove or whether to open. I like open. Still off a 15 from EP.
Yeah. A few too many chips in general to jam. Let's go for the min raise. I like Zakharov. He's in there for a bit of theatre, you know. Do the old count out your stack. Round to Zubov. King 7-0. Okay, into the muck they go. Going to fold round to our chip leader, Misakowski.
How much you playing?
Whoa, whoa. Nicotin asked for a count of how much Zakharov's playing, but surely this is just posturing.
700.
Surely too early as well to think about slowing things down in terms of how close we are to the money. Probably need to wait for another 10 players or so to bust before we start getting our tank on. And Mizakowski here is covering stack, 10-3 suited. Could definitely flick in the defend. And does so, getting that 4.5 to 1 price.
Yeah, flick it in, he does, Jay. Well, ace-5, 2 spades, working for Mizakowski.
Yeah, seems like a nice potential 1 BB for Zakharov. Gonna get plenty of folds from the big blind. And like even just folding out a 7-8 suited, something like that with 2 live cards.
Yeah.
Is a win for us, flushing that equity, we're out the pot.
It's got a bit bigger. Decides on a 3rd, interesting. Perhaps Jay wants to put a bit more pressure on a hand like a 5, like a low pocket pair that hasn't shoved pre, something with, you know, backdoor potential. Interesting.
Yeah, an interesting one for Mizakowski here, because if we elect to go for the raise, we have to call off anyway, so maybe we just go for flat, Andrew. But he's gonna go for the raise. Raising to call off if shoved on. And he's going to fold out this king high. Nice little move from Mizakowski.
Yeah, this is nice. Does have that not insignificant J backdoor wheel to go with the spades, right? It makes it a little more appetizing.
Yeah.
If you have to run it.
Exactly that, yeah. We like to have like some sort of straight draw to go alongside it, the backdoor straight draw.
Yeah, this is very, very unfortunate and annoying to not put too fine a point on it, Jay. I just don't know what we can do, really.
Yeah, but maybe he's thinking that Mizakowski not going to be raising any ace-X here. Could be the idea. Because if we were Mizakowski, would we really raise an ace here? Andrew, do you think?
I think people will do it.
Okay.
Not, you know, not necessarily all of the time, but some of them are going to be in there, I would say.
Yeah, I guess we'll have a few.
I mean, it always looks like a flush draw, right? Like a lot of the time.
But King Jack High is just like
we might,
dusty.
Yeah, we might just decide, whatever, 8s through kings might just stack off.
You saw his video and...
well played.
Yeah, a lot of...
Oh, yeah.
Those ones are painful, right, when you've opened up 15 and...
But another reason why as well, we like to go smaller there as well, Andrew, off that stack.
I didn't like it.
Save a big blind.
Sure.
And important at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to get a lot of respect, right? And some hands with backdoors that would continue when you're deeper might just fold anyway. We might be nitpicking a little. I think I'm with you, though.
One that gonna have to fold from +1 off of 11. Pretty looking hand, annoying to let it go into the mark, but not much else we can do as Zakharov.
Round 2, Kirichenko hasn't been able to get involved at all so far. Zubov, though, very tricky. 6-7 of diamonds, working with 20 blinds, Jay. Let's see what he decides on. He's going to come in for a raise. 80k to go.
Ace-5 off here on the button for Nicotine.
Плюс была ситуация там тоже в заднем в целом, где человек будто говорил, что увидел. Ну, типа там человек высоко поднялся. Короче, увидел.
Round to the big blind, Pihela.
Of course, it's
pretty ugly looking hand to defend, Jay.
Yeah, agreed. I think like 10-7 we come in. Obviously 10-5 clear fold, so probably 10-6 finds its way in there as well. Maybe close as covering stack. Might be in there, but would be right on the line. And blinds are going to be going up.
Yeah.
So 25k, 50k. Final 40 minutes of the day for us here for day one of the 10k high roll-up.
And we are creeping towards, you know, we're still a while away, Jay, 10% of the field-ish to get rid of before the money, but the numbers are creeping down. 38 left from that opening field of 160 entrants. Another huge prize pool. We're loving it here at the Mediterranean Poker Party. Referenced it earlier, 365k for the win tomorrow. Myself and Jay will be here, taking you through the coverage before we crown our champion. Zubov, Jack 4 of clubs. Very profitable feature table for him thus far.
Yeah, but doubt he's going to open this one. But maybe now we are starting to see some of these players just in the back of their mind. They know they're not going to be in the money today, but if they can make day 2, last 40 minutes of today, just slow things down, get a bag, and then think about the bubble tomorrow.
Yeah. Interesting here, Nikitin. 2.5x in from cutoff. Maybe look to give Michel Molnar a bad price to continue in the big. Queen 9 off for him.
Yeah, that would be folding this one, even facing 2.5x from cutoff. I think we want to get involved as Molnar.
Yeah, won't be folding this one. Flixing calling chips. Well, as flops go, Nikitin's going to like this one.
He's going to love this one.
Top 2 on the ace-6 deuce. Unfortunately for him, Molnar coming up pretty much stone empty. Just queen high, no spade in hand.
90.
Yeah, hand over. Nikitin takes down his first pot on this feature table. As we do approach the final knockings of day 1. Little dealer change and another look at our chip counts. Misakowski still way out in front. 4.5 million in chips. Good for 90 big blinds. Michel following. Not too far behind. 3.2 million for him. Zugralin and Kirichenko. And on the bones of sort of 2 to 2.3 million, Jay. Pihela, 30 bigs, 1.5 mil. Nikitin, Zubov, work to do, but still in there. 18 to 21 big blinds for them. And Zakharov, well, time to find some heat, my friend. 8 big blinds, Jay, 445k in chips.
25k, 50k. And Kirchenko with a nice one to open. King Jack suited here from +1.
Yeah, I think he's just happy to get in the mix, Jay. He's been twiddling his thumbs for the past 50 minutes.
Sometimes that's all you can do at a poker table when you're not getting dealt much.
Well, he's clearly done good work previously. 2 million in his stack.
Просто посмотреть нельзя, блин. Запрещено это. Прикинь, какой токсик. Просто реально, блин, такой токсик.
Folds around to Pihela. 9-7 of clubs on the button. Pretty awkward. 30 big blinds deep. Like the laydown. We do have Zakharov on the short stack also. Something to take note of.
Not what you want on the short stack.
Yeah.
Dirty diaper in the big.
The dirty diaper. Right, tell me, Jay. Can he do it again? Nicholas Rigby. Can he do it again? Can he make...
Sure.
He can't do it again.
He can't do it again. So he just can't.
If he's in there, day 7, again, of the main, I might retire. I love him, though. I absolutely love watching him.
I won't retire. I'll just make sure in 2025 I'll play every combo of 3 deuce, and simple as that, and I'll see how I get on.
I'm sure there was a famous hand posted recently where somebody has defended like a big re-raise from him with an ace queen or an ace king or something, and it's come ace 4-5. And they just open folded. He open folded face up. They're like, yeah, you've got the diaper. I'm out. It was on Poker News, I'm telling you.
That's great.
Yeah.
Did he actually have it?
I mean, probably not.
Probably not. Zubov with the 7s.
Yeah, these spots are very awkward. Just so tough. Like
18.
You feel compelled to open, right? You feel like you have to. But when you get 3-bet, It's very unattractive.
Like 5's definite fold, 6 is probably in there as well. This is probably the cusp of the opening range.
I think so
form of
too.
the pairs, especially at this stage with 38 remaining, 23 paid.
Yeah, well, it's going to get it round. 2 Zugralin. A nice pickup for Zubov. Always nice to take that one down uncontested. And you called it, Jay. Action kind of just slowing a little. To be fair, the cards aren't exactly cooperating in terms of big action. But it's definitely a thing, right? Last half an hour of the day, you don't really want to make a mistake.
Yep.
You're aware that, all right, we got 10% of the field to lose, but we are approaching that money bubble.
Yeah, things just start to slow down. And like the sort of middle into shorter stacks like to slow things down, just taking a bit longer with their decisions.
Yeah.
The goal is to find that bag and then come back tomorrow, probably an hour or so from the money.
Yep. Yeah, next blind level, really going to start leveraging pressure on a lot of stacks. Back on Zubov. Another hand that we feel compelled to open. Ace-10. See what he comes with here from under the gun.
Yeah, for 20, nice candidate to attempt to steal.
Yeah.
Really nice one to use because we still get value from big blind defend range as well.
Yeah, he agrees with you. 100K to go.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Now then, Zakharov, 6 blinds. Not going to be thrilled, Jay, when under the gun opens off 20 blinds, but we are getting to that critical stack depth.
In the mark, I think, Andrew.
Yeah.
Especially what we've seen from Zakharov, because we've then got another 5 hands to find a spot where we can potentially open shove our stealth, still with a smidge of fold equity. And like Zakharov off of 20 needs to be tight here himself.
Yeah.
Like not even going to open all the suited ace-X.
Yeah, like maybe in an ideal world, he has a king-queen, like an ace-5, ace-8 suited type. But it's not a fun one. I'm with you.
It's not. I think ace-jack's just
Oh, it's so grim, though.
Yeah.
6 blinds. You do feel as if you want to run it. See what he decides.
Looks like he's going with it. Puts the bigger chips on top of the smaller ones.
He doesn't have a time bank left, I think, I've noticed here.
He's not going to go with it. Okay, I think I like that fold of Zakharov. Yes, it's only 6 bigs, but this Zubov gun range, this is bottom for him. Ace-10 for sure. He folds ace-9.
I'm with you. Very frustrating, of course, to have to let it go. Kirichenko, deuce 4 of hearts. Going to look to try and flop some lightning in the jar.
Yep. In we come.
Best friends.
Well, comes up as empty as it gets.
Yeah, spoke about this spot earlier with Demps. Maybe not at this stack depth. Maybe we do just get to bet here because we're happy to get it in. But once we get deeper, it's a board that actually likes to be checked at a really high frequency, Andrew, because we just get stripped of all them flop flushes.
Right.
Whereas the big blind's got all the suited cards that defend from the big. And it's probably one of the spots I see over c-bet the most when theoretically, when you really think about it, we want to do a lot of checking because we have queen jack of diamonds, jack 10 of diamonds, queen 10 of diamonds. That is it.
Yeah.
3 combos of flushes and our opponent's got like 20, 30 plus. So when we do get deeper, we have potential to be blended by a check raise.
Yeah, I like it.
I think like at that stack depth 20, we are fine to just bet because even if our opponents flop the flush, we're like happy to get it in at 20 BB stack depth. But when you do start getting into a remit like 40, 50 or more, I think we want to do a lot of checking from guns specifically.
Yeah, very nice. Inclined to agree with all. We agree a fair amount.
Yeah, we do. We disagree from time
most
to
of the
time. But it's nice to disagree from time to time because for the viewers, like it's nice to get different opinions in different spots.
Absolutely. Well, Pihela, ace queen O. from +2. Zakharov, so hard not to get frustrated here. You know, you are finding hands that could have jammed if unopened. Yeah, I feel your pain, my friend.
Yeah, but another one that's just going to have to hit the mark, unfortunately, and hoping to find a spot where we get to send it in ourselves in 4 or less hands time.
Kirichenko, king 10 off from the small blind. One of these, Jay, probably a little too wide versus early.
I think so too.
You need a good reason to go after this one.
Yeah, king, queen off, probably be the offsuit king that would be in there. I may even fold king, jack here. King 10 just slightly too loose. And Kirichenko agrees. And it looks like going to be a raise and take for Pahela. Couple of napkins in the big blind for Zubov.
Yeah, nothing to be done with this one. You referenced it, Jay. The pace of play has slowed markedly. And you wonder, you know, we're a long way off the money, but perhaps people just getting tired, right? Trying to slow things down, just put chips in a bag, as you said.
And another look at those beautiful trophies, and I hope whoever wins the main event come Sunday has some extra luggage paid for.
It's gonna cost a lot.
Yeah, it's gonna. Oh, what,
How much is that? 100 quid.
100 quid. You won $1 million. You got to fork out 100 quid.
Whatever, man. I begrudge that, right? If I'm having to give EasyJet an extra 100 quid to take my trophy home, I'm not happy.
Surely you are.
I'm fuming.
What, you win $1 million?
Yeah. Yeah, poker players, you know what we're like. We don't mind dropping, you know, 35 grand on a tournament series. But when it comes to paying 100 quid for our luggage, I'm seething.
This is the thing about us poker players.
We are like that, right?
This is the thing. You go Vegas, you're buying into like 5Ks, 10Ks. You go buy a coffee for $10 and you're fuming. You're like, what?
Never mind coffee, the water.
The water
$8,
as well. Yeah,
$8 for a water.
Incredible.
It's a joke.
It's all a joke.
Basic human right.
We're a funny breed, poker players. We don't mind flicking in thousands of pounds. I know.
Principle thing, mate. And I know EasyJet have space in the overhead compartments. I know they give you the warnings all the time. They've loads of space. They're never full. I'm going to write a letter. Right, sorry, guys. I'm getting a wee bit doolally.
Not much action to call. A lot of raise and takes just going on, so...
Yeah, I'm going to start asking you about your favourite budget airline the next time we get a raise and folds.
My favourite budget airline.
Ryanair, let's go.
Thank you. Are you sure those were the lucky ones?
Next time you see Michelle, ask him to do his signature eyebrow raise.
Oh. Stop the clock.
Oh. Stop the clock.
Stop the clock at 1B.
Ah, that's the 1K.
It's the 1K.
The 1K.
I forgot the 1K was also running. We've got so many tournaments going on, I can't keep track. That's also a huge field, by the way. We'll bring you some updates on that one tomorrow also.
Please.
Here comes Pihela, King Queen, from under the gun. He's quietly gone about his business. Had a rocky start here on the feature, but has stabilized very nicely.
Yeah, been impressed how he dealt with the ace-high call after he made it and was incorrect, and then just sort of took a step back, hasn't got out of line since then, and just picking his spots more meticulously now.
Sure. Interesting one for Kirichenko in the cutoff. Queen 10 of spades.
Yeah, it seems just like a call, Andrew. These hands just hate it when they 3-bet and get 4-bet ripped on. But he is going to take it. Kirichenko.
I quite like it. You know, just attacking these, you know, 1 pip higher than us type holdings, right, that can dominate us post when we just call. No? You're not a fan?
Off of 30, I just think it's one that really likes to call and play post in position, because the times that we do get 4-bet sent on for 30 BBs, it's just so frustrating, Andrew. Like, don't get me wrong, Queen 10 suited definitely can find its way into the 3-bet range, but I think it's when we do get more deeper, 60, 70, 80 big blinds deep.
Yeah, I think you can argue either way on this one.
A lot of disagreeing with us going on this evening.
Yeah. We'll check this one too.
I just decided after.
I think there's just like good things that can happen. I mean, I agree with you in that when you get jammed on, but is it that frustrating? Like, it's only Queen 10 suited, right? It's not the end of the world. But like, if you're gonna fold out King Queen, Queen Jack suited,
yes,
Ace 10 off, Ace 10 suited even.
Ace Jack off should fold as well.
Right. So there is good things that can happen, but I do hear you that, and Pihela's been pretty tight-ish. I don't know. Kirichenko timed it well.
After what you done to me earlier, Andrew, in the sit and go, I just thought to myself, I'm going to get in that booth and I'm going to disagree with everything he says, and I'm just going to throw a spanner in the works.
All right. No, I hear you. I think that one is... I don't think it's cut and dry, is what I'm saying either way. Like, I think I could see either and not mind. It's not one of those where you see someone pick up chips and you're like, oh, dear. I'm getting better at that in my old age. Just being like, no, that's absolutely terrible.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, you try and sugarcoat things, but you know. We're here to give opinions, as you said, my friend. Zubov, Jack 6. I'm never going to forget that hand now. Guys, if you get the chance, I'm sure you're going to see it on social media over the next days. A clip of that infamous hand is coming your way soon. I don't want to give too many spoilers, but it did involve Jack 6, and it was absolutely insane. So keep an eye out for that. And while you're at it, if you're following along on DTD Player or on YouTube or any of our other channels, please do give us a like, give us a little subscribe if you're enjoying the coverage and would like to know about all events MPP related. And of course, right here at Merit.
If you don't want to miss any of the action over the course of the weekend, there's a little bell next to the subscribe button. You can click that to set your notifications on, and you will be notified via your device as soon as we go live, so you won't miss any of the action.
Very nice. Well, Misakowski, limping the small here. Oh, here we go. Okay. Queen 10 limps in. Pihela deciding. Going to use this King 6 off.
Tidy one to use. The offsuit high-low King X off of 30.
Yeah, very unlikely that this one gets through.
It seems like call here for Misakowski. Don't think there's any other way really to proceed once we opt to complete.
Yeah. Has gone the full 4x pre. Chunky one. Both players brick. Ace 9-5 rainbow. Advantage Pihela, you would imagine, with the betting lead.
Yeah, and especially with this 6 interaction with the 9 and the 5 as well. Seems like clear one to just go for the C-bet. Probably don't need to go too large on the ace high board rainbow. Looks like does find around quarter. Slightly more.
Yeah, the interesting thing with these ones, of course, these sort of polar raises pre can be a lot of sort of nonsense holdings in there, but Queen 10 just not quite strong enough for Misakowski to continue. Well done. Pihela takes it down. Oh, as we see. Short visit for Michel on this feature table.
Not so bad. Bye-bye.
It's being moved elsewhere to balance. And the reason for that, guys, we are down to 35 players here in the 10K high roller. Getting to the business end. Another little look, guys, at the chip stacks. Misakowski, of course, still with 4.2 million. Kirichenko and Zugralin just around the 2 million mark. Igor Pihela, 35 blinds, 1.7 million. And then the 3 shorter stacks behind. Zakharov, he's in trouble, Jay, in the big blind here. 100,000 of his remaining 350 or so already committed. Gonna need some help. and quickly. Zubov into the muck. Round 2, Misikowski. King 3 off. I think a function here, Jay. Zakharov working with around about 6 bigs. Misikowski likely, in my opinion, to use that as a reason to find an open and just raise and call him off.
Oh, this is nice as well.
I like this a lot.
This is really nice. Just the adjustment,
Yeah.
making it 3x. And this is what we usually do. Most people choose the 2.5x, but
Sure.
I guess 3x just as good. And all it does, Andrew, it just sort of deters these like stop and goes from some regular hold-ins that would defend versus 2 BBs, but can't defend versus 3. And
One of your cards.
nice little pickup from Misikowski. Would have got it through with 2 BBs anyway, but good to see making that adjustment and just aware of stack size in the big.
No. But you know when you... Yeah. Thank you.
Very nice from Nikitin there, letting Misikowski know. So if he wanted to look carefully enough,
But this
may
moment
catch
I
a
fall,
glimpse
but
at his hand.
I think about something and turn my head left and saw your... Of course, if I fold and I saw your card, it's nothing changed, but small part of information.
Round to Zubov. +1. Ace-3 off. Pace of play really has slowed. In fairness, Jay, we are now really getting a little closer. 11 off the money.
Yeah, 35 remain. And it's just all about trying to find that bag now and come back tomorrow close to the bubble. That's where players are slowing things down.
Yeah, I wonder if Misikowski ever takes this as a green light to really open up. Hasn't as of yet. Pihela, Queen 6 of hearts. Of course, with that very small stack in the small, going to be even more incentive to open, but doesn't take it.
Yeah, surprised.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised. Well, poor Zakharov. He's getting dealt out.
And we got Tom asking in the YouTube streets, is it the main event tomorrow or the side event? We will be doing the 10K high roller day 2. So we're covering this event and then it will be main event coverage on the final day, on the Sunday, when we will play for $1 million. That sounds so nice to say, Andrew.
We're going to be buzzing, mate. Millie up top. Final table. Here we go. $1 million certainly makes these things even more special. We're looking forward to it. So, Zubov out of the way once more.
And with 15 minutes on the clock, there could also be some tank in the gun now, just to try and only post one more big blind rather than 2. It's the worst. It's the worst.
It really is.
It's the worst when you're the one that picks the card and you pick 6 and you end up in the big blind as well.
I know, part of the game, unfortunately, trying to dodge paying that big blind. You sometimes have to stealth it. Now then, we have seen Zugralin take aggressive action every single time where it's possible. King 10 of diamonds. One I could argue, Jay, going either way would be absolutely fine. Definitely going to play this one. From what we've seen of him, likes to be on the front foot, and he is reaching for the big chips once more. Like it from him, just constant foot to the floor.
Yeah, gonna get some bad news though once back on Pihela.
500?
Oh, chunky. Yeah, against this stack size.
I'm going to give a little bit of critique here. I think this is too big.
I think it is versus this particular stack size, yes. Like 3 to start the hand.
Yeah.
Maybe we just need to make this like 375.
It's like 8 BBs, right? Yeah, sure.
And now just gonna like save ourselves a BB the times per hella jams, which I'm assuming he's gonna with the ace jack suited. Cut off versus small.
I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure.
You're just calling and taking a flop.
I could see call. Okay. I'm not saying he will. I think people get a little afraid of this sizing, so that might be one thing it's got going for it. He may well shove Jay, but I could genuinely see call or fold happen.
Fold?
I could see it. Picasso reads me. I made one earlier. We'll see if I make another one.
Can we really fold the old ace jack suited? Yes, we can. Cut off versus small. Great shout again.
You know what I need to start paying attention to when I'm at the table? People's faces.
Yeah, that's it.
I don't know what it is. When we're in the booth, we have the privilege of the kind of micro expressions or whatever you want to call it.
I guess 11 spots off the money now, so...
I mean, you're not thrilled,
You're
right?
not thrilled, no, you're not.
10 bigs, like...
He's done it a few times from the blinds.
Sure.
Like, he's already had the tendency to free bet from the blinds, I think 3 times already. And I just think ace-jack suited is one that... Sometimes we'll run into it, but the good thing about ace-jack, when we run into ace-king, it's got a nice 33%. We still win 1 in 3 times, and the best time to get it in bad, Andrew, as you know, is pre-flop, when equities are running finest.
Yeah. Oh, I can't argue with you. Just sometimes you look at a man and you think, that's discomfort. He's going to fold. Credit to Sugralin. That really was a case, I think, of if he makes it 375, like you said, no chance does it get through. So maybe one spot where, you know, making potentially a little too big, it just paid off for him. Misakowski, like this, pressure time, everyone is ready to go home. He can do what he wants, right, with this stack. Well, will Kirichenko allow it, is the question.
Yeah, I think versus +1. It was the exact same spot earlier when he had King 10, and I said King Jack off probably wants to fold. We probably come along with the offsuit King Queen. That's about it. So let's see if that is going to be the case.
Looks like you've called it. Ooh. Zubov. Ace Jack in the big.
Yeah, and first in +1 here as the chip leader. Like, this is the thing. Misakowski's so incentivized to open wide, 11 spots off the money now. But we just like hate shoving in 20 and just getting snapped off. But we're just going to get so many folds, I think, with a jam, Andrew, that I think I like jam here against this particular stack that's going to be opening so many hands, like 8-6 suited in there from +1. We're probably going to get like 80% folds from the opening range.
I like call, because you flop top 2. But yeah, I hear where you're coming from for sure. Well, Zubov doing cartwheels in his head, loving life. Checks it on over to Misakowski with a whole bag of nothing, but the bet does have the betting lead against the big blind defend.
Yeah, it seems like a one and done. Like, this sort of hand, just complete with no backdoors, 8 high. We can still fold out better, but not really going to be barreling on any other turn other than maybe a 7, offsuit 7. So I think we just have one stab for a small size, as Misakowski does. And then when we are met with some aggression or a continue from Zubov, just going to be shutting it down.
That's 2024 though, Jay. Right?
I guess.
I'm with you though.
Like we at least want some...
I'm kind of trolling.
Like, we at least want some sort of equity versus...
he's
going to raise.
Yeah, I think especially against +1, aggressive player, throw him some rope.
Yeah, agree, Andrew. We got an absolute lock on that board. Yeah. It's a board that Misakowski could send the barrels in. Looks like his range when we flop the monster.
Yeah.
Give him some rope, as Andrew says. But
I think like raising more often versus late position or whatever, where we can incredibly rep some more draws.
Yeah.
Like, are we really getting it in with ace-9, ace-8 here? No. Are we going to find enough bluffs? Probably not. Yeah, hand was probably over anyway.
Yeah, so that was 1 of 3. It's been called last 3 hands, so we've got 2 more hands left for today. It's been a kind of a slow last session.
Yeah.
As expected.
Yeah, always is the case.
Это в обе стороны работает, понимаешь? И ты...
Did I see ace-10 go into the muck there? I think I did.
And Zakharov is finally going to get his spot, Andrew. He's been patient. And you know what? I'm rooting for him so hard.
Come on, lad.
He's made some good folds, been patient, and he's finally got his chance to move all in.
He even gave us the countdown on the iPad. Love it.
Come on, the Zakharov. I'm rooting for you, man.
Yeah, I mean, stranger things have happened, right? We're 10 off the money. Double here, double in the morning. You're not out of it.
Free chips.
Announces free chips to the table.
Well, big blind. Going to get a very attractive price here. 4 BBs only.
That's a nice question.
200.
I understand.
Aye, Nikitin. Jack 3 off.
Give me 2 blinds.
Can we fold this one?
I don't think so.
No? Oof, it's not fun.
It's not fun.
May feel the price is too good, Jay.
Yeah, that's the problem, Andrew, here.
Yeah, we do have 100 committed already. And we can see from the percentages, he is getting a nice price. It's going to be in more than good enough shape.
I'm going to use a bank for this one.
Yeah, tricky.
I guess when we are just sitting there with 16 of ourselves, our chips so precious, this close to the money.
And Zakharov, of course, is going to get it in relatively wide here, but it has been on the tighter side, right?
It's just a big in, 3 bigs to call.
Sure,
just
sure.
like...
There they go, makes the call.
This is what we want to see. We just want the Jack and 3 to be live as it is.
Well, Nikitin puts Zakharov at risk. Can the man in the aviators find that hold? Here we go then, Jay.
I'm rooting for him so bad.
I actually am too. We're impartial in the booth, but come on, Zakharov. Well, holding through the 10-6-4. Has that ace of spades in hand. For a bit of backup, Jay.
Yep. And
there we go.
A nice one to see. Just leaves Nikitin with a jack to hit.
Beautiful turn for Nikitin. Not for Nikitin, for Zakharov, excuse me. It's late. Can he get there? No. 7 of diamonds completes the board. And Zakharov, a little bit of life. Back up to 9 big blinds. And final hand, Jay, of the night incoming.
But stay tuned, we'll run you through the leaderboard, what we got coming up the last couple of days, and how many are left in this high roll-up. Another fantastic day in the booth.
Yeah, it really has been sensational week. Loved every minute of it, and we are going to finish strong over the next few days. So last hand now. Cards about to be in the air. Here we go.
I think it was yours.
Pihela, going to be under the gun. Queen 7 into the muck. Now then, Zakharov. Going to get to jam 2 in a row, Jay?
Yep, he should be. Suited ace, 9 big blinds. We've got some fold equity now from the big. Come on, the Zakharov. Let's find this one. Let's get another double up. Get called by King Queen in the big. Hold it out.
Wow. It's very specific. I'm loving it.
I just love this man from what I saw the other day.
He's got to take it. In they go. Looking to find a double to end the night. Or even just a steal, Jay. I'm sure he'd be more than happy to pick up 125K.
Yes, he would. Zubov's asked for a count here, but a6 off should be hitting the muck, hoping to see fold.
Yeah, I can't imagine we ever flick this in. Even from the big blind, Jay, pretty unappetizing.
400 too much for me.
In they go. Now then,
Please.
round to Misakowski,
Oh, I have
and he
the one.
finds the nut low.
And there we have it, guys. That is the end of the day. Zakharov gets a small little spin to take into day 2 tomorrow. And we are left with 33 players, I believe, that are going to be coming back tomorrow for day 2 to play it out for £365,000, 10 off the money, min cash of 17,000. We will be live streaming until a winner.
Yeah, very nice, Jay. As the players have a little debrief to end the day, myself and you will have a little debrief. Very nice day. There was a lot of fun action. We had a Russian TV star.
Yes, we did. He was great to watch.
It was great fun. Yeah, really good day of poker. And there we go, guys. A little look out at the boardroom. It's finally quieting down. Credit to the staff and the promoters and the organizers. Everything running very smoothly. Jay, excuse me. And Jay, you're going to take us through the final leaderboard.
Yeah, so the players on our featured table. Top of the shop, David Misakowski, 80 big blinds, 4 million heaps to take into tomorrow. Double average. Damir Zagrulin, saw a bit from him, 2.4. Alexandra Kurchenko with 41 BBs. Igor Pihela with 32 to take through to tomorrow. And the three Russians at the bottom of the pack, Zubov, Nikitin, Zakharov, 24, 13, and 11 big blinds respectively. And that is going to be it from us today, guys. We're just going to have a look at the schedule of what we got coming up over the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are going to finish strongly, guys. Tomorrow, as we mentioned earlier, as the schedule magically appears on my screen, 10K High Roller final day. Myself and Jay will be in the booth taking you all the way through to the conclusion of that one. And Sunday, the big one, 5K, 5 million main event. We smashed the guarantee. It's $1 million for the win. Really stoked for that one on Sunday. Well, guys, with that, it's a good night from myself and from Jay, and we will see you tomorrow for the conclusion of the 10K. Good night.